Chapter 1979. What's that? It seems to be an ultimate god's aura. It's a little different. The divine emperors discussed among themselves. When the figures turned into a black torrent, the divine emperors' faces became solemn. This, an ultimate god army. Whose force is this? Are they going to attack us? The divine emperors were frightened. The black torrent made their scalps tingle. The place where they came from happened to be where they were. Be on guard. The heavenly star divine emperor's heart sank and quickly put his people on guard. No matter who the other party was, they could not afford to offend them. An army of tens of millions of ultimate gods could easily drown them. To be able to command such an army, the person must have a powerful background. The massacred divine emperor and the others frowned. Since when did the divine realm have such an ultimate god army? Will they come for the forbidden area we're watching? The Xianxia divine emperor whispered, if they target this forbidden area, it'll be bad for us. Tell our men not to attack. The massacred divine emperor said in a low voice, we can't afford to offend such a force. Although the number of ultimate gods in the entire infernal realm had increased, it was still about 1 million. The ultimate god army in front of them numbered at least tens of millions. They were also a top force in the divine realm and could not afford to offend them. The black torrent kept moving forward. The aura that came rushing at them was very shocking. No matter who it was, they could not stand the pressure. It was too terrifying. There seems to be someone in front. He seems to be standing on a mount. Someone's eyes lit up as they saw a figure in front. To be able to stand at the front of the black torrent, he must be the leader. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. It's him. Some people with sharp eyes recognized who the person was. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. And he's Ditian. Someone exclaimed. Even though Ditian was very famous, he was still a lone ranger. They could hardly believe it. It was true. Ditian, who was alone, had brought an army with him. It was an ultimate god army with more than 10 million soldiers. It was absolutely terrifying. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's eyes widened. There was only one thought in his mind. How can it be true? It's little junior brother. The Xianxia Divine Sovereign exclaimed excitedly, his previous nervousness gone. Amazing. Truly amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor could not help but say. The expressionless face of the massacre deity emperor also revealed a hint of joy. Master's eyes are really right. Our little junior brother has a lot of secrets. Massacre deity emperor said. Divine Emperor Xianxia flew over. Little junior brother, you're finally here. Someone is rushing you. As soon as Divine Emperor Xianxia came up, he secretly winked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry I'm late. I've made senior brother wait for so long. Not late, not at all. Everyone, don't you think so? Divine Emperor Xianxia had been holding back his anger for a long time, so he emphasized the last few words. The Celestial Star Divinity Emperor looked embarrassed. He did not expect Ditian to bring an ultimate god army. He thought it was great that he brought 800,000 ultimate gods, but it was nothing compared to the current situation. The divinity emperors present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately changed the topic and flattered Ditian. They all agreed with Divine Emperor Xianxia's words. Did someone get impatient just now? Lin Fei suddenly said as his sharp eyes swept over. Lin Fei looked at the people present and knew what happened. Otherwise, Divine Emperor Xianxia would not have winked at him. Daoist Celestial Star, what do you say? Divine Emperor Xianxia had a lot of resentment towards Divine Emperor Xianxia. Divine Emperor Xianxia laughed dryly. Actually, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Now that the people are here, we can set off. When Divine Emperor Xianxia said that, Lin Fei knew that Divine Emperor Xianxia was up to something. Otherwise, Divine Emperor would not have asked that. There's no hurry to attack the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei suddenly said, I really want to know what happened just now. It seems that someone is using me as an excuse. Divine Emperor Xianxia thought that it was not good. Ditian was looking for trouble with him. If he had known that Ditian would bring so many people, he would not have said those words. Now, he had offended both sides. Daoist Heavenly Star, it's better if you say it yourself. Lin Fei stared at Divine Emperor Xianxia. Divine Emperor Xianxia did not want to lose face in front of a junior and snorted. What do you want me to say? It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? If you mind, I'll take my people and leave now. Why leave when you haven't made things clear? Lin Fei blocked in front of him. The Forbidden Zone can't run away. Make things clear first. The other divinity emperors had long heard that Di Tian was arrogant. Now they finally experienced it. Divine Emperor Xianxia laughed. Junior brother, you don't know. Before we came, Daoist Heavenly Star threatened us to hand over 20% of the benefits or we would not attack the Forbidden Zone. How can there be such a person? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You old thing, you're quite bold to use me as an excuse. You're really capable. Just based on your 800,000 ultimate gods. Kill, kill, kill. The ultimate gods behind Lin Fei shouted in unison. Their voices pierced the sky. The ultimate gods brought by Divine Emperor Xianxia were all frightened. What are you going to do? Divine Emperor Xianxia put on a strong front. Don't mess around. At that moment, Divine Emperor Xianxia completely panicked. You used me as an excuse to threaten my senior brother. For people like you, I can only give you 2 words. You're courting death. Lin Fei said coldly. Kill. Boom. The black torrent rushed into the area of the 800,000 ultimate gods and started a one-sided massacre. The 800,000 ultimate gods collapsed on the spot. Divine Emperor Xianxia watched helplessly as the 800,000 ultimate gods he brought were slaughtered. I'm going to kill you. Divine Emperor Xianxia was furious. A hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Divine Emperor Xianxia's neck. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The passage of time was activated. With that swipe, Divine Emperor Xianxia seemed to have experienced 10,000 years and turned into an old man. He was on his last breath and disappeared in the passage of time, turning into dust. Lin Fei's attack broke everyone's imagination. A sacred god emperor was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. An inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of all the divine emperors. Di Tian must not be offended. They firmly warned themselves in their hearts that they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Di Tian's strength was indeed well known. Xianxia Divine Emperor did not expect Lin Fei to really make a move. In just a moment, 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered, leaving behind 800,000 divine sparks. He could not help but gasp. His junior brother's killing intent was too strong. Celestial Star Divine Emperor, a saint god emperor, was killed just like that. How many people could do that? Xianxia Divine Emperor knew that he could not be so decisive. Chapter 1980. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered. None of the invited divine emperors dared to leave, not even if they wanted to. What if they were killed when they left? Everyone chose to stay. With tens of millions of ultimate gods, they had a greater chance of attacking the Forbidden Zone. Who would be willing to leave such a good opportunity? Little junior brother is ruthless. Xianxia Divine Emperor did not know what to say. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered just like that. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not know what was good for him. He wanted to force them to hand over 20% of the benefits just because he had more people. You are my senior brothers. A divine emperor dared to be so arrogant. If I didn't kill him, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Fei said fiercely. Moreover, this started because of me. That old thing deserves to die. The massacre divine emperor showed a rare smile. Little junior brother, you killed him well. If he admitted his mistake, I would have let him live. But he refused to admit his mistake, so he can't blame anyone else. The divine emperors agreed. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's incident was just an interlude. Lin Fei's cruelty made the divine emperors realize that this junior who came later was not someone they could easily offend. No one had any objections to the arrangement of attacking the Forbidden Zone. They were there to reap some benefits. The Forbidden Zone is in front. The huge Forbidden Zone was filled with black fog, revealing an oppressive aura. This Forbidden Zone is called the Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It is said to be the place where a demon emperor died a long time ago. It is now occupied by a heaven-creating divine emperor, Xianxia divine emperor explained. We originally wanted to take the Forbidden Zone, but we were afraid there would be trouble. Now that we have little junior brother's troops, we can go straight to the root of the problem. The massacred divine emperor and the other two did not specifically ask how the ultimate gods appeared. With more than 20 million ultimate gods joining them, attacking the Forbidden Zone would be much smoother. They were very grateful to Lin Fei for bringing such a group of troops. Let's not waste time. Let's attack now. Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It was an ancient name. No one in this era knew the origin of this demon emperor. A long time had passed. Who would remember a dead demon emperor? What's more, the inheritance was broken, needless to say. The divine emperor army brought by Lin Fei was not the vanguard. The vanguard was led by those deity emperors who used to be fence-sitters with their godly venerable subordinates as the vanguard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they entered the forbidden area, a demonic might enveloped everyone's hearts. In the black mist, corpses appeared one after another. These corpses were not ordinary corpses, but demonic corpses that were impervious to swords and spears, making them extremely difficult to kill. Kill! In order to gain benefits. The divine emperor ordered the attack. One by one, the demonic corpses charged out. A murderous aura filled the air. A great battle ensued. The devil corpse was very powerful. They had a trace of demonic nature left behind by the demon emperor in their bodies, so their battles were especially crazy. They had the upper hand for a while. If a godly venerable rank wanted to deal with a demonic corpse, it would often take several godly venerable ranks to kill it. These demonic corpses are really not simple, Lin Fei said after looking at it. These demonic corpses were very tough and durable. They were not as easy to deal with as one would imagine. He's lived for a long time, so he's naturally not easy to deal with. The Xianxia divine emperor nodded and said, attacking a forbidden zone isn't a small matter. The demonic corpse is just the beginning. After that, there are the demonic eyes and demonic generals. Every time we attack the forbidden zone, we have to pay a huge price. Needless to say, Lin Fei could tell. The battle continued. More than 3 million godly venerable ranks suffered heavy losses. A day later, they lost hundreds of thousands of godly venerable ranks. And that was just the beginning. The demonic corpses seemed endless as they kept appearing. Anyone who saw them would have a headache. After a break, they continued to attack. In order to attack the Forbidden Zone, everyone went all out. The divine emperors also began to take action personally, using their divine emperor treasures to attack the demonic corpses from afar. Bush, bush, bush. On this day, in the depths of the black mist, many demonic eyes appeared and shot out beams of light, injuring the godly venerable ranks on the spot. Those who were hit by the beams instantly turned into black mist. Not even their bones were left. Quickly, kill the demonic eyes. There are long-range attacks from the demonic eyes. We can't get in. The demonic eyes launched a destructive attack. Immediately, a divine emperor personally attacked and killed the huge demonic eyes. Bush, bush, bush. In the depths, a huge golden demonic eye filled with a bloodthirsty aura shot out a sky full of jingguang, shooting the earth divine emperor like a hornet's nest. He died on the spot in the Forbidden Zone. Mutated demonic eyes. The divine emperor was heavenly god Huang. At that moment, he also felt the power of the mutated demonic eyes. The earth divine emperor's strength was easily killed by the mutated demonic eyes. I'll kill this kind of mutated demonic eyes. Lin Fei could see that the mutated demonic eyes' full-range attack was indeed terrifying. Even the divine emperors could not withstand it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spatial blades slashed over one after another. The dense and indiscriminate attacks piled on the mutated demonic eye like a swarm of bees, and it could be considered as killing it. Lin Fei took the opportunity to kill the demonic eyes in the distance one by one. The strength of these demonic eyes is really not bad. It's almost equivalent to the attack of a peak ultimate god. If I also have a batch of such demonic eyes, whether it's in the mysterious Tianxian world or by my side, they would be powerful fighters. Lin Fei secretly thought. Little junior brother's spatial power is amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor praised. No wonder the spatial bloodline is a top-notch bloodline. He could kill the mutated demonic eyes effortlessly from afar. He was much more powerful than them. They had to kill them personally. They could not avoid the sky full of attacks. After dealing with the mutated demonic eyes, everyone continued to attack. During this period, Lin Fei personally dealt with any long-range demonic attacks. On the third day, Lin Fei sent out the ultimate god army because they encountered the demonic corpse army. There were millions of demonic corpses gathered in a square formation, and it was very terrifying. Lin Fei also understood why enough ultimate gods were needed to attack the Forbidden Zone. It would take a long time for a divine emperor to kill them. It was not so easy to conquer it alone. Along the way, Lin Fei had used up a lot of ultimate gods and lost a total of 5 million ultimate gods. The massacred divine emperor and the others also had a serious look on their faces. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone was more dangerous than expected. If it were not for the ultimate gods brought by little junior brother, the ultimate gods they brought would probably be buried in the Forbidden Zone. A few days later, they encountered demonic generals. These were people who entered the Forbidden Zone a long time ago. Their divine senses were erased and only their killing intent was left. They killed anyone who broke in. The demonic generals were all divine emperors. Everyone personally took action and fought bloody battles. After 3 days, they killed all the divine generals. A huge palace appeared at the end of the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone Palace. The treasures were all in the Forbidden Zone Palace. The Forbidden Zone Palace. It is said that all the good things are in there. A divine emperor was eager to make a move. Before the others could react, he directly rushed into the Forbidden Zone. Trespassers die. At the entrance of the palace, a stone man suddenly moved. With a slash of the long saber in his hand, the Heaven Divine Emperor who rushed up was cut in half and fell from the sky. Chapter 1981. Only then did everyone notice that there were 2 statues standing on both sides of the entrance of the palace. No one had noticed the statue earlier. Who would have thought that the statue would kill? A heavenly deity emperor expert was killed with a single slash. His body was also split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Back off. Everyone retreated and raised their guard. Fortunately, the stone man did not continue to attack and returned to his original position. There was no sign of life on his body at all. What a strange statue. The massacre deity emperor and the others were shocked. They didn't see that the statue could move. Although this thing is good, it's also life-threatening. Massacre deity emperor said coldly. The restless fellows gave up, their faces full of awkwardness. After all, just now, they all wanted to be the first to rush into the palace. Fortunately, they were a step too late and did not follow in the footsteps of the other party. Killing heavenly god Huang with a single slash, the statue's strength was extremely terrifying. Isn't it just a statue? Let's just attack from a distance. A deity emperor didn't think much of it. He activated a world and blasted it at the statue. The statue did not budge at all, allowing the attacks to hit it without harming it. This time, no one was angry. We're in trouble. He tried several methods, but none of them worked. Once a person stepped into a certain area, the statue would take the initiative to attack. It was an untraceable blade that was extremely sharp. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The statue's attack contains the power of space. That's why it can't be traced and can fool the divine senses of everyone here. In terms of spatial energy, Lin Fei was most familiar with it. Lin Fei had seen through the move just now. Little junior brother, do you have a way? Divine Emperor Tianxi hurriedly asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Just now, a few people went up, but they were all killed by the statue with a single slash. No one dared to go up again. It wasn't easy for them to kill their way to the entrance of the palace. If they couldn't enter, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their morale. There was a statue on each side, and no one was confident that they could dodge the attacks of both statues at the same time. They could only hope that Di Tian could come up with a plan. Let me try first. These two powerful statues were guarding it. Lin Fei was very interested in the things in the palace. If there were a large number of God-Emperor godheads, then this trip would not have been in vain. Banish! Lin Fei's mastery of this move had reached the point of perfection. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of space engulfed the two statues, leaving them wide open. The statue was about to be sucked into it. The two statues remained motionless. This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Impossible, my large success in the power of space. How can two statues block it? Lin Fei used all his strength to activate it. His divine power burned, but the two statues didn't move at all. It was as if they were born to be in this position, and no one could move them. The others looked at it. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Is this the power of space that has reached the great accomplishment stage? They could all feel how terrifying it was. If they were swept up by the power of space, it would be impossible for them to escape. They would be directly exiled. No, these two statues are too strange. Lin Fei shook his head and stopped. This was the first time he had been defeated in front of two statues. A trace of disappointment flashed in the massacre deity emperor's eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone has existed for an unknown period of time. It's not as easy as I thought to enter the palace. Around the immortal world, there were countless forbidden zones. Some were strong and some were weak. No one could guarantee that they would be able to get in easily. Like now. Let me try using the power of time. Lin Fei really wanted to fight with the statues, to see who was stronger. In a flash, he rushed to the door. Swoosh! The statue attacked with a saber, an untraceable saber. Great success in the power of space. As the saber flew over, Lin Fei's forehead twitched. Then, the power of time spread out, forming a perfect protective barrier. The statue's saber appeared and fell on the power of time, blocking it. What a terrifying saber! Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this saber. Only by mastering the power of space could the statue achieve such a level. It could kill in an instant. Not being able to find traces was tantamount to suicide. Even if Lin Fei's power of space was at the great success stage. Facing this saber just now, he couldn't find any trace of movement. It could be seen that the opponent's power of space was above his. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The two statues on the left and right attacked again, one saber after another. Lin Fei returned to the outside. This statue has the help of the power of space. If you want to force your way in, no one can get in. Lin Fei said to the massacre deity emperor, but I can use the power of time to resist the attack. Everyone rush in quickly. Lin Fei's words made the divine emperors present fearful of what was inside the palace. There were two terrifying statues at the door. If there were a few more inside, it would be fatal. I think we'd better forget it. When we came in just now, we found a few side palaces. It should be easy to get in. Who knows how dangerous it is inside? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. A bunch of cowards. The massacre deity emperor said to Lin Fei, "Little junior brother, I'm afraid there are many dangers inside this palace. Why don't you go in? If there are treasures from the hell world, help us take out one of them." As a sacred god emperor, the massacre deity emperor had no confidence to break in. Lin Fei was surprised. Yes, little junior brother. You have mastered the power of the top bloodline, and now you have reached the realm of great success. It's safer than us. The massacre deity emperor said eagerly. The massacre deity emperor could clearly sense the horror of the two statues at the door. If he went in, he might be killed on the spot. The Tianxi deity emperor and the Hundred Flowers deity emperor said. Lin Fei was straightforward. I'll go in and have a look. If there's anything, I'll bring it out. The power of time opened the way. Lin Fei broke in, and the two statues did not stop him. He returned to his original place. Let's go somewhere else. Although the other deity emperors were envious, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. No one knew what was going on inside this ancient forbidden area. It was better to explore the other palaces. It was better not to enter the main palace. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he saw a huge main palace. However, there were statues standing in the palace. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he launched an attack. Damn, it's really a trap. Although he had expected it, Lin Fei was still shocked. This was a trap. Whoever came in would be finished. Swoosh. Lin Fei moved back and forth, pushing the power of time to the limit, blocking wave after wave of attacks. He also rushed forward. In the palace, there was a row of statues, giving off a murderous aura. Little junior brother, good skill. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, at the end of the palace, there was a sound of applause, and the statues attacking him stopped. Chapter 1982. At the end of the palace. It was a throne. At this moment, there was a burly man looking over curiously. Only his aura of vicissitudes was very heavy, as if he had lived for a very long time. With a casual glance, he seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. The statues returned to normal. They lined up all the way to the throne. You are the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei asked. Seeing this burly man here, Lin Fei's first impression was that he was the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Forbidden Zone was created by the Devil Emperor's tyrannical mission. They were unwilling to die and turned into the Forbidden Zone, trying to live on, generation after generation. I have not heard of this name for a very long time. The burly man stood up. His body was like an endless mountain, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. To think that there is still someone who knows the name of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. It was really the Supreme Devil Emperor. Although the burly man in front of him did not reveal any aura, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Towards this kind of existence who had lived for a very long time, Lin Fei still gave him face. It has been a very long time since anyone came here. You are the first person in the past 10 million years. The Supreme Devil Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, Has no one ever come here before? Lin Fei asked. The Supreme Devil Emperor pointed at the statues. Do you know this statue? Lin Fei did not guess it, but he felt that it was pointing at something. I don't know. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in front of a statue and explained, This is an invincible God Emperor from the era of God Emperor Fei Yang. He pointed at another statue. That is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 3 Devil Emperors. And there is another statue. It is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 6 Brahma God Emperors. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and his heart tightened. You refined them into statues? Lin Fei finally understood why there was a statue. So this was the reason why he had the great accomplishment spatial force. The Supreme Devil Emperor said unhurriedly as he recalled, A long, long time ago. I dominated one era after another. In that era, no one was a match for me. Even an invincible God Emperor was killed by me. Unfortunately, in the end, I was unable to defeat the heavenly Daoist. Left with no other choice, I transformed into a forbidden area, struggling at death's door. I lived one life after another. However, some people wanted to take the treasures from my forbidden area. Regretfully, they were unable to do so. We can only stay here. Lin Fei no longer dared to underestimate the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him. The statues here seemed to be invincible divine emperors. Their strength might be on par with divine emperors, but in the end, they were refined into statues. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, In that case, it's impossible for me to leave this place. You can give it a try. The Supreme Demon Emperor said with a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei communicated with the location outside and planned to use space movement to leave the palace. With this connection, the outside world was completely isolated. Lin Fei went back and forth, but he was still trapped in this palace. He couldn't get out. In my forbidden area, the space is sealed. No one can leave unless I'm willing to let them go. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei looked down on this guy several times in his heart. How sinister. The Supreme Devil Emperor said slowly. Actually, this is also your luck, Lin Fei. In my forbidden area, there are all kinds of treasures. Even emperor treasures are like cabbages. Lin Fei understood a certain expert from the underworld. He coveted the things in the Supreme Devil Emperor's forbidden area, and in the end he died. Since the Supreme Devil Emperor said so, Lin Fei was very clear that if he wanted to leave, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to open the forbidden area himself. Then how can I leave? The Supreme Demon Sovereign sat back on the throne. You have both the space and time bloodlines, and you have cultivated them to the great accomplishment realm. You are a peerless genius. In the future, you will be an invincible God Emperor. My request is actually very simple. As long as you can block my attack and not be killed by me, you can get a treasure for 1 day. If you can last 2 days, you can get 2. As long as you can last 10 days, I will open the forbidden area and let you leave. Still want to fight? Lin Fei looked down on the Supreme Devil Emperor. Senior, isn't it difficult for you to be strong? My current realm can't be compared to yours. If you attack, won't you be able to kill me instantly? Lin Fei said unhappily. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of shameless person. You are now at the Small God Emperor realm, so I will fight with you at the Small God Emperor realm. I won't use any extra power. If you really force me to use a bit more power, consider it my loss. Are you satisfied now? The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei was very helpless. The Supreme Devil Emperor had already said so. What else could he do? The entire forbidden area was sealed, and it was easier said than done for him to leave. He suppressed his realm to the Small God Emperor realm. Maybe this is my chance. He wants to collect the spoils of war, but he might not succeed. Lin Fei secretly tried the system. Divine power could still be converted, and there were no restrictions. This was also an advantage. How about it? If you agree, I can prepare for you. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. If you want, I can immediately kill you and refine you into a statue. But don't worry, with your top-notch dual bloodline, I will put you in front of my throne. Lin Fei could see that this Supreme Devil Emperor had nothing better to do. Anyone who entered would be killed. Isn't it just a battle? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said solemnly, but you have to let me prepare. Wait until I'm at my peak state before we start. Great. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and a god vein landed in front of Lin Fei, filled with a dense aura. A small saint-rank god vein. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Last time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, he got 2 god veins. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him to directly throw one out and let him prepare. This was too extravagant. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of people, so he put away the saint-rank god vein. It would be very useful at the crucial moment. Lin Fei used a day to adjust his state. I'm done. The Supreme Devil Emperor walked down from the throne, and his aura suppressed to the Small God Emperor realm. You're a junior, so I'll let you make the first move. Kill! Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of spatial blades blasted towards the Supreme Devil Emperor. This move was also traceless. Millions of miles away, it could easily kill people. No one could defend against the great success of spatial power. Lin Fei used this move to test the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength. Great success of spatial power, killing people from a distance, you're pretty good at it. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed, and he walked back and forth in the spatial blades, as if he had already calculated the position. Unfortunately, it won't work. Hua hua hua. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and the sky full of spatial blades also appeared around Lin Fei. This is a true spatial blade attack. So. Chapter 1983. Whoosh! The space blades seem to have existed for a very long time. With a thought, Lin Fei moved along with it, preparing to avoid the Supreme Devil Emperor's spatial attack. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei could easily avoid it. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the spatial blade landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely. How is this possible? I can't dodge it. Lin Fei's heart was in turmoil. Hide again. The attack still landed on his body. No matter how Lin Fei dodged, the attacks all fell on his body. In less than a moment, his body was covered with wounds. It was as if the space blade had completely locked onto Lin Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. You don't have enough space blades. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand again, sending a barrage of spatial blades. He shook his head in disappointment. Spatial shield. Lin Fei created a space shield around himself, deflecting the space blades one after another. Another space blade flashed past his cheek. I don't have enough control over the spatial blade. Lin Fei thought to himself. I've already mastered the power of space, so how could I not have fully mastered it? The spike. Whoosh! An attack that was even more difficult to defend against than the space blade came again. The Supreme Devil Emperor arrived in front of Lin Fei and pressed down with one hand. Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Hua hua hua! Lin Fei's chest was covered with frost. The power of ice? Highest Devil Emperor had used the power of space, and now he had used the power of frost. Lin Fei's heart sank once again. Could it be that this highest Devil Emperor had mastered the power of frost? System, analyze for me. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's strength was suppressed to the little Divine Emperor realm. No matter who it was, they would feel immense pressure from the terrifying strength they displayed. From the power of space to the power of ice, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. The spatial blade contains the power of ice? With just one slash, Lin Fei's entire body trembled, and the power of ice flared up. Lin Fei finally understood. Why was the unparalleled Devil Emperor so powerful? The Transcendent Devil Emperor continued to suppress Lin Fei. Are you surprised? Not only do I know the power of space, but I also know the power of space. You also know the power of ice. However, your attack is just the beginning. Whoosh! The power of space and the power of ice attacked Lin Fei back and forth. Fusion? Lin Fei frowned and dodged back and forth. As the system analyzed, Lin Fei could vaguely see that these were two kinds of fusion. Wuxiang Devil Emperor stood there without moving. The power of ice turned into a cold current that surged towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Lin Fei was touched by the cold current, and his arm was frozen into an ice sculpture. Not bad, not bad, you actually saw through it? The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. The fusion of bloodline power is the only path to invincibility. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard that bloodline powers could be fused. Fuse bloodline power. It can lead to the path of invincibility? With a moment of carelessness, another attack landed on Lin Fei's chest. The Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to have not spoken like this for a long time. You were born with the power of space and time, and both of them are large success bloodline, yet you use them alone. What a waste. A waste? If it was someone else who said this, Lin Fei would definitely not believe it, but these words came from the mouth of the Transcendent Devil Emperor, so there was nothing to doubt. The Transcendent Devil Emperor returned to the throne again. A space spear. It went straight to the front of Lin Fei and split into two. The power of space and the power of ice fell on Lin Fei's body together. Don't you think this move is very good? One strike for two. At this moment, the Transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be in control of everything. For Lin Fei, this was the first time he had heard of fusion. The system was constantly analyzing. He was not afraid that the Transcendent Devil Emperor would not say it. As long as he said it, Lin Fei would know what was going on. For half a day, Lin Fei was almost always under attack. He couldn't even get close to the Transcendent Devil Emperor. The layers of ice power mixed with the power of space, one attacking and one defending, were very difficult to deal with. With a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei was not afraid of being injured. However, he could also see the terror of the two bloodline powers. The power of space itself was strange and tricky, and coupled with the power of ice, no matter who was hit, they would be shocked. If one's strength was weak, the other party would be severely injured in one move. Does that mean that the fusion of time and space will be the greatest attack? Lin Fei asked. The Transcendent Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. You are quite smart. The fusion of space and time is indeed a very strong attack. After all of them are fused, another kind of power will be produced, and this kind of power is the strongest power in the world. We call it the power of the heavens. Power of the heavens? The Transcendent Devil Emperor stood up. Now, I will let you experience the true power of the heavens. Lin Fei's heart sank, the space between his eyebrows twitched, and an even more terrifying attack appeared. What? A blade light landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's body trembled. I didn't notice it. Lin Fei really didn't notice the attack just now. This was simply impossible. Just now, this is called the power of the heavens, the cutting of the heavens. It is the fusion of the power of space and the power of metal. It can cut anything. Lin Fei was very confident in his divine body. However, in front of the cutting of the heavens, it was incomparably fragile. It was easily cut open, and there was no time to resist. The transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be doing something insignificant. This era is much worse than I imagined. It is a waste for you to not fuse time and space bloodlines. It seems that you can't even live for a day. The cutting of the heavens filled the sky. Lin Fei's space shield was in front, followed by time, one in front and one behind, blocking in front. The tyrannical space shield was cut open by the cutting of the heavens, and the time was also cut open. The attack that could kill the Saint God Emperor couldn't destroy the cutting of the heavens. A moment later, Lin Fei was seriously injured. The power of the cutting of the heavens remained in his body, and even his divine power couldn't remove it. The power of the heavens is indeed terrifying. There is always someone better. Lin Fei was very clear that if this continued, he would definitely be finished today. The fusion power was terrifying. If I want to survive the first day, I can only rely on my invincible defense. Lin Fei didn't think that he could withstand this continuous attack. If this continued, he would definitely be finished. He originally thought that the power of space and time was very awesome, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. The moment the heavens used the power of the heavens, it broke through his power of space and time. Senior, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, gave up resisting, and sat down cross-legged. I wonder how this move of mine will fare. Hua hua hua. The attacks all fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense was also activated at this time. Chapter 1984. Lin Fei was prepared to win the first round first. Everything else could wait. The power of severing the heavenly Tao was very strong, and it was very difficult for Lin Fei to block it. He might as well use his invincible defense to last through the first day. There were ways to turn defeat into victory. Most importantly, Lin Fei had an idea in his mind that he had to persevere for a day before it could be realized. Interesting, it's actually a different kind of power. An old monster like the Supreme Devil Emperor had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that this move was extraordinary. No matter which direction the heaven's path severing attacked from, it was perfectly blocked. There were very few things that could interest the Supreme Devil Emperor. However, this young Lin Fei in front of him really piqued his interest. After a round of probing, the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes lit up even more. This should be a unique power of the heavenly Tao. To think that it's something that I've never seen before. This is simply inconceivable. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's attacks were still unable to break through the other party's defenses. This layer of defense was like a sticky candy. Is this the legendary Absolute Defense? It's not very similar to Absolute Defense. The accumulated knowledge of the Supreme Demon Emperor was not something that anyone could compare to. Memories popped up in his mind one after another, but none of them matched up with the scene before him. Flaw? There were no flaws. It was flawless. Impossible. Even if it's perfect power, it shouldn't be flawless in front of me. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and he was indeed worried that his flaws would be discovered. Fortunately, the Supreme Demon Emperor did not manage to break through the invincible defense. He heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible defense was still very reliable. A day passed in a flash. Lin Fei persisted for a whole day. Senior, the time is up. I should have passed, right? Lin Fei said to the Supreme Devil Emperor. When the Supreme Devil Emperor regained his senses, he discovered that the other party had persisted for an entire day. Consider yourself impressive. You've passed the first day. What treasure do you want? Just tell me. Other than treasures, can I exchange for anything else? The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. Sure. Lin Fei wasn't interested in any treasures right now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard about the fusion of bloodline power, perhaps he would really choose the treasure and miss a great opportunity. I want to know how to fuse bloodline powers. Lin Fei was worried. He suspected that the Supreme Demon Emperor would tell him if he didn't. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, whether he spoke or not was in the hands of the other party. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. You are very smart. You know how to ask for the bloodline fusion technique. Do you think that you will have the time to fuse with it after obtaining it? How would I know if I don't try? Besides, Senior has opened the door for me. I will only be satisfied after I try. Lin Fei said directly. Since you've chosen to fuse techniques, then I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. I'll give you the fusion technique. You have 1 day to prepare. The Supreme Demon Emperor said. Next time, my strength will increase by 20%. The Supreme Demon Emperor disappeared from the palace. System, analyze the fusion for me immediately. Lin Fei wouldn't worry about comprehending this fusion if he had the time. But time was too short, and there was no time to analyze it at all. Lin Fei could only rely on the system's analysis and come up with the easiest solution at the same time. Invincible defense was awesome. Even if it didn't consume divinity points, it would still be troublesome. If he could grasp the power of the heavenly Dao, at least he would have a chance to counterattack and vent his anger. At the same time, in another place in the forbidden area, more than a dozen storm-like willpower gathered together. Demon Emperor, did you kill that kid? That's too boring. It wasn't easy for someone to come in. Why did you kill him? No matter what, you have to give it to this old man. The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, his willpower spoke. You guys guessed wrong. This time, an interesting guy came. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand. Take a look at this first. The scene of the previous battle. It appeared in everyone's eyes. Not bad, space and time are both at the large success realm, a peerless genius. It can't be, he actually hasn't mastered fusion. What a waste of heavenly talent. Could it be that in the current era, no one has mastered fusion? More than a dozen willpowers started arguing. To be able to survive in the forbidden area, they were ancient existences in every era. Is this absolute defense? I don't think so. This little guy is very interesting. He is clearly at the small god emperor realm, but he actually mastered this kind of defense. It's too perfect. Everyone quickly noticed that this little guy's defense was awesome. They watched attentively as Nyo spoke. The Supreme Demon Emperor said, Everyone, what do you think? I can't see anything for the time being. It seems to be another kind of power. There is no aura of heavenly Dao. Even if it is heavenly Dao aura, it is at least 8-star heavenly Dao strength. Everyone had good eyesight, so they couldn't see anything for the time being. Congratulations, Supreme Demon Emperor, you finally found a suitable agent. Someone congratulated. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. It's not certain for the time being. That guy's other abilities are very poor, and he hasn't fused any power. He is about the same as those godsons. It is said that several old guys are contacting the godsons, preparing to train them as agents. They are really thinking too much. The godsons inherit the will of heavenly Dao, and it is the easiest to grasp the power of heavenly Dao. Using them as agents is better than anyone else. Godson Lin Fei didn't know the inside story. After consuming a large number of divinity points, the system finally analyzed the fusion method and concluded the method to fuse a kind of heavenly Dao power as soon as possible. So the fusion power is to burst out the inner mysteries. After fusing, the original 100% attack can burst out more than 100 times the original combat power. Fusion crystal? In the system, all kinds of treasures emerged one after another. Lin Fei hadn't seen all of them. He rarely took the initiative to understand them. When he heard that there was a fusion crystal, his eyes lit up on the spot. Fusion sounded simple, but Lin Fei had seen the method before. It required a certain amount of time to fuse. It was not easy to fuse. Lin Fei looked at the fusion crystal. The divinity points required for this kind of tool were not expensive. On the contrary, it required a large number of fusion crystals to fuse the two bloodline powers. I have two bloodline powers in me, but it seems to be very difficult to fuse them. It seems that I can only use the power of space to fuse another kind of power first. Lin Fei tried to fuse the two bloodline powers of space and time, but it was very difficult. There was no time to fuse them now. Fortunately, I have 18 primordial clones. Currently, the bloodline power of the 18 primordial clones had already reached the realm of great success. Chapter 1985. Lin Fei only had 1 day of rest. 1 day's time was enough. The Supreme Demon Emperor was a man of his word. Lin Fei swaggered around and tried to fuse the bloodline power of space and earth. The fusion rate increased bit by bit as he used the fusion crystals. Fortunately, when Lin Fei went out, he always had the God Meridian with him, so he was not afraid of using up divinity points. A day passed in a flash. The Supreme Demon Emperor appeared again, and this time, he was more excited. This time, I will increase my strength by 30%. The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that his words were quite shameless. But if he continued, it would not be easy to break the tortoise shell on Lin Fei. The Supreme Demon Emperor really wanted to break this tortoise shell. He wanted to increase his combat strength by 30% first. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You've already shamelessly asked, what else can I do? As you wish. Lin Fei was not afraid. Even if you were an invincible expert of your era, you can forget about breaking my invincible defense. This was not bragging. I have not seen such a straightforward person in a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor made his move, still using the power of space as the vanguard. This time, it turned into thin needles, trying to find a flaw. This time, Lin Fei did not attack. He just stood there. You can slowly find a flaw. This kid actually stopped attacking. The Supreme Demon Emperor could not figure out what the other party was thinking. Could it be that he had given up? The Supreme Demon Emperor used a day to study how to break this tortoise shell, but if the other party gave up, it would not work. It's still this kind of defense. The Supreme Demon Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this kind of defense again, the Supreme Demon Emperor immediately fell into a frenzy of research. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Most of them were at the heavenly Tao level. Sometimes hot and ferocious like a tiger, and sometimes soft like water. The power was controlled perfectly. Lin Fei just stood there like a lonely boat on a turbulent ocean that could be swallowed at any time. Damn. If this guy had nothing to do, could it be that he was cultivating his bloodline? No, the Supreme Devil Emperor must have deprived him of his bloodline. Lin Fei didn't believe it. In this era, there were still people who could refine large amounts of bloodline power. Apart from deprivation, in a short period of time, the Supreme Devil Emperor had displayed several bloodline powers. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Sure enough, it was never too late to learn when one was old. Countless generations of peerless Devil Emperors had cultivated a terrifying bloodline power. If he were to go outside, he would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Fortunately, this guy couldn't get out. Write it all down. Lin Fei secretly let the system record the attack pattern. This can be considered as me secretly learning. As long as the system analyzed it, he would be able to grasp the Supreme Demon Emperor's attack method. Lin Fei really hoped to encounter such a free opportunity. No, this method won't work. We need to change the method. My strength is still not enough. The Supreme Devil Emperor sank into madness. None of the ideas he came up with in 1 day would work. The other party was still standing. The Supreme Devil Emperor, who had always been in high spirits, also seemed to be depressed. There was actually a defense in this world that he couldn't break. What kind of joke was this? The Supreme Devil Emperor regretted that he could only use 30% of his original strength. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Brat, you win this time. After a few hours of attacking, the Supreme Devil Emperor stopped. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. The Supreme Devil Emperor coldly snorted, What do you want? Lin Fei asked for a treasure left behind by an expert of the Hell Realm, and at the same time, he asked for a saint-rank divine pulse. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor to throw one out so straightforwardly. I will definitely break through your defense. In this era, there is no existence that I can't break through. After the Supreme Devil Emperor left, Lin Fei kept his invincible defense activated. As long as no one attacked, the invincible defense consumed points like a drizzle. Lin Fei was really worried that these demonic cultivators couldn't let it go and would secretly attack him. He didn't want to be caught and used as a test subject, so it was better to activate the invincible defense. No wonder everyone wants to attack the forbidden area. There are so many good things in the forbidden area. With another saint-rank divine pulse in his hands, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Since he came to the forbidden area, he would first get 2 saint-rank divine pulse. These were his trump cards. Let's take a look at the Supreme Devil Emperor's attack first. Lin Fei started to check. He didn't stop fusing with the crystal stones and continued to refine them. The Supreme Devil Emperor quickly started again. His strength increased again. He attacked Lin Fei again. The Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased again, and he returned in disappointment again and again. From 30% to 40%, then to 70%. Every time his strength increased, the Supreme Devil Emperor thought that he would be able to break through this layer of turtle shell. In the end, he didn't succeed. The Supreme Devil Emperor hadn't experienced this kind of painful torture for a long time, and he had almost forgotten about it. The Supreme Devil Emperor didn't care at all about losing treasures and god pulses. This attack lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased from Small God Emperor to Earth God Emperor and then Heaven God Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor tried all kinds of methods, but none of them succeeded. Half a month passed. Lin Fei was finally able to create the first fusion bloodline power. The fusion of space and earth. From the Supreme Devil Emperor's mouth, Lin Fei knew that this power was called Invincible Tenacity, a very famous heavenly Dao power. When the Supreme Demon Emperor launched another attack, Lin Fei's eyes widened. The power of the Dao of Heaven, Invincible Tenacity, was unleashed, surrounding him in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. His field of vision was filled with defense. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very strong. Facing such a defense, he had a headache. As long as he attacked, a part of the power would be diverted away, and the rest would be blocked by the tough earth. This was why it took such a long time to fuse. Brat, you actually managed to fuse Invincible Tenacity Heavenly Dao power without saying a word. When the power was displayed, the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed a look of surprise. This was a power that was very difficult to fuse. This brat actually succeeded. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei not only cultivated the space and time bloodlines, but also the earth bloodline? Why couldn't he tell? This was what shocked the Supreme Devil Emperor. He was an invincible figure of this era, but he actually couldn't tell that Lin Fei had cultivated a 3rd bloodline power. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Fei managed to fuse a heavenly Dao power under his nose. It had only been a month. Chapter 1986. This is all thanks to Senior's guidance. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, if it wasn't for the Supreme Demon Emperor, Lin Fei didn't know when he would be able to grasp this higher level of power. He probably wouldn't know for a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, I underestimated you. Just by relying on the fusion technique, you managed to cultivate this kind of heavenly Dao power. You are a top existence in any era. To be able to make a Supreme Demon Emperor say such words, Lin Fei felt very proud in his heart. My talent is not good, but I have the system. The system is awesome. Lin Fei would never say these words out loud. I'm just curious, how did you manage to hide the 3rd bloodline power and not let me discover it? The Supreme Demon Emperor's pair of vicissitudes of life eyes saw everything in the world. From the moment Lin Fei came in, the Supreme Demon Emperor saw everything clearly. The previous defense had already shocked the Supreme Demon Emperor. Then, the other party managed to cultivate the heavenly Dao power under his eyes. This was even more surprising. Everyone has their own secrets, Senior, don't you think so? Lin Fei asked. Well said, everyone has their own secrets, let alone you and me. The Supreme Demon Emperor did not ask any more. Then can I know what this power of yours is called? The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that he had misjudged. Now he wanted to know what the power Lin Fei used was called. For the Supreme Demon Emperor, who had lived for a long time and even opened up a forbidden area, there were very few things in this world that could interest the Supreme Demon Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was one of them. Sure. Lin Fei did not refuse. I have given this defense a name. It is called Invincible Defense. Senior, what do you think? Can it be called invincible? Invincible Defense? The Supreme Devil Emperor had a pensive look on his face. What a good name. Your defensive power is indeed invincible. It's flawless, without any flaws. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Lin Fei was afraid in his heart. He did not know what this Supreme Demon Emperor would do next. Originally, I was interested in you, but now, you've made my eyes light up. Just based on this invincible defense, no one in the entire world can kill you. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. There's no need for the next test. You're different from them. Whoosh whoosh. A wave of energy enveloped him, and Lin Fei was drawn away by it. He reappeared. You live here now. After saying that, the Supreme Demon Emperor turned around and left, leaving behind a baffled Lin Fei. F***CK, what are you going to do to me? In the depths of the Forbidden Zone again. Hearing the words of the Supreme Demon Emperor, the dozen or so wills were quite surprised. Back then, they were all experts of the same era. Later on, they entered the Forbidden Zone, protected in the forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor. After all, not everyone could open the Forbidden Zone. Only a powerful figure like the Supreme Devil Emperor could open the Forbidden Zone. Demon Emperor, are you really going to make this Lin Fei your agent? I believe that having Lin Fei as our agent will be of great help to our Forbidden Zone. Invincible defense, let me ask you, in this world, how many people can cultivate such a defense? This old man really wants to know whether absolute defense or invincible defense is more powerful. Everyone was in favor of it and some were against it. In fact, the person who made the decision was the Supreme Demon Emperor. I know that everyone thinks that it's better to find the Son of God to be our agent. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand, and everyone quietened down. But this era is not an ordinary era. 108 Son of God, for the first time in eternity, every Son of God is worth investing in. I don't really like those Son of God, they're just lackeys of the heavenly Tao. This Lin Fei is undoubtedly very suitable to be our agent. Everyone listened quietly. Isn't Lin Fei's strength too weak? The Supreme Demon Emperor said. His strength isn't bad. Even for me, unless I use the power of the Forbidden Zone, it would be very difficult to break through his invincible defense. Do you think this is bad? Moreover, you were able to fuse the power of the heavenly Tao in such a short period of time. Back then, can you compare to him? Everyone was speechless. We support the Demon Emperor's opinion. Very quickly, everyone came to an agreement. The Supreme Demon Emperor sighed. I think that Lin Fei is worth nurturing. Our Forbidden Zone has reached its limit. If we don't find a new capable helper, maybe, Lin Fei stayed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Forbidden Zone did not restrict Lin Fei's movement, so he could look around. During these 3 days, Lin Fei personally walked through many places in the Forbidden Zone. He kept feeling that the Forbidden Zone was extraordinary. Here, the Forbidden Zone isolated the power of the heavenly Tao. Here, the master of the Forbidden Zone was the boss. Even the powerful power of the heavenly Tao was unable to destroy the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei also admired the master of the Forbidden Zone in his heart. To be able to open up such a Forbidden Zone, although one couldn't leave a certain area, it was already amazing to be able to survive. The Supreme Demon Emperor came very quietly. Are you very interested in the Forbidden Zone? The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, he said such a sentence. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed, I am very interested. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head and looked at the sky. If possible, no one is willing to open up a Forbidden Zone and limit themselves to a place struggling at death's door. Lin Fei really didn't expect the Supreme Demon Emperor to say such a thing. The Supreme Demon Emperor said again, no matter which era's experts, if they can't do the last step, they can only open up a forbidden zone and not let themselves die. Lin Fei could hear the sorrow in the other party's words. The Supreme Demon Emperor changed the topic. Are you used to living here these few days? Not bad. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei. You are the first person to survive in these 10 million years. Invincible God Emperors and whatnot, they all became my spoils of war, only you are not. Lin Fei thought, if I didn't have invincible defense, I probably would have become your spoils of war. No, it should be one of the statues. Let me ask you, are you interested in becoming the agent of the Forbidden Zone? The Supreme Demon Emperor's tone became a bit heavier. Agent? Do I have a choice? Lin Fei said. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. You are very smart, but you are also very lucky to be able to become my agent. Many people want to be my agent, but unfortunately, I didn't agree. From the moment Lin Fei came here, he knew that the Supreme Demon Emperor had some thoughts about him. He never guessed that he would become the agent. I am very curious, what does this agent want to do? Right now, Lin Fei had a lot of suspicions. It seemed like this agent was extremely important. In the immortal world, he could not be considered the most famous. The top 10 gods were all not simple characters. Why would they have their eyes on him? Chapter 1987. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Since the other party had already said so, no matter what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves, why should he be afraid? Lin Fei's thoughts were that simple. It was hard to guess what an old monster like the Supreme Demon Emperor was thinking in such a short time. Lin Fei just needed to be vigilant. As long as the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't find a way to break the invincible defense, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After agreeing to become the Supreme Demon Emperor's agent, the restrictions on him were lifted. Lin Fei admired this forthright style. The Supreme Demon Emperor showed his sincerity. After lifting the restrictions, Lin Fei personally went to the Massacre God Emperor and the others, took out the treasures, and asked them to leave the forbidden area. The forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't be broken. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this point. After a simple explanation, the Massacre God Emperor and the others chose to leave. Breaking the forbidden area wasn't the main purpose. The purpose of the Massacre God Emperor and the others was to bring back the lost treasures of the Hell World. Now that the treasures were in their hands, they were satisfied. If the other God Emperors weren't happy, it was their own business. If they wanted to go deeper, so be it. Of course, they were the unlucky ones. Lin Fei wouldn't stop them. Anyway, he had already said it. It was up to them whether they believed it or not. Lin Fei returned to the depths of the forbidden area. Lin Fei was very interested to know about the bloodline fusion. For example, the forbidden area opened up secret books for him to read. This was a good thing. The forbidden area left behind from generation to generation must have countless secret books. Lin Fei was very interested to learn about them. When he saw the rows of secret books, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Lin Fei stayed and read the secret books day and night. Many secrets appeared in front of his eyes, which was an eye-opener for him. Especially the knowledge about fusion, it became clearer and clearer. Among them, there were all kinds of heavenly Dao secret methods. These couldn't be seen outside. At this time, they were all displayed in front of him in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find related secret methods. Now that they had come to him, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite and recorded them all in the system. Besides that, he had also gained a deeper understanding of his bloodline power. From this, Lin Fei realized that his control over the power of space bloodline wasn't perfect. This was all explained in detail in the secret tome. Lin Fei finally understood why he was unable to defend against the attack of the Supreme Devil Emperor. So it was because of this. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. His mastery was too rough. Since he was in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei simply put everything aside. He focused on his space and time bloodlines, constantly perfecting the parts he was lacking. In a short period of time, his control over his space and time bloodlines became even more perfect. At the very least, If he were to face an invincible demon emperor now, he wouldn't be easily hit by spatial power. This was a huge improvement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, to the left. Suddenly right, suddenly center. Compared to the spatial movement that he had mastered before, the current spatial movement was more perfect and flawless. He studied the secret manuals one by one. Lin Fei's understanding of his spatial bloodline had also reached a new level. He no longer just stayed on the surface and truly grasped its essence. This was the benefit of flipping through a large number of secret manuals. Lin Fei knew the benefit of accumulating knowledge. As expected, the saying was right. If he didn't flip through a large number of secret manuals, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to completely grasp the power of his bloodline and would only be able to use it at the simplest level. When the Supreme Devil Emperor appeared, Lin Fei reacted. Not bad. You've improved a lot. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said gratefully, if it wasn't for Senior's help, I would still be wasting my time. Lin Fei was very clear about these secret manuals. After a long period of accumulation, it could be considered a precious treasure. Not anyone could be lucky enough to come in and read it. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very satisfied. Youngsters nowadays lack accumulation. Don't think that accumulating experience and knowledge is a one-sided matter. To us cultivators, it's very important. The more knowledge one accumulates, the better one will be. You're doing very well now. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have been disdainful. But now, he agreed with the Supreme Devil Emperor's words. The people of this era seemed to lack enough accumulation, especially the accumulation of knowledge. Boom boom. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from the Forbidden Zone. The Supreme Devil Emperor frowned and disappeared. Lin Fei followed. The two of them appeared on a mountain peak in the Forbidden Zone at almost the same time. Old thing, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a beating? Lin Fei stood above the Forbidden Zone and felt the boundless aura coming towards him. On a mountain peak not far away, a bald man stood with his hands behind his back. The bald man's body was filled with a heavy aura like a boundless mountain. His gaze suddenly landed on Lin Fei and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Devil Emperor, this isn't the first time I've entered your Forbidden Zone. Is there a need for this? The tall and sturdy man snorted. Lin Fei felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. It was as if everything was exposed in the other party's eyes. He realized that the tall and sturdy man in front of him was at least at the same level as the Supreme Devil Emperor. This place doesn't welcome you, the Supreme Devil Emperor said unhappily. What are you doing here instead of staying in the Forbidden Zone? The tall and sturdy man pointed at Lin Fei. I heard that you found a good agent. I'm very interested. Invincible defense. As the last word fell, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and a wave of energy swept across his body. Not bad, not bad. It's a very impressive defense. The tall and sturdy man acted as if he had done something insignificant. But this made the Supreme Devil Emperor very angry. You bastard, who allowed you to attack? He punched at the tall and sturdy man. Devil Emperor, you still have the same old temper. But don't think that I'm afraid of you. The tall and sturdy man stretched out his finger and shook off the Supreme Devil Emperor's punch. He jabbed his finger again and launched a counterattack. The two of them quickly clashed. Lin Fei quickly retreated. He didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? When the Supreme Devil Emperor and the tall and sturdy man exchanged blows, Lin Fei could barely see a trace of it. He was deeply shocked. But the tall and sturdy man was calm from start to finish. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Devil Emperor, if this continues, I won't be polite anymore. The tall and sturdy man retreated and stood in the distance. The Supreme Devil Emperor also stopped and emitted a monstrous demonic aura. If you weren't the only old friend left, I wouldn't mind killing you and destroying your Forbidden Zone. Chapter 1988. The Master of a Forbidden Area? Lin Fei immediately understood what the man was trying to say. Lin Fei could not tell that the bulky man was the master of a forbidden area, as his aura was significantly different from the Supreme Demon Monarch's. The man did not unleash his aura throughout the battle, maintaining a calm demeanor. It was also a perfect control of his strength. Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that the man had accumulated a lot of knowledge after reading through the ancient records. At the same time, he was confused. The master of a forbidden area could leave the forbidden area? The supreme demon monarch waved his hand and said, "Come and meet the shameless Emperor Lu Meng." Lin Fei brought his fists together and said, "Junior Lin Fei pays his respects to Senior Lu Meng." Another expert who had lived for countless eras. Lin Fei was aware of the man's identity. "Congratulations, you found yourself a great representative." The Emperor Lu Meng congratulated the Supreme Demon Monarch. "Of course." The Supreme Demon Monarch said proudly, "Not many people have such an undefeatable defense." The Emperor Lu Meng nodded, "Indeed." "All right, you've met the man. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." The Supreme Demon Monarch was not fond of the Emperor Lu Meng. "Don't be hasty." The Emperor Lu Meng said, "I'm here to ask you if you're interested in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area. I've already contacted a group of people to raze it to the ground." The Supreme Demon Monarch wore a stern look. "Are you sure?" The Six Darkness Godly Emperor said. "I've made up my mind. Demon Monarch Fei Yang has been dead for a long time, and someone has occupied the Forbidden Zone and refined his corpse. It's time to attack. Now, I'm going to ask you, are you coming or not?" "Of course I'm going to join in." "Attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. A demon monarch would die too? The conversation between the Emperor Lu Meng and the Supreme Demon Monarch did not last long. When Lin Fei took a look again, the man had already left. "Are you shocked?" The Supreme Demon Monarch approached him. "Yes, I am." The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. "The Devil Emperor is not the end. The only difference was that he lived longer than us. This Demon Monarch Fei Yang's strength was unparalleled in the past, yet he still couldn't escape from the Forbidden Zone. It's a pity that it's been taken by someone else, to the extent that even the corpse has been refined. What a pity." "Rest well. In 3 days you'll come with me." Lin Fei was surprised. "I have to go too?" "Yes, you must go," said the Supreme Devil Emperor. "Do you think that Lu Ming would casually invite me? In fact, this is the time for you agents to reveal yourselves. Those agents will go too." "Yes, they will all go." God Emperor Six Steps returned to his own forbidden area. "You have an opponent." On a mountain peak, God Emperor Lu Ming said to a woman in red. A fiery aura revolved around the red-robed woman's body, instantly burning the mountain rocks into nothingness. However, God Emperor Hades was completely fine and stood there quietly. "Who is it?" "The new representative of the Supreme Devil Emperor. He has mastered a type of invincible defense power that is flawless." "It's flawless," the Six Steps Deity Emperor said. "It's not the power of the heavenly Tao," the red-robed woman said. "There's no such power in the heavenly Tao. There are only absolute defense, absolute protection, invincible protection, etc." God Emperor Six Steps was not surprised. In terms of understanding the power of the heavenly Tao, apart from the godsons, no one was comparable to him. "Well said, it doesn't matter if it's the power of the heavenly Tao, he's still your opponent. You'll meet him in 3 days. Attacking Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area?" "Yes, Demon Monarch Fei Yang has something that belongs to you." "Destiny?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Passing through layers of rift, the Supreme Devil Emperor brought Lin Fei to a huge forbidden area and landed on a platform. "Demon Monarch Fei Yang's forbidden area is right ahead," the Supreme Devil Emperor said to Lin Fei with a calm expression. Lin Fei stood on the platform and saw a huge forbidden area in the distance. Around the platform, more platforms appeared. There were people standing on the platforms. There were even young people standing on the platforms. "It's them." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and recognized a few of them. They were all godsons. Did the leader of the forbidden area and the godsons come to an agreement? "There's nothing strange about it," the Supreme Devil Emperor said. "The godsons are born under the will of the heavens and earth, thus they have a lot more potential than you humans. As for why we're working together, you'll find out sooner or later." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, a few icy glints were fired from afar, each filled with hostility. The Supreme Devil Emperor was an old leader of a forbidden area. It was hard for them not to recognize him. Many people glanced in his direction when he appeared. Everyone present was a leader of a forbidden area. "It's that kid," on a platform a distance away. The god's son, Tianlong, was sitting on the divine beast fire Qilin with a hint of surprise on his prideful face. "I didn't expect him to be the representative of the leader of a forbidden area too." "Tianlong, do you know him?" a leader of a forbidden area asked. "I do. That kid has mastered the greater success stage of the force of space and time. Even the 8 god emperors suffered a great loss against him. They had no choice but to give him a great gift to appease his anger. If you don't fuse with a top-notch bloodline, it will forever be a superficial thing." The leader of a forbidden area said disdainfully, "It's still your god's sons who have a limitless future." Profound Sky World's D. Tion. The red-clothed woman with Deity Emperor 6 Depths also noticed the person brought by the Supreme Devil Emperor. "Looks like you know this person." Deity Emperor 6 Depths said with a smile. "A notorious guy." The red-clothed woman sat cross-legged on Huofeng Phoenix, blazing flames burning the void. "I didn't expect him to actually master invincible defense. Interesting." Lin Fei's understanding of the godsons came from the news outside. For example, almost all the leaders of the forbidden area had brought the godsons. There was almost no pure human like him. Godson, Tianlong. Goddess daughter, 9 heavens phoenix maiden. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about the leader of the forbidden area. What was their purpose in cooperating with the godsons? The Supreme Devil Emperor's reputation in the forbidden area was resounding. Hence, when he arrived on the platform, many leaders of the forbidden area took the initiative to greet him. Their attitude towards Lin Fei was average. Lin Fei didn't have much to care about. These leaders of the forbidden area were all top-notch powerhouses whose names shook the world back then. To be able to open up a forbidden area, they were even top-notch existences among top-notch powerhouses. Because they survived. Those who couldn't open up a forbidden area all died. This was where their strength lay. Very soon, everyone arrived. There were a total of 18 lords of the forbidden area. Their strength was almost on par. Chapter 1989. 18 restricted region lords, their momentum was tremendous. These fellows were all old monsters who had lived for endless years. In the end, all of them opened up restricted areas and survived. The lords of the 18 forbidden lands were all present. 5 of them stood out from the middle, including the Supreme Demon Emperor and the 6 Underworlds Divine Emperor. The other 3 were the Xianxia Divine Emperor, the Abyss Demon Emperor and Emperor Tatin. They were all supreme figures back then. The 5 of them were the initiators of this event. At the same time, they were also the 5 strongest people. With the 5 of them taking the lead, the other restricted zone lords were all very convinced. Be it in terms of reputation or strength, they couldn't compare to the 5 of them. "Supreme, you're the most familiar with Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Now that everyone is here, how are we going to attack?" The one who spoke was the Xianxia Divine Emperor. He was not a god emperor, but his strength could contend against a god emperor. Back then, he was also an awe-inspiring figure. The other 3 looked over. The Supreme Demon Emperor said calmly, "I've calculated it. 3 days later is the best time to attack Emperor God Fei Yang. By then, the forbidden area will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The 5 of us should be able to defeat Emperor God Fei Yang." No one doubted the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Back then, the Supreme Demon Emperor had fought with Emperor God Fei Yang and they were evenly matched. At the same time, he knew Emperor God Fei Yang's background the best. I wonder if the 6 undefeatable god emperors of Monarch God Fei Yang are still around. The Abyss Devil Emperor said. Rumor has it that when God Emperor Fei Yang conquered the world, these 6 generals were the vanguard and unified the world. Emperor Tatin smiled and said, "So what if he's an invincible divine emperor? The 18 lords of the Forbidden Lands will attack together. Just blow them all up." Divine Sun Tianlong is here. While the 5 restricted zone masters were discussing with the other 13 restricted zone masters. The Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, who was sitting on the fire Qilin, headed in one direction. That was where Lin Fei was. The fire Qilin released a torrential wave of qi. The void was burning as the divine sun, Sky Dragon, arrived not far from Lin Fei. The divine might was vast and mighty. Ditian, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. You haven't died yet. The other agents looked over. Among the 108 god princes, the god prince Sky Dragon was the strongest. With the divine beast fire Qilin, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei laughed. My life is very tough. I won't die so easily. The Son of Heaven raised his eyelids and shot out 2 beams of cold light. I don't like your tone. 2 beams of cold light turned into 2 beams of sword light. The will of the heavenly path rumbled, and the power of the heavenly path was boosted. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. Actually, I don't like you either. Lin Fei laughed. Divine child, you're nothing. 2 sword gleams were banished. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suddenly laughed and said, Not bad. You have improved a lot. That would be more interesting. No. Rather than killing you, it would be better to refine you into a heavenly law puppet. Be the vanguard in my conquest of the world. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Are all divine sons so arrogant? Everyone only knows how to brag. Be careful not to blow your own trumpet. Why don't you follow my soul? I guarantee that you'll have a good life. Hairball roared as well. Fellow covered in flames, obediently come over and be my little brother. Otherwise, I'll be the first to eat you. Now that Hairball had become a divine beast, her every move was filled with ferocity. Fire Qilin was also a divine beast. It was also untamed and could breathe fire. You country bumpkin, you think you can eat me? When I was mighty, you didn't even know how to hide in a corner. Hairball became even more unhappy. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. See if I don't eat you. The divine sun's representative in the distance could hear the two's tit for tat. He couldn't help but admire Tion's unyielding attitude. Fire Qilin and Hairball started to quarrel. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suggested, Everyone in the world says that divine beasts are the most powerful, especially the extinct divine beasts. As for the primordial evil dragon, I have also heard of it. I wonder if you can let your divine beast come out and give me some pointers? Lin Fei thought to himself, this divine Sun Sky Dragon is really scheming. He is not someone that those profligate sons can compare to. Even his words are much more profound. Lin Fei did not dare to belittle such a person. Actually, I am also curious about which divine beast is the most powerful divine beast in the world. Lin Fei said with a smile. Divine Sun Sky Dragon patted Fire Qilin. Xiaohua, didn't you say that you wanted to exchange pointers with the primordial evil dragon? Now that the opportunity is here, go and perform well. Country bumpkin, come up quickly. The noble divine beast Fire Qilin looked down on the lowly bloodline of the primordial evil dragon. Such a person should not exist among the divine beasts. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hairball glared at him fiercely. To avoid alarming the restricted area, we have to set up an array restriction. Do you have any objections? Divine Sun Sky Dragon took the initiative to say. How could Lin Fei not know what Divine Sun Sky Dragon was thinking? It was to restrict Hairball's movement and put him at a disadvantage. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, You can scheme, but I can't. I agree to set up an array restriction to avoid alarming the big shots in the restricted area. Divine Sun Sky Dragon quickly set up an array and patted Fire Qilin's head to let it go up. Master, don't worry. I will eat it in one bite. Everyone was very interested in the battle between the divine beast Fire Qilin and the primordial evil dragon. It was not easy to see a battle between divine beasts. Fire Qilin went up first, followed by Hairball. The array restriction was activated as soon as the two went inside. Swoosh, swoosh. Fire Qilin was the first to attack. The entire array was engulfed in flames. A scorching sun appeared above the flames and released a terrifying attack. As expected of the divine beast Fire Qilin. This move is terrifying. It is dozens of times stronger than before. I wonder how the primordial evil dragon will resist it. Many people exclaimed. The strength of the divine beast fire Qilin still shocked the divine princes. There were also some divine princes whose expressions didn't change. They looked very calm. Xiaofeng, who do you think will win? Phoenix Maiden of the Nine Heavens sat on the back of Huofeng Phoenix with a transcendent aura. The flames around her turned into a burning kingdom. She asked calmly. It should be Fire Qilin. Xiaofeng was the name of Huofeng Phoenix. It has followed Divine Sun Sky Dragon and obtained endless benefits. The flames just now contained a trace of the Heavenly Way's power. Its lethality is very terrifying. Continue. The primordial evil dragon is rumored to be able to eat anything in the world. I don't know much about it, but I do know that it's good at traveling through space. If it's in an open space, the primordial evil dragon will have the upper hand. However, in a space isolated by an array, it won't have any advantage. The other divine sons were also discussing. The bets are open. Place your bets before the outcome is decided. Suddenly, everyone heard Di Tian's voice. Chapter 1990. No one expected Di Tian to say such a thing during the battle between the divine beasts. Opening the bet? It's already starting, okay? As the fire Qilin continued to spit out fierce flames, the void crackled and crackled. The primordial evil dragon's huge body was constantly stained by the fierce flames. It started to weaken. As time went on, the power of the flames would seep into its flesh. It was not something that the primordial evil dragon could resist. However, under such circumstances, Di Tian was actually the banker and the dealer. Wasn't he a little too confident? Before they could digest it, Lin Fei opened his mouth again. You heard it right. That's right, opening the bet. Lin Fei said with a smile, don't you think it's interesting? What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm the banker now. I bet that my hairball will win. Lin Fei said, you only need to bet on the fire Qilin. The odds are 2-1. Don't miss such a good opportunity. 2-1? Where else could one find such a good opportunity? Di Tian, you actually dared to accept our bets. A burly young man walked over and stared at Lin Fei as he spoke. Lin Fei knew that the god's son was called Tianhu. He had a bad temper and was famous among the god's sons. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it. Lin Fei added, the premise is that I only want the divine pulse and nothing else. As for the fear that I can't afford it, you can rest assured that I, Lin Fei, have a high social status. What? 3 saint-level divine pulses appeared behind him. How about it? Don't worry now. God's son Tianhu touched his bald head. Direct enough. I'll bet 3,000 divine pulses. A storage ring containing 3,000 heaven-ranked divine veins was tossed over. I'll take it. Lin Fei kept the divine pulses without hesitation. I'll bet 1,000 divine pulses too. 2,000. 3,000. The god's sons were eager to try. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? In the array, the primordial evil dragon's huge body dodged to and fro while roaring in pain. More people placed their bets. You have 1,000, I have 2,000, and some even have 4,000 to 5,000. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of Di Tian. Lin Fei's face was expressionless. He snickered in his heart, damn it, these guys are really rich. They can easily get thousands of them. This time, we can earn a small fortune. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had collected a total of 530,000 heaven-ranked divine veins. Some divine princes had yet to place their bets. Supreme, your brother's agent is quite interesting. The Abyss Devil Emperor laughed. He's quite daring, he's not afraid of losing his underwear. The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at it. I think it's quite interesting. The Three-Stone God Emperor had an ordinary relationship with the Supreme Devil Emperor. He sneered. A person who doesn't know what's good for him. There's nothing to see. The Arch-Tatian smiled and said, everyone should support young people when they have ideas. Even I want to bet on him. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting kid. The Six Depths Deity Emperor said, Supreme, I heard you still have a million-year-old deity brew. Why don't you take it out and add to the bet? The Supreme Devil Emperor smiled and said, I know you want my deity brew. I'm quite interested after hearing what you said. Fine, I'll take out a bottle of deity brew to add to the bet. However, you have to take out the azure gourd you got last time. Are you willing to do that? The 6 steps deity emperor agreed right away. He took out an azure gourd. The gourd was glowing and looked quite extraordinary. Supreme, I'm also tempted. Why don't you count me in as well? The Abyss Devil Emperor smiled and said, I also miss the Supreme Deity Brew. I'm willing to use a bottle of Abyss Dead Water as the bet. The Supreme Devil Emperor thought, if you want to give me something, then I won't hold back. The number of divine veins in Lin Fei's hands kept increasing. It went from 500,000 to 1 million. If Hairball lost, Lin Fei would have to pay 500,000 heaven-ranked divine veins. Normal people would really go bankrupt. Divine Prince Tianlong, you want to bet too? Lin Fei raised his eyes and looked at Divine Prince Tianlong in front of him. Divine Prince Tianlong smiled and said, why not? I know you are very wealthy. It's just whether you dare to accept it or not. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'll take as many as you want. Alright. Divine Prince Tianlong sneered in his heart, I can't kill you now. I don't mind making you bankrupt first. Without the support of divine veins, let's see how you can display your strength. Divine veins were Di Tian's lifeblood. Someone had researched it a long time ago. Divine Prince Tianlong was only attacking from the weak point. Boom, boom, boom. Divine veins flew out one after another, shaking heaven and earth. How generous! Saint-rank divine veins. 1 to 3. Damn, 16 saint-rank divine veins. Seeing the long lines of divine veins, some god's sons exclaimed. Those were all saint-rank divine veins, not heaven-rank divine veins. There were 16 of them. That was definitely generous. Divine Prince Tianlong said indifferently, I'm sorry, I don't have any heaven-rank divine veins. I only have saint-rank divine veins. I'm really sorry. Do you want me to take them back? Divine Prince Tianlong said it casually, but in reality he was here to attack Lin Fei. If he lost, 8 saint-rank divine veins were enough to make Lin Fei bankrupt. This was a vicious move. Who was Lin Fei? He had expected that Divine Prince Tianlong would not give up on this opportunity to attack him. Lin Fei was not surprised that Divine Prince Tianlong had placed such a heavy bet. Divine Son, Sky Dragon, you are really generous. Lin Fei sighed. Compared to you, my wealth is far inferior. However, I want your saint-rank divine veins. Divine Prince Tianlong thought that Lin Fei would reject him first. He did not expect Lin Fei to agree immediately. All right, you are the best. Divine Prince Tianlong laughed. Just don't look too bad when you lose. Lin Fei was not worried about losing at all. Don't worry, I won't cry even if I lose. Now that he had 16 saint-rank divine veins, Lin Fei was very happy. This kind of good thing was not so easy to obtain. With this, he could use his ultimate moves continuously. He was confident and did not need to worry about anything. To Lin Fei, ordinary heaven-ranked divine veins were not worth his attention. They were consumed too quickly and might not be able to withstand it. Only saint-rank divine veins could withstand it. Originally, he was still worried about where he could get them. Now that they came to him, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them all. In the array, the fire Qilin's attacks were even faster. It was moving in the flames. It seemed like it could move continuously as long as there were flames. Such an ability was very terrifying. On the other hand, the primordial evil dragon was covered in flames and was fleeing back and forth. Chapter 1991. The fire Kirin kept showing off its power. The people who placed the bets laughed. Damn it, I should have placed more bets. Someone regretted. You're so stupid. I placed 3,600 bets. I'll make a fortune then. 3,600 bets are nothing. I bet 6,000 bets. I want Di Tian to lose so badly that he can't even put on his pants. Ha! This is the first time I've seen someone give me money. Exactly. The ancient evil dragon almost went extinct back then. Its power is unimaginable. How could it be a match for the fire Kirin? Everyone had the same opinion. The fire Kirin was much more famous than the ancient evil dragon since it was able to survive. The result of the battle between the divine beasts was already decided. Supreme, your divine beast isn't doing well. It's losing. The three-sure divine emperor chuckled. I can have a sip of your wine now. Anything they cared about was good stuff. The supreme demon emperor smiled. You're too impatient. You can't say anything before the result is decided. The three-sure divine emperor was annoyed. I don't think so. The ancient evil dragon doesn't have any natural advantages. How strong can it be? The abyss demon emperor and Emperor Tatian remained silent. The primordial evil dragon was renowned throughout the world back then. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. From the start until now, the primordial evil dragon hasn't used any offensive methods. Do you think this is normal? The supreme devil emperor said unhurriedly. The three-stone divine emperor's expression suddenly turned ugly. That seemed to be the case. Hairball kept dodging. The surging fire waves came and the air crackled, creating many black holes. Surrender. The fire Kirin was even more proud. Hairball thought, it's time to fight back. Heaven swallowing. Hairball had reached the mature stage after entering the divine beast state. Her power was terrifying. She had been at a disadvantage just now because her master had taken advantage of her. Now that it was about time, Furball naturally had no need to keep up the act, and it opened its bloody mouth wide. She opened her mouth and performed a powerful talent attack, Heaven Swallowing. This move was too futile. The fire Kirin didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be pretending and was caught off guard. It bit the fire Qilin, and blood splattered everywhere. Delicious. He swallowed the divine beast's flesh in one gulp. Hairball was overjoyed. The fire Qilin was unable to move. Weren't you very impressive just now? Hairball said disdainfully as she bit off another piece of divine beast meat. Now, let's continue to show off. Another mouthful. Calling me a country bumpkin, who do you think you are? Hairball roared and bit off a large chunk of flesh. The fire Qilin was about to go crazy. Its body was indeed surrounded by a type of power, unable to break free. What kind of trick did you use? Why can't I move? Hairball smirked and said, this is the innate ability of our primordial evil dragon tribe. It's an innate ability that can fight against heaven. You're just a little divine beast. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Elite. He took another bite. To Hairball, the flesh and blood of divine beasts were simply too delicious. In less than a moment, the fire Qilin was badly mutilated. His white bones were exposed, making one's scalp go numb. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The fire Qilin lost. What was going on? Wasn't the fire Qilin very impressive just now? Why wasn't he fighting back after being bitten? Everyone was momentarily confused. In their eyes, no matter how fierce the primordial evil dragon was, it would lose to the fire Qilin today. They could also earn a small fortune from Tion and look down on him afterwards. Now, they were the ones who lost. Seeing the primordial evil dragon tearing the fire Qilin apart, the godsons outside could not help but shiver. Even the fire Qilin's tough defense was torn apart, let alone them. Sorry, it seems that I won. The Supreme Devil Emperor was all smiles, but he was secretly shocked as well. He thought, the primordial evil dragon is indeed the overlord of the food chain. It dares to eat anything. The fire Qilin is really unlucky. The three-stone god emperor and the other three were quite surprised. The primordial evil dragon was actually so terrifying. You win. The three-stone god emperor was unwilling. The item was still given to the supreme demon emperor. The abyss demon emperor, Tatian, and the six darkness god emperor were the same. We were wrong. I didn't expect the primordial evil dragon to be so powerful. It can freeze the world and completely suppress the fire Qilin. The six darkness god emperor's eyes lit up. We've all been tricked by Tion. Emperor Tatian soon realized. After they realized it, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were the lords of the forbidden areas, so they wouldn't cause trouble for a junior. Besides, Tion was on the Supreme Demon Emperor's side, so they wouldn't offend the Supreme Demon Emperor. Open. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon removed the array and slashed at the primordial evil dragon with his hand. "Your master is so shameless." Furball snorted in dissatisfaction and rammed his head into the Fire Qilin Divine Beast. The Fire Qilin flew backward and crashed into the Divine Sun Sky Dragon's attack. Another large chunk of flesh fell off, and Furball came out and swallowed it. The Fire Qilin let out a cry of agony. "Master, you should have seen it clearly before you attacked." The Divine Prince Sky Dragon turned pale. His heart was bleeding after the slash landed on the Fire Qilin's body. He took out a large number of elixirs and fed them to the Fire Qilin. "You're good." The Divine Prince Sky Dragon knew he had been tricked. He secretly cursed Xinfan for being shameless and cunning. He had lost 16 small sacred-grade divine meridians. Hairball dodged and returned to Lin Fei. "Master, the meat of a divine beast tastes really good." Lin Fei had known what these people were thinking from the beginning. They wouldn't miss out on anything that could benefit them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Divine Prince Sky Dragon would place such a heavy bet and gain a lot. "Hee, how could I have won your things if I wasn't powerful?" Lin Fei smiled and said, "Anyway, a dozen sacred-grade divine meridians are nothing to a rich man like you." The other divine princes rolled their eyes. "Do you really think we don't care?" They despised Ditin. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon comforted the Fire Qilin and said coldly, "You have too many things. Be careful." Among the 108 godchildren, the ones at the top were all proud and arrogant. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's words pulled Lin Fei to the opposite side. Subconsciously, he was saying that if you have a divine meridian, you need to have a life to enjoy it. The gazes of the divine princes became very unfriendly. Clearly, they were provoked by these words. Lin Fei scratched his ear and said, "I have a huge appetite. I won't be able to eat too much." With the lord of the restricted area here, no one would make a move for the time being. They had a powerful background and there was still a gap between them and the lord of the restricted area. Chapter 1992. You are really ruthless. After the Supreme Demon Emperor returned, he smiled and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled, "Actually, I am poor. If I can make a small profit, I will." Who asked them to be greedy? The Supreme Demon Emperor agreed with this sentence. Everyone can't avoid the word greed. Brat, you also know how to scheme. You got over a dozen sacred god veins, that should be enough for you. Hee, who asked them to be greedy? Serves them right. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't ask them to bet. This is for you. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a bottle of Immortal brew and threw it to Lin Fei. Immortal brew. Lin Fei caught it. There were too many of them. The Supreme Demon Emperor seemed to know what Lin Fei was thinking. Don't look down on my Immortal brew. This is a million-year-old Immortal brew. A million-year-old Immortal brew? Lin Fei's eyeballs almost popped out. Lin Fei had Immortal brews in his storage ring. Those were over a dozen years old. The oldest was a few 100,000 years old. However, there were not many that were a few million years old. Most importantly, this Immortal brew came from the Supreme Demon Emperor. Its quality was definitely not ordinary. This bottle of Immortal brew is something that can't be found in the entire Immortal world. The ingredients are all gone. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. Just drink it sparingly. Lin Fei immediately treated it as a treasure. Something personally refined by the Supreme Demon Emperor was definitely good stuff. Thank you, Senior. Even though Lin Fei did not drink it, it was definitely an exceptional brew. Sky Dragon, we will be attacking the Forbidden Zone tomorrow. I have a task for you. At the camp outside the Forbidden Zone, the Three Stones Divine Emperor said to the Sky Dragon in front of him. We are partners. Speak your mind. The Sky Dragon said. The Three Stones Divine Emperor thought highly of the Sky Dragon. Not bad. I thought you would still be immersed in your anger towards Di Tian. Tianlong said calmly. Di Tian? Ha, I've never taken Di Tian seriously. He's not fit to compete with me. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him within 10 moves. The Three-Stone Divine Emperor was very satisfied. Now listen carefully. After we attack the Forbidden Zone, The 18 leaders of the Forbidden Zones will work together to drive Demon Monarch Fei Yang out. Your job is to suppress the 6 undefeatable God Emperor generals under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. You only need to suppress one of them. The Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, knew more things. My strength has improved greatly and I have not fought against a Paragon God Emperor yet. I am very interested in this. God's son Tianlong said with a smile. You need a protector, one of the 6 undefeatable God Emperors under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. With an invincible deity emperor among them, you will have the capital to contend against them. The Xianxia Celestial Emperor said smilingly, once you've defeated one of the undefeatable God Emperors, you'll be able to bring him to the treasure vault left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang and obtain the Destiny Stone. Divine Prince Tianlong suddenly said, one invincible Divine Emperor is not enough. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Restricted Regions summoned his representative over. Tell me what to do tomorrow. Some of the lords of the Restricted Regions chose to form an alliance. Lin Fei was also summoned by the Supreme Demon Monarch. At the same time, he met the other lord of the Restricted Region, the 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor and a beautiful lady. The lady, Lin Fei recognized her. The goddess, the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The one who tamed the godly beast Huofeng Phoenix. Come in. The Supreme Demon Monarch said to Lin Fei. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor glanced at Lin Fei as soon as he came in. Kid, you're not bad. Justice as a... Lin Fei said politely. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor said smilingly, don't be so humble, you've earned a fortune recently and made me lose an item. Not everyone can do that. The Supreme Demon Monarch asked Lin Fei to stand beside him. Di Tian is here. You can tell me now. The 6 Underworld Celestial Emperor said, we're going to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang tomorrow. I hope that the 9 Heavens Phoenix and Di Tian can take down a general together. Lin Fei had no idea what would happen after they attacked Demon Monarch Fei Yang's Forbidden Zone. But the generals knew. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 generals with the cultivation of undefeatable God Emperors. Even though Demon Monarch Fei Yang was dead, the invincible Divine Emperor had also died. He had retained his original attack, and his strength had not been affected at all. Lin Fei was surprised when he heard that the 9 Heavens Phoenix was going to take down one of the invincible God Emperors. An invincible God Emperor was quite impressive. After all, it was equivalent to the peak invincible God Emperor's strength. It was comparable to a God Emperor's strength. Otherwise, they would not be given the title of Invincible God Emperor. The title of Invincible God Emperor was proven by their strength. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 invincible God Emperors under his command. One could easily imagine how powerful Demon Monarch Fei Yang was in the past. The Supreme Demon Monarch was not surprised. An invincible God Emperor is not bad, but how are we going to split it? Lin Fei listened in silence. His gaze would occasionally land on the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The woman was extraordinary. Her body was emitting a powerful aura that was on par with the God Sun, Tianlong. Maybe this 9 Heavens Phoenix is on par with the God Sun, Tianlong. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. He could sense a dangerous aura coming from her. He could not help but have a hunch. If we can take down one of the invincible God Emperors and give it to us, I'll let Di Tian have the first pick of the 3 treasures when we enter the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The Supreme Demon Monarch shook his head. The price of a path protector of an invincible God Emperor is way more than that. Lin Fei came to a realization. He was still curious why the Supreme Demon Monarch was interested in an invincible God Emperor, but it seemed like it was because of the path protector. Every expert would have a path protector around them when they were competing for the heavenly will. Their purpose was to protect them, which was equivalent to having a powerful bodyguard. The reason why Demon Monarch Fei Yang was able to secure the heavenly will in the end was because he had 6 invincible God Emperors as his path protectors. The 9 Heavens Phoenix said coldly, "It's unnecessary for us to work together. I can easily take down an invincible God Emperor on my own." F***K, this woman sure is arrogant. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. The Supreme Demon Monarch glanced at the 9 Heavens Phoenix and said, "If Phoenix has the same thought, There's no need for us to work together. Ditian, what do you think? Lin Fei was quite interested in having an invincible God Emperor as his path protector. He could only summon God Emperors for now. No matter how many God Emperors there were, they would not stand a chance against an invincible God Emperor. Let's see who's capable enough. Lin Fei said. Whoever is capable enough will be able to take down an invincible God Emperor. Work together? Lin Fei was not interested in it either. He had brought over 10 million ultimate gods with him. He could use the ultimate gods as cannon fodder to buy himself some time. Work together? There was no need for that. Lin Fei was planning to take a look at the invincible God Emperors. Demon Monarch Fei Yang was the path protector of 6 invincible God Emperors. He should be stronger than him. The Supreme Demon Monarch said with a smile, "It seems like young people have their own ideas. It's not appropriate for us to interfere, let them do it themselves." Chapter 1993. It seems like I'm going to have another opponent. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said as soon as the 9 Heavens Phoenix and Emperor Lu Ming left. Lin Fei knew the 9 Heavens Phoenix was treating him as an opponent judging from the look in her eyes when she left. Working together? Lin Fei was indeed not interested. There were only 6 Dao protectors. He might as well do it himself instead of working together. Lin Fei's thoughts were as simple as that. Therefore he rejected the offer. I thought you would choose to work with the Phoenix. The Supreme Demon Monarch was surprised. There's no benefit in working together, why would I? Lin Fei said smilingly, even though I'm not interested in being a Dao protector, I'm not willing to give it to someone else. I might as well take one myself. No matter what, Lin Fei's attitude was resolute. The Supreme Demon Monarch nodded, you're right, but you're the first one who doesn't care about being a Dao protector. After chatting for a while, the Supreme Demon Monarch went straight to the point. Lin Fei, when we attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you will go and suppress the undefeatable God Emperors. It's best if you can suppress one of them, and you'll be able to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The treasure vault contains the destiny left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's up to you if you have the chance to acquire it. Lin Fei said, I will. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. The crowd gathered in front of the Forbidden Zone once again. The 18 masters of the Forbidden Zones were all present. More than 10 God Princes and God Emperors stood behind the masters of the Forbidden Zones. Lin Fei was one of them too. However, as soon as Lin Fei arrived, he immediately sensed their hostility. On second thought, he realized the reason why they were treating him as an opponent was because of the 6 undefeatable God Emperors. There were too many of them, thus it was impossible for each of them to have one Dao protector. They had to keep their guard up against the strongest person. Without a doubt, he had become one of them. Lin Fei would never doubt his intuition. Ditian, you've won the last time, I wonder if you're interested in a rematch with me. The God Sun Sky Dragon stared at him. Lin Fei did not know much about the God Sun Sky Dragon, but he knew the God Sun Sky Dragon was a lot more difficult to deal with than ordinary opponents. Get back some face? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. It wouldn't be normal if you didn't stand up and make trouble. From the beginning, Lin Fei had guessed what the Sky Dragon was thinking. I'm actually very interested in gambling. Lin Fei greeted him. What do you want to play? Just say it. Divine Sun Tianlong laughed. You should know about the Dao Protectors. Why don't we compete to see who can suppress an invincible God Emperor? Become a Dao Protector. I like this. If you lose, you have to take out 30 small sacred divine ranges. How about that? Sky Dragon said confidently. Lin Fei thought, this guy is really ruthless. This time, he wants me to go back to before liberation. Lin Fei's entire fortune didn't even reach 30 saint-rank divine veins. If he really fell asleep, he would lose everything he had. Sir, you've spoken. If I don't agree, you might think that I'm afraid of you. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I accept your wager. If you lose, it'll be 30 saint-rank divine ranges. No problem, right? No problem. Sky Dragon looked at Lin Fei. The matter was settled. Lin Fei looked at the other God Sons and said with a smile, I wonder if everyone is interested in making a bet. It's still 2-1. The 18 restricted zone lords couldn't help but shake their heads. This Tian was really worry-free. They had gambled previously. They didn't expect to be stuck again. I'll bet 10,000 heaven divine ranges. It was still that straightforward godson Tianhu. I don't believe that you can win again. I'm placing this bet. Tianhu was a forthright person. He was able to accept Sky Dragon's challenge. Tianhu had a good impression of Lin Fei since he could agree so readily. The godsons who had lost previously did not hesitate and made another bet. To them, divine veins weren't something that they cared too much about. They placed a lot of bets this time. They didn't believe that Lin Fei would continue to win. Moreover, they were very confident against the 6 invincible god emperors this time. Tian definitely couldn't suppress them alone. In less than a moment, he obtained another 3 to 400,000 divine ranges. Lin Fei smiled happily. We can attack now. As the Supreme Demon Emperor's voice fell, his aura soared into the sky. He threw a punch at the restricted zone. The huge restricted zone shook and was opened. Dust flew everywhere in the huge restricted zone. The other 4 restricted zone lords also attacked one after another. The 5 restricted zone lords were the first to make a move. Their aura was shocking. The godsons behind secretly revealed a trace of fear. The strength of these 5 restricted zone lords is really not an ordinary kind of powerful. Lin Fei, who was standing at the back, secretly marveled at the powerful strength of the restricted zone lords. No wonder they could open up a restricted zone. As the 5 restricted zone lords took the lead to make a move, a huge wave was set off in the entire restricted zone. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't see the figures of the 5 restricted zone lords. It turned out that they had charged into the innermost zone. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying torrent rose in the restricted zone. From inside to outside, it crushed everything in its path. With a thought from Lin Fei, a black hole appeared. Even though he was still in his original position, he was actually separated by layers of space. The black torrent surged over and disappeared into the black hole. Lin Fei focused his gaze. The godsons were all resisting the torrent. What a terrifying attack! Lin Fei could clearly sense the power of the torrent. This must be the work of the 5 strongest restricted zone lords. Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you've been dead for so long, it's time to contribute your restricted zone. The Supreme Demon Emperor's voice came from above the restricted zone. Following this, the 5 restricted zone lords appeared one after another. At this moment, they were attacking an expressionless corpse. Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that it was a corpse dressed in luxurious clothing. Even though he was dead, his flesh and blood remained the same. His body still contained a terrifyingly powerful qi and blood. Once he turned into a corpse, his qi and blood would disappear. In the end, the corpse would decay and turn into a skeleton. The corpse before him was completely different from the corpses he usually saw. The terrifying qi and blood were incredibly powerful. A few gusts of wind swept across the place. The 5 restricted zone lords were knocked flying. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is still so strong even after his death? Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was his first time seeing a god monarch, even though it was just a corpse. The corpse was too extraordinary. Even from a distance away, Lin Fei could still sense the powerful qi and blood coming at him. If it weren't for the black hole, the qi and blood would suffocate him to death. All of you deserve to die. The expressionless demon monarch Fei Yang fought with his bare hands. He fully displayed his undefeatable aura. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting against the 5 restricted zone lords on his own. In fact, he even had the upper hand. As the 5 restricted zone lords were attacking demon monarch Fei Yang, the other 15 restricted zone lords made their moves too, bringing the god emperors with them. The restricted zone where demon monarch Fei Yang was at was incredibly powerful. Chapter 1994. Every forbidden zone had a huge number of experts. They had already merged with the lords of the forbidden zones. In order to attack a forbidden zone, they had to eliminate all the experts. Luckily, the experts maintained their attacks and lost their consciousness. The 15 lords of the forbidden zones were the first to charge forward. As soon as they made their move, They activated the force of the heavens and earth and destroyed a group of guards. The god princes began to make their moves. They controlled the force of the heavens and earth and killed their way forward. Lin Fei was among them too. He controlled the force of space and turned it into spears, shattering the incoming guards. He could kill a huge number of guards within a breath's time. Even so, the guards of the forbidden zones were still densely packed. Fortunately, they were the strongest among them. They were able to withstand the consumption. 6 invincible god emperors, are they the last ones to show up? Lin Fei did not stand out too much. Lin Fei learned from the Supreme Demon Monarch that there were a lot of good stuff in the forbidden zones of Demon Monarch Feiyang. Lin Fei was not worried about the 15 main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The invincible god emperors would show up anyway, so there was no need to rush. The main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The battle went on very quickly. It was easy for Lin Fei to kill the guards since they maintained their basic attacks. The group continued to push forward. Large numbers of guards were shattered into pieces. Lin Fei clearly knew that without the help of the lords of the forbidden zones, they would not be able to make it in so easily. The Dao Guardian tombs. As they pushed forward, Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw 6 tombs outside a mountain. The god princes were the most excited when they saw the 6 tombs. Those must be the tombs of the invincible god emperors. According to the Supreme Demon Monarch Feiyang had relied on the protection of the Dao Guardians to rise into the sky and become a god monarch. The 6 Dao Guardians had contributed a lot. The mountain must be the palace of Demon Monarch Feiyang. Lin Fei analyzed. 6 tombs, I'll choose the outermost one. Lin Fei set his eyes on one of the tombs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei would not hold back now that the tombs had appeared. He sprinted toward the tombs. The other divine princes were not to be trifled with. They all rushed towards the tomb. Banish. Lin Fei released a large amount of spatial energy, enveloping the entire tomb. Hairball also rushed out, her huge body moving back and forth. Colliding with the divine suns forced them to be cautious. Without a doubt, Lin Fei had seized the initiative. World Cage. When they were about to get close, a divine sun threw out a heaven and earth cage, which was enveloped by the boundless will of heaven and earth. He stopped Lin Fei from entering. It can isolate the power of space. Lin Fei was actually trapped. Normally, this would be inconceivable. Now, the one who had appeared was a divine son of the human race. Lin Fei had never thought of the godchildren as simple as they were. This was especially so when he heard from the Supreme Devil Emperor that the powerful godchildren had grasped the power of the heavenly Tao. Their strength had increased tremendously and were extremely terrifying. For example, the cage of heaven and earth was clearly the power of the heavenly Tao. Open! Lin Fei used his hand as a knife and attacked the cage of heaven and earth. The huge cage kept shaking, and he broke it with 3 consecutive slashes. The spatial energy that Lin Fei had set up didn't let them have a good time. They didn't have it easy either. Quite a few divine princes were transferred out. So fast. They actually went in. Lin Fei glanced and saw the divine sun heavenly dragon riding the fire Qilin, breaking open the tomb and rushing in. On the other side, the 9 heavens phoenix didn't hesitate either. She also successfully rushed in with raging flames. I have to speed up too. Lin Fei waved his hand, and millions of divine venerables descended. They stood in front of everyone. The appearance of this wave of divine venerables caught everyone off guard. Lin Fei rushed in. Boom, boom. As soon as he entered, an invincible aura hit him head-on. Lin Fei's body shook slightly as he saw the inside of the tomb. An invincible divine emperor in armor, holding a Xianhua axe, was fighting with 8 divine princes. The invincible aura when he first came in was released from the armor of the invincible divine emperor. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely be crushed to death by the invincible aura. The aura of an invincible divine emperor was that terrifying. Also, the entire tomb was filled with the oppressive energy of the invincible divine emperor. As soon as Lin Fei came in, the 8 divine princes gave up on attacking and all retreated. They flashed with cold light and charged at Lin Fei. Heavenly Dao, slow. Suddenly, a wave of energy attacked. The Heavenly Dao seemed to have a hint of pressure. Damn it, I'm cheating. Lin Fei dodged very quickly, but he was still hit and slowed down. Haha, Di Tian, you didn't expect us to deal with you first, did you? Divine Prince Tianqi laughed. This move of the Heavenly Dao was his doing. When a person's speed slowed down, all advantages were gone. In particular, the slowing power on his opponent was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of the Heavenly Dao and Lin Fei couldn't get rid of it right away. Heavenly Dao, numb. Another Divine Prince, Tian Xiong, snickered and displayed the terrifying power of the Heavenly Dao. Lin Fei knew why the Supreme Demon Emperor told him to be careful of the Divine Princes. As expected, the strength of these Divine Princes had increased greatly. The power of the Heavenly Dao they controlled was really insane. F***ck, first it was the slowing, now it's numbing. Those geniuses outside are furious. Lin Fei cursed in his mind. He had no choice. This power was too strong. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't that easy to deal with. Even though he had been hit by the slowing power and was being suppressed by the Heavenly Dao, Lin Fei's spatial power was still unimpeded. Lin Fei dodged the attacks of the 8 Divine Princes. He was still a bit slow. He immediately activated his invincible defense. Damn it, come on. Even though he was hit by all kinds of Heavenly Dao power, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. He went straight to the invincible Divine Emperor. Get in here. To subdue the invincible Divine Emperor in the shortest time, Lin Fei could only use the system space to forcibly take the invincible Divine Emperor, lest he fall into the hands of others. There were 6 invincible Divine Emperors. Lin Fei couldn't waste time here. He used the system to take away the invincible Divine Emperor as soon as he arrived. Rushing to the front of the invincible Divine Emperor, Lin Fei suffered an attack and consumed a lot of divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care. He opened the system space, and the invincible Divine Emperor struggled a little and was taken in. Ding! The creature is too powerful, needs to be suppressed. Ding! The creature is too powerful, needs to be suppressed. As soon as the invincible Divine Emperor was taken in, the system issued a warning. Lin Fei took a look and saw the invincible Divine Emperor attacking the system space. Each of his punches carried invincible power, and the system space was also temporarily unstable. Suppress it with force. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge amount of divinity points were instantly used up. Refine it again. Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't come out on the spot, he could suppress it with a huge amount of divinity points. While he was distracted, the sky was full of attacks. Boom, boom. Chapter 1995. When the invincible Divine Emperor was forcibly taken in by the system. The 8 Divine Princes were shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Di Tian had taken in an invincible Divine Emperor. What kind of joke was this? That was an invincible Divine Emperor. They had never heard of any treasure that could take in an invincible Divine Emperor. However, the most unbelievable thing happened right in front of them. They had to believe it. Quick, kill Di Tian. Divine Prince Tianqi was furious. It wasn't easy to make Di Tian fall into the trap, but he could still take away the invincible Divine Emperor. This was unforgivable. The invincible God Emperor must be suppressed by the treasure. Di Tian needs divine power to suppress it, and his strength must be greatly affected. Everyone, let's kill him together. The god's son Tian Xiong shouted loudly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They all knew how powerful Di Tian was. Now that they had a chance to injure him, they were all happy to attack. Most of Lin Fei's divine power was used to suppress and refine the invincible Divine Emperor, while the rest was used to support the invincible defense. His divinity points evaporated like water. Everyone felt sorry for him. Lin Fei had no choice. Fortunately, he had a lot of divine meridians, so he could withstand it. Bang bang bang. The 8 heavenly laws were repelled by the invincible defense. Of course, Lin Fei had to pay a lot of divinity points for this. 1 Ma Pagoda. Lin Fei took out the Emperor treasure and smashed it on Divine Prince Tianqi, sending him flying. The power of an Emperor treasure was terrifying. He injured Divine Prince Tianqi with one attack. No one expected that Lin Fei could withstand the attack and be completely unharmed. The Wanma Pagoda smashed towards Divine Prince Tianxiong. He went in front of another Divine Prince and punched him. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" He kicked again, sending the Divine Prince flying and smashing him into a stone pillar. The entire tomb moved with him. With the invincible defense activated, Lin Fei turned into an invincible existence. No attack could hurt him at all. Time elapse. Lin Fei once again unleashed a powerful move. The time elapse swept over them like the wind. The 8 Divine Princes' expressions changed drastically. "Get out!" With a single sweep, thousands of years had been taken away. The 8 Divine Princes weren't fools. They knew that Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with. In fact, he was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. To think that Di Tian could withstand the power of the heavenly Daoists and wasn't affected at all. Their heavenly Daoists were being suppressed limitlessly. That was a very bad sign. Several Divine Princes left. Tianqi the Divine Sun. The Divine Sons and the heavenly ferocious beasts left as well. Invincible defense is still the best. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the Divine Sun was also afraid of death. Taking away a few thousand years of his lifespan was not a small loss. In the system space, the divinity points were consumed even faster. The invincible Divine Emperor's retaliation grew stronger and stronger. Burn! 100,000 heaven-ranked divine veins instantly ignited and turned into a huge amount of divinity points. During this time, 20% of the divinity points were wasted, leaving only 80%. 80% of the divinity points were used up in one go. The invincible God Emperor's reaction was much slower, and the system's refinement of the invincible God Emperor had improved a lot. Not enough. Still not enough. The power of 100,000 heaven-ranked divine veins could only last for a short while. Lin Fei ignited 100,000 divine veins again and used it 5 times in one go. He used 500,000 heaven-ranked divine veins, but he still couldn't stop the invincible God Emperor's resistance. Small saint-ranked divine veins burn. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. To subdue the invincible God Emperor, he had to use a small saint-ranked divine veins to suppress him in one go. Only then could the system take the opportunity to complete the refinement. The huge amount of divinity points was pressed down again. This time, the invincible God Emperor's resistance slowed down. The refinement data flew up. Saint-ranked divine veins are still the best. Although Lin Fei felt a heartache, he was still very satisfied with using them to suppress the invincible God Emperor. He didn't mind using a single saint-ranked divine vein to let the system refine the invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei activated another saint-ranked divine vein. After suppressing the invincible God Emperor's final resistance, the refinement was close to 100. It's finally done. When the system finally showed 100, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If they had stopped me just now, it wouldn't have been easy for me to refine the invincible God Emperor so quickly. Now that they came in again, they would probably be dumbfounded. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the invincible God Emperor appeared in front of him. The invincible God Emperor was expressionless. That kind of invincible might was enough to make one's heart tremble. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't plan to rely on force to suppress the invincible God Emperor. What a joke! This kind of invincible God Emperor basically couldn't be suppressed with force. If he really used force, it would definitely be a big problem. Later, after the system studied it, it found another way to refine it. The premise was that there must be enough divine veins. There was no doubt that Lin Fei was very rich, but he also paid a high price to refine the invincible God Emperor, and this was under the condition that the invincible God Emperor was unconscious. I think I'm the first person to refine an invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei was very happy. They're coming in again. Suddenly, Lin Fei smiled. He had mastered the power of space and was most sensitive to spatial fluctuations. For example, Now, more than 20 people came in from outside. Didon, you're really shameless. How dare you use this method to fool us? Divine Prince Tianqi rushed in. Now, don't think you can fool us. The Divine Prince had just gone out, but on second thought, he realized that he had been tricked, so he came back again. No matter what, he couldn't let Di Tian succeed. That was an invincible God Emperor, and also the best path protector. As soon as they came in, they cursed at Lin Fei and didn't notice the invincible God Emperor next to him. After all, they didn't think that Di Tian could refine the invincible God Emperor in a short time. You're too late. Lin Fei shook his head. Path Protector, kill him. The invincible God Emperor's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Godchild Tianqi with a single hand. With a speed so fast that it was impossible to detect, he punched Godchild Tianqi's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The invincible God Emperor is really fierce. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this attack. After blowing up Divine Prince Tianqi's head with one move, the invincible God Emperor quickly went in front of another Divine Prince and punched a big hole, from which blood gushed out. After all, they were all standing together. At such a close distance, the Divine Princes became punching bags. The Divine Princes were dumbfounded. In such a short time, Di Tian had suppressed the invincible God Emperor and obtained the ability to control him. Then, everyone's hearts sank. Run! The invincible God Emperor kept coming in and out, blood spilling everywhere. No one could stop the attacks of the invincible God Emperor. However, every time they were about to kill the Divine Princes, they would be teleported away by some kind of power, so they missed the opportunity. Could it be the work of the heavenly law? Lin Fei touched his chin. If it was like this for one Divine Prince, 2 Divine Princes, and 3 Divine Princes, then it would be abnormal. Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect this. Chapter 1996. Lin Fei felt that it must be the work of the heavenly Tao. The God Princes were lucky enough to escape, but the God Emperors who came down were not so lucky. They were like lambs in front of the invincible God Emperors and were slaughtered. The Path Protector is really powerful. It's a pity that his current strength is probably less than 30% of his former strength. Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. An invincible God Emperor at his peak was even more terrifying. He could kill a God Emperor in a single move. But now he was far from it. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity, but he was still very satisfied. An invincible God Emperor. With an invincible God Emperor, Lin Fei planned to use the system to research on invincible God Emperors and see if he could create an invincible God Emperor. Everyone went out. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go out. He was the safest down here. Let's search first. Lin Fei searched the tomb. He couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. You're an invincible God Emperor after all. You should have some wealth. Could it be that someone robbed you? Lin Fei thought that it was unlikely. An invincible God Emperor, even if he only had 30% of his strength left, it wasn't something that anyone could take away. His worth was undeniable. A storage ring. Unwilling to give up, he searched again and really found a blood-colored storage ring in a stone coffin. Lin Fei broke the seal in a few moves and obtained control of the blood-colored storage ring. Good stuff. Looking at it with his divine sense, Lin Fei was overjoyed. The price of refining and suppressing the invincible God Emperor has been paid back, and it's a big one. Lin Fei's face was full of joy. It couldn't be helped, he had gained too much. The pile of God veins made Lin Fei's eyes green with envy. There are a total of 20 medium-sized saint-level God veins. What a tycoon! Lin Fei stared at the God veins like a crouching dragon and drooled. He felt the pinch when he used up 2 small-sized saint-level God veins. He didn't expect to get 20 medium-sized God veins in the blink of an eye. How could Lin Fei not be happy? Emperor artifact? In the storage ring, Lin Fei also found a blood-colored saber. The Emperor's might flowing around him was even better than the 10,000 demon pagoda. The sharp aura caused people's hearts to turn cold. A monarch weapon used by a God Emperor. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he took it out. The blood-red imperial weapon fell into his hand. He raised his saber intent and cut through the void. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and was injured. What a sharp monarch weapon. It is even more powerful than an emperor treasure. It just so happens that I lack a sharp weapon on hand, and this emperor weapon is the most suitable. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Buzz buzz buzz, the blood-colored imperial weapon was extremely tyrannical as it sliced through the void. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the saber hilt. Saber intent filled the air as the blood-colored sovereign armament tried to struggle free. Refine. He refined 200,000 divine veins and suppressed the blood-red sovereign armament. You still want to resist? Follow me, and I guarantee that your name will spread all over the world. Lin Fei continued to burn his divine veins. He was very clear on how to deal with an emperor weapon. It was nothing more than consuming a large number of divinity points. Now that he obtained an invincible God Emperor's treasure, Lin Fei went from a small tycoon to a big tycoon. He could afford it. After a moment of stalemate, consuming 1,000,000 divine veins and a saint divine vein, Lin Fei finally subdued this emperor weapon. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei knew the terror of an emperor weapon from a long time ago. To be called an emperor weapon, it was a weapon that had followed a god emperor all the way. It was truly the #1 weapon. An emperor treasure was slightly inferior. It never crossed Lin Fei's mind that this invincible divine emperor would possess a monarch weapon. Think about the identity of an invincible god emperor. It was nothing more than being unable to cross the final step to become a god emperor. However, their battle prowess could contend against a god emperor. After all, a god emperor was not invincible. They were also the strongest. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that a god emperor was only the peak of this era. However, among the god emperors, there was still a terrifying existence, and that was an invincible god emperor. They were truly invincible. This was the peak of an era. An invincible god emperor's battle prowess was comparable to a god emperor's. Inside the storage ring of the invincible god emperor, Lin Fei was not surprised to find an emperor weapon. Blood Fiend. After refining it, the monarch weapon sent him a message. The monarch weapon had a name, Blood Fiend. Nice name. Lin Fei liked it even more. Lin Fei happened to be in need of a weapon. An emperor weapon. It was definitely the best. With this emperor weapon, who would dare to fight me in close combat? Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary weapons, even god emperor weapons, as it was not convenient for him to use them. The Blood Fiend monarch weapon was definitely suitable for him. After putting the storage ring away, Lin Fei was more interested in the 5 tombs, as there might be something good inside. Lin Fei came out from the tombs. The 5 masters of the forbidden areas were nowhere to be seen, and so was demon monarch Fei Yang. Lin Fei took a quick glance. He was not surprised at all. Their battle was not something ordinary people could participate in. The battle in the forbidden areas was still ongoing. A master of the forbidden areas glanced over and immediately exclaimed, "Guardian!" Everyone turned to look at him, and their faces darkened. Everyone could sense the aura. They did not expect Di Tian to refine the invincible God Emperor in such a short period of time and bring him along with him. Wasn't that too fast? No one believed Di Tian was able to suppress an invincible God Emperor. For a split second, everyone wondered if the invincible God Emperor was just a facade. Otherwise, how could he be refined so easily? Lin Fei was too lazy to look at their expressions. He brought his best fighter and went into another tomb. Lin Fei did not think the title, Guardian, sounded better than Best Fighter. Lin Fei went into the tomb. The battle inside was not over yet. Over 20 experts surrounded the invincible God Emperor, and there were a lot of corpses left behind by the invincible God Emperor. No one noticed Lin Fei bringing the invincible God Emperor in. After all, they could not afford to be distracted when dealing with the guardian of the invincible God Emperor. "I'm sorry, but this invincible God Emperor is mine." Lin Fei coughed dryly, and his voice echoed in the tomb. The invincible God Emperor, the Golden Fighter, controlled a powerful force and punched out. Caught off guard, the 20-odd experts surrounding him were all sent flying, vomiting blood nonstop. A few weaker god emperors were smashed to pieces on the spot. They probably died sullenly and died without an intact corpse. Lin Fei came in front of the invincible god emperor, activated the system, and kept the invincible god emperor inside. He refined 3 saint-grade divine veins in one fell swoop and forcefully suppressed the invincible god emperor. This time, Lin Fei did not give the other party a chance to resist. Isn't it just 3 saint-grade divine veins? It's nothing. Lin Fei did not care anymore. In a few breaths' time, the siege ended, and Lin Fei took the lead. The god princes who were sent flying came back to their senses and were surprised to see Di Tian. Especially when they saw the invincible god emperor standing next to him, they all revealed a look of disbelief. That was the guardian. How could Di Tian suppress and control him? What the hell? Chapter 1997. Lin Fei threw down this sentence. Either get lost or die. It was that simple. Lin Fei really wanted this invincible divine emperor's Dao protector. No matter who it was, they could forget about stopping him from getting it. Moreover, now that the invincible divine emperor had been taken away by his system, there was a huge amount of divinity points to suppress him. The invincible divine emperor was his. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came back to their senses. They were all furious. What are you afraid of? The invincible divine emperor is not someone you can suppress. A divine son said sternly. Everyone, attack together and kill Di Tian. The divine sons were all arrogant, but they wouldn't throw away their lives. With the invincible divine emperor in charge, it wasn't that easy to kill Di Tian. Kill him, Lin Fei ordered. The invincible divine emperor attacked. His fists were like rainbows as he charged into the enemy's group like a wolf or tiger. Without the attacks of the divine sons, it will be much easier to suppress and refine them. Lin Fei thought to himself. The invincible divine emperor killed several divine emperors in a moment. The corpses fell. Only then did the divine sons realize that Di Tian was bragging. He really controlled the invincible divine emperor. They ran out one by one. They had no choice but to run. The invincible divine emperor was here. They couldn't win at all. They were all beaten until they vomited blood. Got it. Lin Fei smiled in satisfaction when he saw the divine sons leave. Just as I guessed, the divine sons are protected by the heavenly Dao. If you want to kill them, you have to do it in the shortest time possible before the heavenly Dao returns. Lin Fei stared at them. He finally gained something. His observation wasn't in vain. He knew some clues about the divine sons. Lin Fei understood. The next time he dealt with the divine sons, he definitely wouldn't let them leave. With a huge amount of divinity points, the invincible divine emperor couldn't resist. Soon, it was subdued by Lin Fei. The second Dao protector was in his hands. Come out. The invincible divine emperor appeared beside Lin Fei. One on the left and one on the right, like a guardian general. Although it's only 30% of its strength. But it can also leave countless people in the dust. Lin Fei really wanted to see what divine child Tianlong's expression would be like. Aren't you awesome? Let's see how many protectors you can get. After a moment of reverie, Lin Fei began to search. What a treasure! As usual, he found another storage ring in the stone coffin. Another monarch weapon. This is great. It was a black axe, completely black in color. It was suffused with luster, and at the same time, its killing intent was chilly. This was a vicious axe that drank blood. Suppress him. As soon as he took it out, the black axe resisted. With the previous blood fiend incident, this time, Lin Fei easily suppressed it and smoothly took control of it. Purgatory? Good name. This black axe was called Purgatory. With the two monarch weapons in hand, Lin Fei's mood became even better. What? It's over. In the third tomb, the invincible divine emperor had not been suppressed yet. He was suppressed by Tiansong, who was ranked in the top 10. Hearing the words of the other divine children, Tiansong was very surprised. That guy was the first to subdue the invincible divine emperor. What kind of joke was this? In the third tomb, Tiansong defeated his opponent and successfully occupied the tomb. He was refining the invincible divine emperor and was naturally very unhappy when he heard the news. That guy has successfully taken the lead again. Hearing this, Tianzong was angry. He was a powerful existence among the divine children. Why was there a Di Tian who was even more famous than him? It was simply unreasonable. Not good. Di Tian will come in. Tianzong reacted quickly. The expressions of the other divine children changed drastically. If he came in at this time, their efforts to refine the invincible divine emperor would be in vain. It was definitely not a good thing. I don't think Di Tian will come now. Subduing the invincible divine emperor is not a matter of beauty. Subduing the first one. He's lucky that he wants to subdue continuously. He won't be able to do so. The divine children who used their divine powers snorted and said. In fact, they were jealous in their hearts. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Anything that happened to Di Tian wasn't a good thing. If possible, they didn't want to run into Di Tian at all. Lin Fei led the two invincible divine emperors into the third tomb. He saw the group of divine children refining the invincible divine emperor together. He was very happy. Hee, everyone is busy. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile as soon as he arrived. However, in their eyes, this smile was equivalent to the smile of a demon. It was definitely not a smile. F*ck, he really refined it. How did he refine it? The guardians of two invincible divine emperors. Is there any justice in this world? One had to admit that Lin Fei was very eye-catching with two invincible divine emperors guardians by his side. It was hard not to notice him. Tianzong smiled bitterly. He didn't want Di Tian to come, but he didn't expect him to really come. Could it be that he had to give up the guardians of the invincible divine emperors? The divine son, Tianzong, was unwilling to accept this. Immediately, a divine child shouted, Dian, what are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome you. Lin Fei had an impression of the divine child who shouted. He had lost a lot of divine veins to him in the bet. Every time, he didn't have a good expression. That's right. Di Tian, you better leave this place immediately. This place is not for you. They were all refining the invincible divine emperor. At this time, they couldn't attack and could only shout. The few powerful divine emperors were also frightened by the invincible divine emperors. They didn't have the courage to fight back. Lin Fei laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to leave? I think the ones who should leave should be you. Everyone was furious. Tianzong stared at Lin Fei and said, In, I have my eyes on this invincible divine emperor. Please don't interfere. This isn't a good thing for you. At this time, Tianzong's hands were sweating. The two invincible divine emperors were under a lot of pressure. If they attacked, all their efforts would be in vain. They wouldn't get anything and would have wasted their efforts. Lin Fei shook his head. You are mistaken. I am also very interested in this invincible divine emperor. As for whether he is good or not, that is my own business. I don't need you to tell me. Now get out of my way. The two Dao protectors on the left and right charged forward. One of them held the blood fiend, while the other held the purgatory. Once the emperor weapons were out, who could fight against them? The divine child exclaimed, Dodge! It's the emperor weapons! When the two emperor weapons were out, it was very eye-catching. It made people's scalps go numb. The invincible divine emperor in the middle rushed out. The divine child was sent flying, including Tianzong. His face turned green. Didan, I'm not done with you. Lin Fei didn't care. The two Dao protectors were already powerful. Now that they had emperor weapons in their hands, they were about to break down. Capture divine son Song Tian. Lin Fei didn't find the storage ring, so he ordered the invincible divine emperors to kill Tianzong. The entire tomb space was instantly sealed by Lin Fei. Chapter 1998. Divine son Tianzong was very powerful. But under the suppression of the imperial weapon, he was quickly defeated. The path protector of an invincible divine emperor was already very powerful. Now that he had the imperial weapon, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He had no choice but to be awe-inspiring. Lin Fei wasn't going to keep it. After all, it was very powerful. A single imperial weapon could suppress someone. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei simply gave the imperial weapon to the Path Protector to increase his strength. With the weapon, his original 30% of combat power became 70%. He was even more powerful than before. He suppressed them all the way without being able to fight back. After resisting 2 attacks from the invincible Divine Emperor, Lin Fei waved his hand and put the invincible Divine Emperor away. Divine Sun Tiansong was dumbfounded. That was possible. That was an invincible Divine Emperor. Wasn't he afraid that the invincible Divine Emperor would escape? But after the invincible Divine Emperor went in, there was no more movement. After a while, the invincible Divine Emperor appeared and stood behind him obediently. Divine Sun Tiansong vomited blood. How could this be? That was the Path Protector of an invincible Divine Emperor, but he had been subdued in a few moves. Divine Sun Tiansong felt that this was too unbelievable. After all, invincible Divine Emperors weren't nobodies. The truth was right in front of him. Divine Sun Tiansong had no choice but to believe it. Previously, Divine Sun Tiansong had always thought that Lin Fei was just a lucky guy. Now, it seemed that it wasn't luck at all. It was proof of his strength. As a divine son, he had no pride at all. This Di Tian was like his nemesis. Divine Sun Tiansong had thought that he would be in the limelight this time. It would be great if he could suppress Divine Sun Tianlong. But the blow in front of him made Divine Sun Tiansong feel helpless. How is it? How's my ability compared to yours? Lin Fei smiled. Divine Sun Tiansong said bitterly, "You're stronger than us. We all underestimated you." He had obtained the 3rd invincible Divine Emperor. Lin Fei was very satisfied. You Divine Sons have high standards and look down on this. In fact, you don't have anything to be smug about. I'm in a good mood right now. Hand over the storage ring you got from the stone coffin, and I'll let you go. You're not going to kill me? Divine Sun Tiansong was being suppressed by the invincible Divine Emperor. How boring would it be to kill you all? Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, even if I wanted to kill you, the heavenly Tao behind you wouldn't agree. Divine Prince Tiansong had a strange look in his eyes. So you know something. No wonder you don't dare to kill him. Tiansong said, however, I advise you not to go against us divines. Because you're bound to suffer a crushing defeat. Lin Fei shook his head. Your God's son only knows how to threaten people. It's really boring. Let me ask you, are you giving it to me or not? Under Lin Fei's sharp gaze, Divine Sun Tiansong did not dare to refuse. 2 invincible Divine Emperors with sovereign weapons. It was definitely unbearable. Then, Divine Sun Tiansong threw out a storage ring of the same quality as before. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense. There was indeed a sovereign weapon inside. You're quite honest. I like it. Lin Fei laughed. Divine Sun Tiansong thought to himself, if it weren't for the invincible Divine Emperors, do you think a divine son like me would be so obedient? Lin Fei kept his word. The invincible Divine Emperor returned to his side. All right, you can leave now. Divine Sun Tiansong looked at Di Tian. You've been in the limelight this time, but you'll soon become a public enemy. Public enemy? Lin Fei chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just kill you. Lin Fei was very clear. This time, he had ruined the Divine Son's plan. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of people who would dislike him. Especially with the sovereign weapon in hand, those old monsters hiding behind the scenes would most likely make a move. Lin Fei sneered. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now that I have 3 invincible Divine Emperors and 3 sovereign weapons, my combat power can be restored to about 70%. If I get the system to find a way to restore 100% of my combat power, no matter how many people come, they'll just be sending themselves to death. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about against the Divine Son's threat. After packing his things, he came out of the tomb again. This time, Lin Fei entered the 4th tomb with the invincible Divine Emperor. However, it was disappointing this time. The invincible Divine Emperor had been taken away. Could it be Divine Sun Tianlong? That was the first person he thought of. Among the many divine sons, divine son Tianlong had the most trump cards, so it was normal for him to subdue invincible divine emperors. What a pity! Lin Fei ran to the 5th and 6th tombs again. Unfortunately, the invincible divine emperors were gone, and he didn't see any divine sons. He searched the place thoroughly, but he still couldn't find anyone. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. I've missed 3 invincible divine emperors. However, Lin Fei had returned to normal. There was nothing for him to be unhappy about since he had earned the most. The divine sons must be the ones that were unhappy, especially the divine sons who were ranked in the top 10. They must be having a hard time, as they had missed a great opportunity. By the way, could they have gone to the treasure vault? Lin Fei suddenly recalled something. He could go to the treasure vault of demon monarch Feiyang after subduing an invincible divine emperor. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How did he forget about it? Lin Fei had gone to 3 tombs in a row after subduing the first invincible divine emperor. He had the urge to subdue all the invincible divine emperors and forget about something important. Lin Fei turned around and left. Demon monarch Feiyang was deep inside the forbidden area. The 3 invincible divine emperors cleared a path for him. Lin Fei swaggered forward. How nice it was to have a top-notch fighter. He didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Fei was left speechless by the sharpness of the monarch weapons. This was simply a deadly weapon. His powerful divine body was destroyed with a single attack. Lin Fei was relieved. If the invincible divine emperors were holding the monarch weapons, he would have to spend a lot more god points. It would not be as easy as it was now. To Lin Fei, this distance was no longer a distance. Lin Fei went deeper into the treasure vault. He saw a huge stone door from afar. In front of the door were 6 statues. They were the 6 invincible divine emperors holding their weapons. Meanwhile, a lot of people had gathered in front of the stone door. Lin Fei was amused. They were all familiar faces. They all had unpleasant looks on their faces as they glanced at him with sharp eyes, as if they were going to kill him. It seems like they are holding a grudge against me for robbing their invincible divine emperors. Lin Fei thought, but he wasn't too bothered. They were just a bunch of divine sons. As a matter of fact, the divine sons were not in a good mood. When they heard that Di Tian had subdued 3 invincible divine emperors as his protectors, they did not believe it at first. Di Tian? However, they had no choice but to believe it when they heard the news. There was no reason for the divine sons to lie. Chapter 1999. Many of these divine princes were divine princes who had been defeated previously. Looking at them now, Lin Fei could not help but be secretly surprised. Mother Ker, the damned heavenly Dao is indeed shameless, to think that it would recover so quickly. Under the attacks of the invincible deity emperors, all of them were injured. Although the invincible deity emperors could not kill them, they could not easily recover their strength. But now, the powers of these remnants had all been restored. They didn't look injured at all. This was especially so for divine son Tiansong, who was standing at the front. His injuries had not been light, but he was now back to normal. Lin Fei naturally suspected that it was the heavenly Dao's doing. Is everyone welcoming me? Lin Fei stopped and smiled. Apart from the divine son, there was also the lord of the restricted area. Of course, it wasn't the 5 lords of the top restricted areas, but rather the other 15. Right now, they were all gathered here, looking at Lin Fei with rather unusual gazes. Dean, you snatched the invincible divine emperor, and you still have the cheek to come here. The first to jump out was the divine child Tianqi, who was in the first tomb. Previously, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but now, he was alive and kicking again. Heaven's son Tianqi stared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze. He originally had a chance to snatch Lin Fei away, but it was ruined by Lin Fei just like that. How could he be willing to accept this? Hey, weren't you beaten until you vomited blood? You recovered quite quickly. I just don't know if you can still jump around this time. Lin Fei said. Divine son Tianqi's face fell. How could you expose someone else's shortcomings like that? Lin Fei did it on purpose. Aren't you awesome? That's what I said. Let's see what you can do to me. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. If you don't want to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood, then stand aside. Since when is it your turn to speak here? Lin Fei snorted. Look at the others. You're much better than them. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Tianqi was furious. Didan, I'm going to kill you. Lin Fei hooked his finger. Come on. Come on, I haven't killed anyone in a long time. A god's son immediately pulled God's son Tianqi back. God's son Tianqi suddenly understood. I almost fell for it. You wanted to lure me into attacking so that you could kill yourself. You really are vicious. God's son Tianqi was arrogant, but he also knew that killing Di Tian was very difficult. Especially the 3 invincible divine emperors in front of him. It was as if there were 3 huge mountains pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Now that someone was pulling him up, God's son Tianqi found a way out. Don't pull me, I'll definitely kill you. Although he shouted, he didn't dare to come out. Lin Fei couldn't see through Tianqi's thoughts. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a lord of a restricted area coughed dryly. Congratulations, Dao friend Di Tian. You have 3 Dao protectors now. This lord of the restricted area, Lin Fei had an impression. His name was Void Emperor, and he had greeted him before. What's the matter? Lin Fei lifted his eyelids. Even the Void Emperor felt goosebumps from the gaze. After all, in their imagination, the invincible divine emperors would definitely fall into the hands of the god's son, but they never thought that there would be a bunch of dark horses appearing in the meantime. They were the biggest dark horses, snatching food from the tiger's mouth and robbing 3 invincible divine emperors. Most terrifyingly, they could even refine it. It was hard for them to not be convinced now. The 3 invincible divine emperors were not easy to deal with, especially when they were wielding monarch weapons. They all regretted having a slight chance of winning. Why didn't they help Di Tian earlier? They might have been able to stop Di Tian. Now that Di Tian had 3 invincible divine emperors as his Dao protectors, he was unstoppable. They were slightly weaker in front of Di Tian. After all, the invincible divine emperors were not to be trifled with. Since Dao friend Di Tian is here, let's open Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault together. Void Emperor said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no rush, we'll talk about it after I'm done with my business. A few lords of the restricted areas were unhappy. They were all supporters of the god's son, and they had their own representatives, yet they had all lost to Di Tian, thus they were extremely unhappy. Lin Fei's lips curled upward. What's wrong? The lords of the restricted areas might be strong, but Lin Fei was not afraid of them. Besides, he still had the invincible defense. He could just stand there and watch them helplessly. Di Tian, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think we won't dare to do anything to you just because you have 3 invincible divine emperors? Bang! One of the lords of the restricted areas made his move. A formidable energy surged toward Di Tian. It was the power of the lords of the restricted areas that came crashing down like a mountain. I don't think you're blind either. Another lord of the restricted areas made his move. To the lords of the restricted areas that had lived for a long time, Lin Fei was still a junior. Now that a junior dared to act so presumptuously, the lords of the restricted areas felt extremely uncomfortable. If they did not teach Di Tian a lesson now, what would happen in the future? Di Tian might even climb over their heads. They would be fools if they did not make their move now that they had an excuse. In a moment, 6 lords of the restricted areas made their moves. 3 invincible divine emperors wielding imperial weapons broke through their attacks with just one attack, showing their invincible might. They had no choice but to look down on them. Let's join forces to attack the invincible divine emperors. 5 of the lords of the restricted areas suppressed the invincible divine emperors, while the other lord charged toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei also knew this lord of the restricted area. He was called Divine Emperor Destroying Star, and he did not have a good attitude toward him from the beginning. Quake! Divine Emperor Destroying Star was a veteran lord of the restricted areas. The power of this finger was very terrifying. Space was shattered layer by layer. This was already the power of the heavenly Tao, and it was at a very high level, with terrifying destructive power. This move of yours won't work. Lin Fei stood still and let the attack land on him. You're old. I'm standing still, and you can't hurt me at all. You can wash up and go home to sleep. Lin Fei said disdainfully. The scene in front of them left everyone dumbfounded. After all, few people knew about the invincible defense. These lords of the restricted areas naturally did not know. In the past, when they fought, those people did not pay much attention to it. At most, they thought that he used some kind of treasure and did not understand it at a deeper level. Divine Emperor Destroying Star's face did not look good. Don't be cocky. Failing in one move, Divine Emperor Destroying Star attacked again. One move after another, the power of the restricted areas was constantly mobilized, and the attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was attacking calmly. However, any attack was blocked by the invincible defense. No matter how Divine Emperor Destroying Star attacked, it was useless. I'm old. Lin Fei shook his head. At this moment, the 3 invincible Divine Emperors forced back the 5 lords of the restricted areas and turned around to attack. Their imperial weapons smashed onto the star-destroying Divine Emperor's body. Who asked this fellow to be so focused on DT that he didn't notice what happened? Divine Emperor Destroying Star was overjoyed. His powerful divine body was broken by the invincible defense, and his whole body instantly exploded into pieces. The Lord of the restricted area represented the restricted areas, and he would not die so easily. He was revived again. Kill. Kill until he has no strength to recover. Lin Fei ordered. Chapter 2000. Boom. Boom. 3 invincible God Emperors wielding Emperor weapons were ferocious and domineering. One could only say that Star Extermination God Emperor was unlucky. Caught off guard, his body was blasted apart by 3 invincible God Emperors working together. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone was very strong, but that was only in his own Forbidden Zone. Outside, his strength was greatly affected, not to mention that he was in front of 3 invincible God Emperors wielding Emperor weapons. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Lord of the Forbidden Zone was blasted apart thousands of times. His recovery speed slowed down. Dean, stop. Star Extermination God Emperor wailed. Hurry and tell them to stop. From now on, I won't go against you anymore. Faced with being blasted apart again and again, Star Extermination God Emperor lost all his face. In front of 3 invincible God Emperors, Star Extermination God Emperor had no chance of escaping. As long as he recovered, he would be blasted apart. But after thousands of times, he had exhausted a large amount of God power, causing the Lord of the Forbidden Zone to feel heartache. He was not like other God Emperors. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's body was blasted apart. To recover, he would need a large amount of God power, which was definitely a terrifying number. Lin Fei sneered. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone now knows how to beg for mercy. Who said that he would teach me a lesson? I have never been polite to those who go against me. Let you go? I won't be so kind. He was secretly pleased. Fortunately, there were 3 invincible God Emperors. Lin Fei was clear about how powerful the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was. Just now, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had tried to escape several times, but he was blasted apart by the invincible God Emperors. Everything was under control. This feeling was too good. The difference between an invincible God Emperor with 30% battle strength and 70% battle strength was too great. Lin Fei even dared to guarantee that if the 3 invincible God Emperors only had 30% battle strength, the other party would definitely escape. There was no need to think about blasting apart thousands of times. Star Extermination God Emperor was blasted apart once again. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone in the distance revealed a trace of fear. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Fellow Daoist DT, this is just a misunderstanding. Fellow Daoist Star Extermination did not deliberately find trouble with you. Void Emperor was forced to come out. Void Emperor became the mediator. Why don't we just let it go? Fellow Daoist Star Extermination has already suffered anyway. If not for everyone's pleading, Void Emperor really did not want to come out. What was he? The master of a restricted area? He didn't care about the Lord of the restricted area at all. The Void Emperor, as the master of the Forbidden Land, did not really care about such a junior. Juniors would always be juniors. If he wanted to grow to his level, he would need a very long time. But now, that was what the Void Emperor Protector thought. Beating up the lords of the Forbidden Zones in public, smashing them again and again, this was no different from rubbing salt in the faces of the lords of the Forbidden Zones. No one expected that Lin Fei would have this type of defensive ability, not even the lord of the restricted region able to break through his defenses, instead suffering a calamity, exploding over 1,000 times. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Star Extermination, who had recovered once more, hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. I only wanted to spar with you. I'm not trying to deal with you. Actually, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor had a lot of unspeakable bitterness in his heart. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Even Star Extermination himself had forgotten about it. But this time he had suffered so much at the hands of a junior, exploding his body over 1,000 times in public. In order to not lose face, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor could only choose to lower his head for now. Exploding over 1,000 times was not a big problem, but what if it was 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or 1,000,000 times? Even if he was the Lord of the Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei had beaten up the Lord of the Forbidden Land in public, in fact, to prevent the Lord of the Forbidden Land from acting rashly. Now that a chicken had jumped out, it was a good opportunity to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let's see if you still dare to use your seniority to speak nonsense. Actually, I also feel that this is a misunderstanding. Lin Fei suddenly realized. However, I'm not a person who is scared. If you want to compensate me, just barely 20 small saint-ranked divine veins per person will do. Asking Lin Fei to let them off so easily, Lin Fei felt that he was letting them off too easily. He had to ruthlessly make them vomit blood. The Lord of the Forbidden Land. Would he still care about the divine veins? Void Emperor scolded Tion for being so shameless. His appetite was so big, asking for small saint-ranked divine veins the moment he opened his mouth. I'll give. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor was the first to agree. Lin Fei suddenly said to the 5 lords of the Forbidden Land just now, You alone won't do. The other 5 must also agree to hand over. Otherwise, I won't agree to stop. The 5 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed. In their hearts, they really did not want to hand over, so they did not speak. Now that Lin Fei had named them, even if they had to tell them, they had to hand it over. Why should we? One of the lords of the Forbidden Land said unhappily. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor scolded, Old thing, if you don't hand it over, I will not let you have peace. Who instigated you to attack just now? To think that you have the cheek to say such words. The other 4 lords of the Forbidden Land's expressions changed drastically. This Tion was too shameless. With just one sentence, it was as if they had become enemies. This was forcing them to hand over 20 saint-ranked divine veins. Left with no choice, they could only hand it over. This was really lifting a rock to smash their own feet. If possible, they really did not want to make a move. Who knew that Tion would be so cunning? Without making a move, Star Extermination Celestial Emperor took a big tumble. Especially when the 6 of them had conflicts. Star Extermination Celestial Emperor blamed them for not reminding him. The 5 lords of the Forbidden Land indeed did not expect this. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Lin Fei obtained 120 saint-ranked divine veins at once, and he was overjoyed. The divinity points he spent previously were not wasted, and he also buried a thorn between them. If the lords of the Forbidden Land wanted to make a move again, it would not be so easy. Even if they lost, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Fei was relieved. Void Sovereign had to admit that this Tion was really amazing. With one matter, he planted a seed among the 15 lords of the Forbidden Land. If they really wanted to deal with Tion, they would not do so casually. To the lords of the Forbidden Land, 20 small saint-ranked divine veins were still very important. If they gave it away just like that, It would be a lie if they did not feel heartache. The Forbidden Land's consumption was huge. With the things in hand, Lin Fei let Star Extermination's Celestial Emperor go. This guy would not stay for long and would directly leave. He already had no face to continue staying here. Lin Fei turned around. God's son Tianlong, you should be the one who lost the bet between us, right? There was still a debt that had not been collected yet. Lin Fei would not give up so easily. The previous scene was a huge blow to the God's son. They saw very clearly that Di Tian grasped a terrifying Heaven Dao power. Could it be absolute defense? Absolute defense? This was not going to be easy. The God's son's understanding of Di Tian stopped at the space and time bloodlines. Now that Di Tian grasped a Heaven Dao power that was not inferior to absolute defense, it was even more difficult to deal with him. Chapter 2001. Sky Dragon wasn't in a good mood at the moment. That guy actually won again, and he won so easily too. This even made God Sky Dragon's eyes turn red with envy. He was a god, but there was a huge gap between him and Di Tian now. 120 small-sized Saint-class divine meridians were enough to create a terrifying force. Even he couldn't take out so many Saint-class divine meridians at the moment. Another reason was that Di Tian had 3 Dao protectors to clear the way. 3 invincible god emperors as Dao protectors. That was extravagant. Sky Dragon wished that he was one of the 3 Dao protectors. He was a dignified god, but he didn't have that fate. This was a very unpleasant thing. This guy had embarrassed him time and time again. Sky Dragon didn't want to admit that he had lost. Sky Dragon sneered. You said that you were the first to refine a Dao protector. Who knows if it's true? I didn't see it with my own eyes. Everyone, don't you think so? If it was in the past, everyone might agree with Sky Dragon. But it was different now. Just as God's son Tianlong finished speaking, Lin Fei looked at the crowd indifferently. No one dared to speak. The 3 Dao protectors were staring at them like tigers watching their prey. They did not want to be beaten up just like that. No one supported the divine son Sky Dragon's words. In fact, Tianqi really wanted to support Sky Dragon, even though he didn't like Sky Dragon. After all, Sky Dragon was the #1 divine son. No god was willing to see that. Compared to Sky Dragon's strength, Sky Dragon was more concerned about Lin Fei. This guy was unrestrained and lawless. Who knew if he would let the 3 Dao protectors kill him? See, no one believes you. Lin Fei smiled. You still have something to say. Sky Dragon scolded them for being cowardly. You win. At this stage, even if Sky Dragon was thick-skinned, he couldn't say anything. Di Tian had 3 Dao protectors while he only had 1. He wasn't a match for Lin Fei. He could only swallow his anger and hand over the Saint-class divine meridians. Di Tian, you can go now, right? This time, it was not Divine Prince Sky Dragon who spoke. It was neither the illusory emperor nor the star-destroying emperor, but a divine son. The 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden. One of the Dao protectors was on top of the 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden. The 9 Heavens Phoenix Maiden said coldly. Lin Fei had no interest in the cold Phoenix Maiden of the 9 Heavens. Wait! Lin Fei wasn't someone who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. I think there's something. You have to make it clear. Now, Lin Fei was qualified to speak. With 3 invincible divine emperors in their hands, everyone had no choice but to take them seriously. What is it? The Phoenix Maiden of the 9th Heavens was still as cold as ever. I think that after we enter the treasury, I should get 70% of the treasures. Lin Fei said with a smile. By suppressing the Lord of the restricted region, Lin Fei's appetite also grew. If he didn't use it himself, he could leave it for the sex people to use. He would definitely get the biggest share. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. After all, Lin Fei had the upper hand now. The 3 invincible divine emperors were the ones who had the upper hand. No! The divine prince Sky Dragon refused. But you should get 70%. That's right, I don't agree either. The other divine prince, Wu Huan, also shook his head. He was the owner of another Dao protector and had an arrogant expression. The lord of the restricted region was stunned. Only Divine Emperor Star Destroying and the others had a hint of joy in their eyes. Tian was playing with fire. Lin Fei said lazily, because I have 3 invincible Dao protectors. No one had seen such a smug person. However, they had to admit that Lin Fei had the upper hand on this point. Your appetite is really big. The 9 Heavens Phoenix stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei patted his stomach. My appetite is indeed big. Who asked me to have 3 invincible Dao protectors and have the upper hand? Don't you think so? The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's killing intent flickered. You're really shameless. Do you think I will agree? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't need your agreement. You just need to know that I have 3 Dao protectors. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon's expression turned ugly. After all, this was the main point. The Divine Prince, Wu Huan, wore a white robe and had an unnatural expression on his arrogant face. 70% is definitely not possible. Lin Fei turned around and was about to leave. I don't mind. Anyway, I've gained a lot today. It doesn't matter whether I enter or not. Everyone agrees. The Divine Emperor started destroying and the others' expressions turned ugly. The Illusory Emperor had to admit that Tian played this trick too well, forcing everyone to agree. Tian was the strongest now. With 3 invincible God Emperors in his hands, no one dared to underestimate him. The scariest thing was that Tian had mastered some kind of defense that prevented him from being killed. 70% of the benefits? The Illusory Emperor was also impressed by Tian. His appetite was really big. You can't leave. Divine Emperor Star Destroying clenched his teeth. You want me to stay? Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Divine Emperor Star Destroying trembled in discomfort. He squeezed out an ugly smile. Cultivator Didan, you must be joking. Of course not. I just wanted to say that since everyone has finally come here, we should at least go in and take a look. Divine Emperor Star Destroying had no choice but to lower his voice. He was afraid of Tian. He couldn't defeat Tian, nor could he kill him. What was there left to do? Lin Fei said with a smile, I like what you said. Who doesn't want to take a look at Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault? I've spent so much effort to get 3 Dao protectors, but I'm not willing to go in just like that. I've sacrificed too much, and there's no way to make up for it. That's why I feel the need to make things clear. The leader of the restricted area frowned slightly. He was not willing to do so. If it wasn't the last resort, they really did not want to deal with Tian. After all, Tian was not easy to deal with, and they would always be the unlucky ones in the end. They could not accept 70% of the loot. In the end, they would still be working for Tian. Tian's words made them even more displeased. This was a typical case of taking advantage of others. With 3 Dao protectors in his hands, what else did he want? He really did not know how to be satisfied. However, they did not say it out loud. How about this? The 4 of you will each take 20%, and the remaining 20% will belong to us. The Illusionary Emperor said, trying to be the peacemaker again. It was the most suitable way to distribute the loot. Every single item in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault was good stuff. 20% was also an endless amount of benefits. In the eyes of the Illusionary Emperor, Tian simply wanted more benefits. 20% was more than enough. It was also giving him face. Lin Fei would not let them get what they wanted. 20%. Lin Fei said, I think I'll go home. Everyone can do whatever you want. He turned around and was about to leave. The Illusionary Emperor was startled. 20% of the loot, and you're still not satisfied? How much do you want? Cultivator Ditun, wait. The Illusionary Emperor blocked in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can discuss this. Don't you guys think so? Their replies were weak and feeble. Chapter 2002. No one here was an idiot. How could they not tell the difference? So what even if they could tell the difference? The treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang required 6 protectors to open it. It was impossible to open it without any of them. The Supreme Demon Monarchs and the others were impressive. They were utterly helpless against Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. They could not even open the door. Lin Fei had the most authority now. If they wanted to enter, they would have to listen to Lin Fei's attitude. If he said no, they could only watch helplessly. Kill him? Who could kill Ditun? No one could. If they had the ability, they would have done it long ago. Who wouldn't be willing to kill the shameless guy? It was impossible now. The only way left was to negotiate with Lin Fei. They would try their best to fight for it. They had to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The 5 leaders of the Forbidden Zones had lured Demon Monarch Fei Yang's corpse away. If they ended up empty-handed, they would be the unlucky ones. As they cursed Di Tian in their hearts for being shameless, they had no choice but to discuss the distribution of the loot. Lin Fei remained calm. It felt great to have the upper hand. Every leader of the Forbidden Zones was extremely powerful, yet they had to listen to his opinion. How awesome! Lin Fei had insisted on 70% of the loot since the beginning of the negotiation. Either way, it was the same sentence. I have 3 protectors. These words did not anger them half to death. What was the most lethal sentence? It was undoubtedly this sentence, especially to the Lord of the Forbidden Area. They could not find any reason to refute the sentence. Every time, Lin Fei would say the same sentence to push them back. Left with no choice, the leaders of the Forbidden Zones discussed with the gods, Tianlong and the others. After all, they had to enter the treasure vault. They had to get Lin Fei's consent. After all, he had the upper hand. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to it. Lin Fei finally got 70% of the loot. He must be up to no good by agreeing so quickly. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as he agreed, there was nothing to worry about. Tricks? Lin Fei was not afraid at all. If you all agree, I'll agree to go in. Lin Fei readily agreed. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or not, Lin Fei had the confidence to face it. The lords of the restricted region heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time, they felt so powerless. A junior. It could be said that their surveillance was very powerful. If the 6 Dao protectors were all in Di Tian's hands, they would truly be dumbfounded. Even now, it was as good as helping someone. Based on what he had thought, it would be best if a divine son could have a Dao protector. The benefits would be shared and everyone would be happy. Now, Di Tian had broken them. There were some restricted region lords who wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Their losses were great. All right, let's begin. The Void Emperor wiped the sweat off his forehead. Luckily, Di Tian had agreed and didn't mention anything else. Humph, this bastard. Does he really think that he can monopolize 70% of the profits? Dream on. Tianlong sneered in his heart. He contacted Godson Wu Huan. Wait, let's work together, how about that? Godson Wu Huan was someone who had just risen up. He was very arrogant towards Tianlong. I am quite surprised that Tianlong would choose to work together. Tianlong's expression was normal. If you don't work together, are you willing to let Di Tian take away 70%? I don't think anyone would be willing, much less you. I don't believe that even if we work together, along with the Lord of the restricted region, we won't be able to kill Di Tian. We have to chase him away. Godson Wu Huan wanted to mock Tianlong. It wasn't that he didn't want to work together. Just like what he had said, how could he be willing to let someone else take away 70%? Even 10% would make one's heart bleed, let alone 70%. You're right. I'm not happy with Di Tian. This person is a huge threat to us. It's necessary to get rid of him. Godson Wu Huan replied. We have to discuss how to get rid of Di Tian. The two of them started to discuss in private. To enter the treasury, they needed the 6 Dao protectors to open the path. First was to activate the statues. The statues in front of them were the 6 Dao protectors. In order to open the treasury, they had to activate the statues in order to enter. I'll go first. The Dao protector of Tianlong was the first to activate the statue. The Dao protector of an invincible celestial emperor was able to activate the statues easily. 5 of the 6 statues suddenly disappeared. The first statue seemed to have come to life. It slashed the space apart and opened up a black hole, which turned into a black light door. Rumor has it that the treasury of Demon Monarch Fei Yang is hidden in the boundless space. It seems like it's true. The illusionary emperor exclaimed. The lord of the restricted region could clearly see the statue slashing the space apart. It had actually split the space apart and activated one of the hidden spaces. This was the brilliance of demon monarch Fei Yang. No one else would be able to open the black light door, as it was connected to the statues. Only the statues could open the door, not even a spatial controller. Let's go in. The Lord of the restricted region immediately went in. Only the Lord of the restricted region, the three godsons, and Lin Fei entered the treasury. The others were too embarrassed to stay outside. As soon as they entered, the black light door closed. There was no way out, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Look, it's another statue. Another statue appeared in the middle of the space. It was the statue that had left before. Everyone could see the mystery behind it. They were connected to one another. One statue opened up a space. The second statue was godson Wu Huan. Just like before, another space was opened up. The group entered the treasury one by one. The third statue. The fourth statue. The fifth statue. The sixth statue appeared in front of them too. Everyone became even more excited. Lin Fei remained calm while secretly observing the Lord of the restricted region and the three godsons. He was quite impressed by demon monarch Fei Yang for being able to open up such a treasury. The rounds were indeed mysterious. Defeating demon monarch Fei Yang was a difficult task. Outside were three invincible deity emperors, who were even more difficult to deal with. Lin Fei could tell that whether it was godson Tianlong, godson Wu Huan, or even the Nine Heavens Phoenix, they had to go through a fierce battle to capture the invincible deity emperors. The invincible celestial emperors only had 30% of their strength left. The last statue. Lin Fei asked an invincible celestial emperor to activate the statue. Once it was activated, the statue did not split open the space like before. Instead, it formed a space inside its body and sucked the people outside into it. There's a space inside. Everyone was startled. After all, no one had thought about it that way. They all thought that it would be in another dimension. Chapter 2003. The statue in the space turned into dust, as if it was never there. After the statue turned into dust and disappeared, a few figures suddenly appeared in the space, exactly at the position where the statue had been. Open! The middle-aged man leading the group blasted the space apart with his finger and swiftly stabilized the path. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault is pretty deep. Of course, if it weren't for the Supreme Demon Monarch and the others luring Demon Monarch Fei Yang away, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of finding this place. The two God Emperors said. The man leading the group wore a calm expression. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is a thing of the past. I will surely acquire the destiny stone left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The middle-aged man said calmly. Big Brother will surely acquire the destiny stone and the destiny weapon left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's just those few little fellows. In the end, it's all for us, ha! The three entered the path. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei teleported into the space through the statue. Is this a palace? They initially thought they would be in the space, but they ended up in a huge palace instead. The majestic aura of the palace was accompanied by a sense of superiority. Why is this here? The illusionary emperor was shocked as he stared at the enormous palace. It's really that thing. Didn't they say that it disappeared after Demon Monarch Fei Yang died? Another leader of the Forbidden Zone stared with his eyes open wide in disbelief. Haha. So Demon Monarch Fei Yang had kept it and treated it like a treasure vault. The leader of the Forbidden Zone was the first to exclaim. Beside him were the three god princes. Only Lin Fei was clueless about the details of the palace. F***K, isn't it just a palace? Is there a need to do this? Lin Fei was confused. He felt that the palace was rather ordinary. There are plenty of palaces like this outside. The god prince Tianlong, who had been holding his breath, let out a hollow laugh after hearing Di Tian's words. What do you know, this isn't an ordinary palace, it's the palace of Demon Monarch Fei Yang's god court. Lin Fei glanced at it. The palace of the god court? He had no idea. How would Lin Fei know that this palace was the palace of the divine court? This thing was actually a palace built by a god emperor after he obtained the mandate of heaven. It was the symbol of a god emperor, no matter which god emperor ascended to the throne. The palace of the divine court was indispensable. The Void Emperor said, "Yes, this is the palace of the divine court, the temporary residence of Demon Emperor Fei Yang. I didn't expect him to be hidden in such a place after his death. It seems like Demon Emperor Fei Yang had placed all the good stuff in his palace." The restricted region lord was very excited. A temporary imperial residence. The God Emperor's temporary imperial residence. Who wouldn't be excited? Lin Fei was also a little excited. The temporary imperial residence of the God Emperor was the most powerful place in the world, even if it was in the past. No one could change the glory of the past. The group suppressed the excitement in their hearts. He entered through one of the gates of the temporary imperial residence. After closing the door, it was pushed open again, and a group of people filed in. This is the garden of the palace. Soon, everyone arrived at a place filled with flowers and birds. Despite the passage of time, the garden of the palace was still in full bloom, maintaining its vitality. The people present were all wealthy people, but after coming to the garden, they suddenly felt like beggars. There was nothing to compare to. This is the extinct willow leaf lotus. Inside a pond, a six-colored lotus was in full bloom. It was dazzling. One of the restricted region lords exclaimed. Before everyone could react, someone else said, "Isn't that a heaven-grade stone? To actually use it to make a fake mountain, this is too rich." And this water, it seems to be called 9 heaven glass water. The lords of the restricted zone were all dumbfounded. These were almost extinct things. If placed in the present, any one of them would set off a bloody storm. I want this 6-colored lotus. 9 Heavens Phoenix was the first to move, collecting Lord Lu's lotus in the pond. I'm very interested in this fake mountain. Godchild Wu Huan grabbed with his hand. He grabbed the rockery, which was something that money couldn't buy. Wait. The 3 invincible God Emperors interrupted 9 Heavens Phoenix and Godchild Wu Huan's actions. Everyone seems to have forgotten something. 70% of the things here belong to me. Now that I see something good, I should be the one to choose first. Did everyone forget? Lin Fei didn't care what they would think. 70% of the benefits, this was the advantage. First choice. Godchild Wu Huan's eyes spewed fire. You're so shameless. Lin Fei shook his head. Wrong, the word shameless should be used elsewhere, and it's not suitable for me. I'm just stating a fact. I like this fake mountain very much. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, snatching the fake mountain and putting it in his storage space. I like this too. I want that too. Lin Fei moved again, taking the good things. 9 Heavens Phoenix did not take the 6-colored lotus. A treasured sword matches a hero. This beautiful 6-colored lotus naturally matches a beauty, so I don't want it, I'll give it to the goddess. Godchild Tianlong and Godchild Wu Huan were very unhappy. Damn it, using this to rope in the 9 Heavens Phoenix, and he still dared to say that he wasn't shameless. Alright, take your time to choose the remaining things. Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Lin Fei swept away all the good things in the garden. The lord of the restricted area didn't care much, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. After Lin Fei did that, everyone had no interest in plundering the things in the garden. They reluctantly took a few things and prepared to go forward. You don't want it? Then I'll take it. Lin Fei was happy, letting the 3 invincible God Emperors take action, tearing down the entire garden and collecting it all together. In a short while, the garden was riddled with holes. Even a mouse that came in would cry and run out. It was really too empty. Shameless. Too shameless. Shameless. The lord of the restricted area cursed in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless person, taking advantage of the fact that they didn't want anything and plundering the rest. Almost all the good things were in the other party's hands. With the things in his hands, he could set up a garden. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and swept everything clean. The palace was huge. This group of people was very relaxed. The treasure vault set up by Demon Monarch Fei Yang was not something that outsiders could enter. The group passed through many areas, sweeping away all the good things. Unknowingly, they passed through many places and arrived at a huge herb mountain. Seeing the herbs that still retained their vitality after so many years, everyone was overjoyed. Ancient herbs. Especially some ancient herbs, even the lord of the restricted area was tempted. It was impossible to see them outside. Chapter 2004. A huge herb mountain. Anyone would be tempted, especially when there were some extinct ancient herbs. The effects of the herbs were terrifying to be able to be called ancient. The lords of the Forbidden Lands rushed out in excitement. They had forgotten about their previous words and were attacked by the golem hiding in the herb mountain. The golem's strength was terrifying. Even though it was not as strong as an invincible celestial emperor, it was enough to give the lords of the Forbidden Lands a headache. They could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei smirked. When he came here, he had discovered through the system that there was an unknown danger at the bottom of the herb mountain. Hence, he was cautious and did not rush up. There are so many herbs here, take whatever you like. Lin Fei brought the 3 invincible celestial emperors into the herb mountain. Bang bang bang. The invincible celestial emperors with monarch weapons perfectly countered the golem's attacks. Lin Fei was shocked. This demon monarch Fei Yang was really good at scheming. It was really one ring after another. Who would have thought a monarch weapon could break through the golem's defense? After the 3 invincible celestial emperors held the golem back, Lin Fei collected the herbs at a steady pace. These herbs were aged for a long time and could almost take the form of a human. Unfortunately, this place was sealed by a force. The herbs could only remain in their original form. They could not take the form of a human and wield greater power. Lin Fei easily suppressed them, sweeping up all the medicinal herbs. As for what those people's expressions were, he was not interested in watching. After sweeping through the entire medicinal mountain, Lin Fei sprinted to the next location. His movements were extraordinarily fast, causing the lord of the restricted region to grind his teeth. This Di Tian was too despicable. Would he die if he was a little slower? In the beginning, Lin Fei only swept through the herbs, but he felt that he was too slow, so he asked Hairball to do it. Hairball opened and closed her mouth, swallowing the entire herb mountain. After leaving the palace, the golem stopped moving, allowing Lin Fei to heave a sigh of relief. However, to the lords of the Forbidden Lands, it was not a good thing. They were slow at first, but when Hairball showed up and unleashed her innate ability, they were dumbfounded. No one could be so shameless. Tell Lin Fei to stop? They couldn't find a reason to stop Lin Fei. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei swept through 70% of the herb mountain before finally stopping. These are yours. I'm very disciplined. Lin Fei chuckled as he stopped and pointed at the herb mountain in the distance. Compared to the medicinal mountains he had collected, these medicinal mountains were far inferior. All the good stuff had been swept away. The lord of the restricted area wanted to cry but had no tears. Now that I've provoked you like this, I believe you're going to make a move. Not far away, Lin Fei was waiting for the lord of the restricted region, thinking to himself. Lin Fei wanted to provoke them. It didn't matter if he was the divine son. It was still the restricted region lord who was the best. Even now, he wasn't being honest. Who knows, he might be looking for a chance to deal with him. Di Tian is a bastard. A restricted region lord snorted coldly. The good immemorial medicinal herbs have all been collected. The ones left behind are all the worst. From the start, we shouldn't have agreed to Di Tian's request. Some lords of the restricted regions felt regret. If we didn't agree, we can forget about coming in now. Even though the medicinal herbs on the herb mountain were very good. But in the eyes of the lords of the restricted region, these were just that. Compared to the herb mountain in Di Tian's hands, there was a huge difference. Now, they were very jealous of the herb mountain that Di Tian had collected. The immemorial medicinal herbs in the herb mountain, even the lords of the restricted region would be tempted. They were of great help to them. Void Emperor, are you willing to let that kid Di Tian continue being so arrogant? God Emperor Star Destruction transmitted to Void Emperor. He was more jealous than anyone else. Just like the few immemorial medicinal herbs just now, they were of great help to us. Now that they have all been taken by Di Tian, I'm not willing. Although Void Emperor was the peacemaker previously, it didn't mean that he was convinced by Di Tian. Especially the immemorial medicinal herbs that were collected previously, some of them were things that Void Emperor cared a lot about. When God Emperor Star Destruction said that, he was a little unhappy in his heart, and his expression darkened. What do you want to do? Void Emperor said. God Emperor Star Destruction said in a low voice, I can't stand DTon. He's just a junior, why should he want 70% of the benefits? Now that we have entered, why don't we chase DTon out? Void Emperor glanced at God Emperor Star Destruction, and he was a little tempted. Are you confident? As the old lords of the restricted region, they had always been high and mighty. Now that they had suffered a loss in the hands of a junior, they were definitely not willing. Previously, they had no choice but to agree because of the other party's threats. Without the statue, they could forget about entering. Now that they had entered, they had another idea. DTon had snatched away the good things that had appeared continuously, which made them even more uncomfortable. Originally, a large portion of the benefits were supposed to belong to them. God Emperor Star Destruction laughed. I've already contacted them, and they don't like DTon to continue staying here. Now, you're the only one left. We fought our way in, so why should we give the majority of the benefits to DTon? DTon has a large success spatial bloodline. Are you sure you can chase DTon out? Void Emperor said worriedly. If we don't chase DTon out with just the few of us, we will definitely suffer a great loss. I brought a treasure left behind by a God Emperor back then. That God Emperor was a spatial controller back then, and he became an emperor. God Emperor Star Destruction chuckled. I agree. Void Emperor's eyes lit up. Very soon, they swept away the remaining 30% of the medicinal herbs on the herb mountain. At this moment, Lin Fei had waited for a while. We can go to the next place. Void Emperor walked at the front. A few lords of the restricted region appeared on both sides of Void Emperor. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, turned around, and walked forward, purposely revealing his back, just in case they attacked him. At the instant he turned around, Void Emperor and the lords of the restricted region beside him took out their God Emperor treasures and attacked him. Boom boom boom. All the attacks landed on Lin Fei's back. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei turned around and snorted, I know you guys are regretting, but can you kill me with just this? Void Emperor had nothing to regret. You've taken too much. Void Emperor said, even if we can't kill you, we have achieved our goal by sending you out. God Emperor Star Destruction and the lords of the restricted region worked together to activate a golden talisman, which flickered with radiance, and an irresistible pressure swept over. Emperor's might. Dean, you've been tricked. The golden talisman released a radiance, which swept towards Lin Fei's body, and the void was torn apart, and Lin Fei disappeared from the desolate herb mountain. Success. God Emperor Star Destruction had a hint of fatigue on his forehead, and when he saw Jingguang bringing DTon into the void, he laughed loudly. This is great, DTon has finally been sent away. Chapter 2005. In order to send DTon away, Celestial Emperor Star Destruction had to use a treasure. Now that DTon had disappeared, the Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was relieved. Without the detestable DTon around, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang would eventually belong to them. I thought DTon had some tricks up his sleeves. So what if his space bloodline has reached the greater success stage? He was still sent out when we were least expecting it. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was elated. The other lords of restricted areas were elated too. After all, no one was willing to let others take 70% of the loot. Moreover, this person had nothing to do with them. It was a relief to send him away. They didn't have to worry about the treasures in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Now, it would be divided among the three of them. As for whether the Supreme Demon Monarch would be enraged after this, it was another matter. Anyway, if they didn't say it, who would know? Even if DTon said it, would anyone believe it? God's son Tianlong and God's son Wuhuan smiled. It was the first time the high and mighty God's son couldn't do anything to DTon. The unknown defense was too annoying. It was like an annoying fly. Now that he couldn't see DTon, his mood became better. Without DTon, we can continue. Illusionary Emperor was also in a good mood. As a veteran lord of restricted area, he didn't like DTon. It was good that he left. Clap 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 clap. Suddenly, a few more people appeared in the sky above Herb Mountain. The leader applauded. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction's mood immediately sank. "It's you!" The Lord of Restricted Area turned around and recognized the person. They had been paying attention to the news outside. They knew who the person in front of them was, including his background. Celestial Emperor Dream One, how did you get in? Illusionary Emperor was shocked. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get in. Now that Celestial Emperor Dream One had come in silently, they couldn't believe it was real. A tail appeared behind them, and they thought about Celestial Emperor Dream One's background. The Lord of Restricted Area's expression darkened. The leader was Celestial Emperor Dream One. He had always been in the top 5 on the destiny list. He was an incredible expert. "It's all thanks to you guys leading the way," Celestial Emperor Dream One said with a smile. "How would I know that Demon Monarch Fei Yang had come up with such a way to come in?" The faces of Divine Emperor Star Destruction and the others became even more unsightly as they were able to enter right under their noses. The plan to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang's Forbidden Land had been planned a long time ago, thus not many people knew about it. He did not expect God Emperor Meng Yi to target him and follow him in. This was a powerful enemy. "Divine Emperor Dream One, what are you trying to do?" Divine Emperor Star Destruction stared at Divine Emperor Dream One. Initially, he was in a good mood. But now, his mood was ruined by God Emperor Dream One. God Emperor Star Destruction was in a terrible mood. "You want the treasures of Demon Monarch Fei Yang, but I want the Destiny Weapon and Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's that simple." Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said calmly. The Void Emperor's heart tightened. "You also know about the Heaven's Will Weapon? You're really not simple. I thought only old things like us would know about the Heaven's Will Weapon." In a small dust cloud on Herb Mountain, Lin Fei was hiding among them. In fact, it was in the system space. Borrowing the other party's brilliance, Lin Fei hid in the system space and turned into a small dust cloud, right in front of everyone's eyes. "Damn it, God Emperor Meng Yi is so cunning," Lin Fei cursed. "However, no matter how cunning you are, you still fell into my trap. Let me be the fisherman." From the beginning, Lin Fei knew that someone had sneaked in. The system scan was not an exaggeration. Thus, Lin Fei made a move to make them attack. Heaven's Will Weapon? There's such a thing? Lin Fei really did not know about it. It sounded like it was a very impressive name. God Emperor Meng Yi was very imposing. As if everything was under his control. "Seniors know about the Heaven's Will Weapon, why can't I know about it?" God Emperor Meng Yi said with a smile. "The Heaven's Will Weapon is the strongest weapon of a God Emperor. There can only be one in each era. Its power surpasses the Monarch Weapon. There was a saying that once the Heaven's Will Weapon appears, no one can compete against it." Void Emperor said in a deep voice, "Daoist Meng Yi, you might not be aware of one thing. Demon Emperor Fei Yang's Heaven's Will Weapon is not complete. Currently, the Heaven's Will Weapons exist in fragments. It is impossible for the Heaven's Will Weapon to be complete in Demon Emperor Fei Yang's treasure vault. Whether there is or not is another matter. Don't you agree, Void Emperor?" God Emperor Meng Yi was not angry. "As long as you agree to hand over the Heaven's Will Weapon and the Heaven's Will Stone, I don't want the rest." God Sun Sky Dragon said coldly. "God Emperor Meng Yi, who do you think you are? You want the Heaven's Will Weapon and the Heaven's Will Stone just like that? Do you really think we don't exist?" Di Tian had finally left, and now God Emperor Meng Yi, an expert on the Heaven's Will ranking, made God Sun Sky Dragon even more unhappy. He was the #1 God Sun, but now he seemed like a passerby. God Emperor Meng Yi looked at God Sun Sky Dragon with a smile. "So it's the #1 God Sun Sky Dragon. That means you don't agree." God Sun Sky Dragon is in trouble. In the system space, Lin Fei laughed. God Emperor Meng Yi seemed to be gentle on the surface, but Lin Fei didn't think so. This God Emperor Meng Yi had a strong background, and it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. How could he be an ordinary person who rose up the Heaven's Will ranking like a rocket? God Sun Sky Dragon's eyes flickered as he faced God Emperor Meng Yi. "That's right, the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang isn't something you can take away with just a few words. Win against me first." I've long heard about the number 1 God Sun Sky Dragon. Your strength is incredible, and you have the will of the heavens and earth. I'm very interested. God Emperor Meng Yi did not have any hint of anger on him, and he was still as gentle as before. I would like to see the strength of a genius ranked in the top 10 of the Heavens Will ranking. Bang bang bang. The will of the heavens and earth surrounded God Emperor Meng. The invisible will of the heavens and earth penetrated deep into God Emperor Meng Yi's divine sense. The divine sense was the place that experts valued the most, and the will of the heavens and earth could easily enter it, destroying everything it passed through. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to withstand it. Even the rulers of the forbidden areas were shocked by the will of the heavens and earth. God Sun Sky Dragon initially planned to use this move against D Tian, but it was unable to penetrate through D Tian's strong defense. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on God Emperor Meng. What a great attack from the will of the heavens and earth! God Emperor Meng Yi squinted his eyes and shattered the will of the heavens and earth. He then pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon. What a pity, it's not enough. Bang! God Emperor Meng Yi pointed his finger at God Sun Sky Dragon's forehead. All his defenses were useless now. Crack 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 crack. God Sun Sky Dragon's body exploded, and a wave of will of the heavens and earth struck him, causing him to disappear. You two can leave now. God Emperor Meng Yi pointed at God Sun Wu Huan and the 9 Heavens Phoenix. Bang bang. Chapter 2006. Damn, it's over? Lin Fei blinked. This was completely beyond his imagination. Lin Fei was well aware of the strength of Divine Sun Sky Dragon and Divine Sun Wu Huan. It would be difficult to kill them, and it would also be difficult to defeat them. But now? It was too fast, too easy. No, the power he used just now doesn't seem to be ordinary divine power. Lin Fei calmed down and thought back to first God Emperor Dream's attack. He could see that this was not an ordinary divine power attack. Even though he didn't have a deep understanding of the God Sons, Lin Fei knew that they were protected by the heavenly Tao. God Emperor Meng Yi was able to easily break his physical body, so the power he displayed was definitely not simple. No wonder this guy can come up so fast, and his strength is so overbearing. If he were to bombard me with this finger, perhaps I would have to consume 20 to 30% of my divinity points. Lin Fei listed God Emperor Meng Yi as one of the key opponents to defend against. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. This is the power of heaven's will. The illusionary emperor's body began to tremble. His face was filled with disbelief. This was a power that he hadn't seen for a very long time. Only an old man like him had seen the power of heaven's will. Impossible! How could you grasp heaven's will's power so quickly? God Emperor Meng Yi said indifferently, nothing is impossible, because the destiny of the future will belong to me. A few mere divine sons are unable to unleash 100% of the will of the heavenly way. They are no match for me at all. If it wasn't for the protection of the damned heavenly way, I would have completely annihilated them. After the lords of the restricted areas recovered from their shock, their eyes revealed deep fear, and not just a trace of fear. Divine Emperor Meng Yi's strength exceeded their imagination. Even if they joined hands, they were not Divine Emperor Meng Yi's match. Since you have the power of heaven's will, why do you need to ask us about the things in the treasury? The Void Emperor sighed. Just a tiny bit of this legendary power was enough to give him the upper hand. It was not what the dozen or so lords of the restricted area, could contend against. It wasn't easy for him to trick Lin Fei. He didn't expect an even more ferocious tiger to appear. He had also grasped the power of heaven's will. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi smilingly said, both the Destiny Stone and the fragment of the Destiny Weapon are sealed away by Demon Monarch Fei Yang's power. I would like to ask for your help. I wonder if everyone is willing to grant this emperor my wish. At this time, who would dare to say the word no? The divine sun is awesome, right? In the end, it was still destroyed by a single finger of yours. The most unbelievable thing is that you have the power of the heaven's will. Even a trace of it is not something we can resist. Heaven's will power? Lin Fei pondered. He had figured something out from the conversation just now. It seemed that this power that could shatter the Son of God was called the Mandate of Heaven. Don't tell me. Did the God Emperor control this kind of heaven's will power? A power that completely surpasses divine power? Lin Fei's mind went blank. Can my system's divinity points raise the power to the level of heavenly mandate? Lin Fei had always been used to the divinity points. However, after hearing about the heaven's will power, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. It seemed like his divinity points could be upgraded to produce a stronger power. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi has to ask for my permission to take the Destiny Weapon and the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei had his eyes on it too. If I can get the fragment of the Destiny Weapon or even the Destiny Stone and peek at the power of the Destiny Stone, will I be able to increase the power of my God Force? Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Celestial Emperor Meng easily suppressed the 3 godsons. He banished them from Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace. At the same time, he made the Lord of the Forbidden Area agree to help him break the seal left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The situation was instantly under Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's control. Let's go! The Lord of the Forbidden Area led the way while Celestial Emperor Meng Yi followed behind. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi came to a stop. He glanced at the herb mountain and frowned. Master, what's wrong? Celestial Emperor Meng Yi withdrew his gaze. His eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Nothing, it feels like someone is peeking at me. But I can't find anything. Master, is there a mistake? Maybe there's a mistake. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said, I have a trace of the heavens will power. With this trace of the heavens will power, I was able to peek into Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, and I don't believe anyone has snuck in. Meanwhile, Lin Fei was chuckling close to Celestial Emperor Meng. Such sharp reflexes. Lin Fei did not purposely observe Celestial Emperor Meng. To be honest, he was quite shocked that Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was aware of it. It was the first time someone had noticed it. Even though Celestial Emperor Meng Yi did not find him, Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. Demon Monarch Fei Yang's palace was huge. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi seemed to be familiar with the general location of the palace. He brought the group to the center of the palace, which was the biggest palace. Along the way, they were attacked by the statues a few times. They were easily defeated. This is the place. The illusionary emperor glanced at the enormous palace not far away. There were 2 words on the palace: Treasure Palace. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that the palace was where Demon Monarch Fei Yang stored his treasures. The Heavens Will Weapon and the Heavens Will Stone might be inside. If Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not here, the Lord of the Forbidden Area would be even happier. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi wore a smile as he glanced at the treasure palace. Everyone, follow me inside, let's take a look at the treasures left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi blasted the door of the treasure palace open with his finger. The door, made of unique materials, shattered into pieces. Lin Fei secretly followed behind. As soon as they entered the treasure palace, it was not empty or filled with treasures as they imagined, but they were in the middle of a starry sky. In the starry sky, the treasures were surrounded by blinding lights that kept on moving. Roar, roar, roar. Far away, a giant dragon was circling in the starry sky. Its sharp eyes were staring at them, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Even a sacred rank god range has transformed. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was not surprised at all. Roar, roar, roar. Another giant golden dragon appeared from afar. Compared to the previous giant dragon, this one was more imperious. Its terrifying aura caused the starry sky to tremble. Is this the legendary ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range? The illusionary emperor stared at the giant golden dragon and thought of something that he had not seen for a long time. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi said smilingly, "You have a good eye. This is indeed the ultimate form of the sacred rank god range, the sacred emperor divine range. There are only a few of them in the world. I did not expect Demon Monarch Fei Yang to find one." Lin Fei's eyes flickered as he followed behind. The ultimate form? Are you kidding me? Even a small sacred rank god range was not easy to come by. let alone a sacred emperor divine range. Lin Fei had the urge to suppress it in the system. Chapter 2007. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He was considered a tycoon. He was nothing compared to demon monarch Fei Yang. The latter was 100 times more impressive than him. He even had the ultimate form of a sacred meridian. This was not something that just anyone could have. Demon monarch Fei Yang's status as a god monarch was incomparable to ordinary people. Lin Fei forced himself to calm down. If Emperor God Meng Yi did not show up, he would have killed him and taken all the treasures. Don't worry, don't worry. Emperor God Meng Yi was only slightly surprised. It was obvious that the god monarch came from a formidable faction. As everyone's gaze landed on the sacred meridians, Emperor God Meng Yi continued forward. Even though the leaders of the Forbidden Zones were tempted, they had no choice but to stop. Don't worry, as long as I get the destiny weapons and destiny stones, I don't need the rest. They are all yours. Emperor God Meng Yi said. It was obvious that his words were quite useful to the leaders of the Forbidden Zones. The leaders of the Forbidden Zones looked better. A bunch of idiots. Lin Fei, who was following behind, let out a hollow laugh. He did not believe Emperor God Meng Yi's words. A sacred meridian that could transform into a sacred meridian was the pinnacle among the sacred meridians. Any sacred meridian was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei had the urge to take everything. Not to mention someone like Emperor God Meng Yi. They passed through the giant dragon formed by the sacred meridian. Statues appeared in front of them once again, each suppressing a treasure. There were sabers, swords, and all kinds of weapons. Some of the leaders of the Forbidden Zones exclaimed when they saw the statues. That's God Emperor Ju Qin, an experienced invincible God Emperor. He was killed by demon monarch Fei Yang, who had just achieved the God Emperor realm. This is his weapon, the willow leaf sword. It was the name of a leader of a Forbidden Zone. He had made a name for himself a long time ago. They did not expect him to be killed by demon monarch Fei Yang. His corpse was refined and placed here to be suppressed. Immediately, the other leaders of the Forbidden Zones shifted their attention to the statues. 3 Origin God Emperor. Goddess Luo Xian. One name after another popped up. Some were powerful, some were skilled in formations. Demon Emperor Fei Yang had managed to gather all of them together. Each and every one of them was a treasure that was being suppressed. It was also very moving. Compared to the sacred rank divine range, this was just a little exciting for everyone. Which famous person would not create such a spoils of war like this? Not only did it give him a sense of accomplishment, but it also gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely shocking. The group continued to observe as they advanced. God Emperor Meng Yi did not speak much. After passing through the loot area set up by demon monarch Fei Yang, immediately, mountains appeared one after another. These mountains were all piled up with all kinds of materials. No matter who it was, as long as they looked at it, they would have the urge to take it down. Because the temporary imperial residence was the most powerful place in the world, as time went on, these top-grade materials all developed their own sentience and began to move back and forth, possessing a life form. This would require a long period of time. When everyone came in, the top-grade materials all quieted down. It returned to its original state. After all, the auras of deity Emperor Meng and the others were so powerful that they could be sensed from afar. This time he was much less shocked. It was not surprising that some of the forbidden areas had some life forms too, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still shocking. It seemed like he was trying to collect all the good stuff in the world at once. The group proceeded forward again. This time, nothing could be seen in the starry sky. As the group thought they were about to arrive. Under the starry sky, a spring of yin and yang appeared, vaguely visible under the starry sky. Wisps of light were emitted from it, causing its aura to fluctuate. A ripple was formed. The masters of the forbidden areas instinctively stopped in their tracks. Even God Emperor Meng Yi did the same. His eyes were fixed onto the spring with a look of disbelief. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is so generous to be able to summon a unique life form. Is he planning to use the treasures here to nurture this unique life form? God Emperor Meng Yi said. This is a unique life form? The illusionary emperor could not believe it. Didn't they say that there are only a handful of unique life forms in this world and none of them are easy to suppress? Could this spring water be a unique life form? God Emperor Wang explained, the current unique life forms are indeed extremely domineering, but they can't transform into a human form and can only maintain their original form. They will also have some spiritual intelligence, making it very easy to deal with them. For example, this unique life form in front of us is a terrifying form of water. Don't be fooled by its harmless appearance, but anyone who approaches it will be swallowed without leaving a corpse behind. God Emperor Destruction waved his hand and a peak ultimate god appeared next to him, allowing him to get close to the spring water. A trace of energy landed on the peak ultimate god and turned him into a pool of blood without leaving a corpse behind. What a terrifying power! The masters of the forbidden areas were very surprised and frowned. They did not notice the energy fluctuation just now. Not just any power could corrode a peak ultimate god in an instant and do it so quickly. Even if we, the masters of the forbidden areas, take action, we might not be able to gain any benefits from this thing. The masters of the forbidden areas had terrifying eyesight. This kind of thing would continue to grow and its strength would surpass them in the future. However, the premise was that it would take a long time. Can I take this special life form back? Lin Fei stared at the special life form and drooled. Others might not be able to subdue it, but as long as he had enough divinity points, he might really be able to subdue it. If he could make this guy transform through the system, wouldn't that mean he would have another thug by his side? Hairball was a powerful thug. The special life form was also very famous and was very suitable as a thug. Emperor Meng Yi, if you don't like this special life form, I'm very interested in it. Can you let me have it? A master of the forbidden area said as he grabbed with his big hand and was about to suppress the special life form. Emperor Meng did not speak and only had a disdainful look on his face as he let the other party do it without stopping him. How can an old thing like you subdue a special life form? The master of the forbidden area grabbed with his big hand. Before he got close to the special life form, a fierce aura blasted straight at him and crushed his arm on the spot. Drops of blood fell. In a moment he lost his left hand. The master of the forbidden area was furious as he actually lost to a special life form. Before he could attack, the special life form attacked again. It was as fierce as a tiger and made the master of the forbidden area very embarrassed. Chapter 2008. Although the lord of the restricted region was furious, he also knew that compared to special life forms, there was still a huge disparity between his own strength and special life forms. After cursing for a while, he stopped attacking. The other lords of the restricted zone were all secretly fearful of the special life forms. To be able to corrode the restricted region lord's arm clean, it was indeed very terrifying. And this was only his current strength. The future was the most terrifying. Special life forms are unique existences in the world. They have lived longer than us, so it's normal that you're not a match for them. God Emperor Meng Yi said, even if we make a move, we might not be able to gain any advantage. We might even suffer a small loss. Only a God Emperor can subdue such a unique life form. Everyone nodded. Everyone agreed with God Emperor Meng Yi's words. If it weren't for the fact that the special life form's counterattack wasn't very powerful, they definitely wouldn't have been as relaxed as they were now. He would definitely be tormented for a while. Alright, now that I've heard about this unique life form, I'm not far away from the heavenly fate weapon left behind by demon monarch Fei Yang. God Emperor Meng Wan's words undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. The group moved forward again. Lin Fei controlled the system space and silently arrived above the special life form. I truly didn't expect the strength of a special life form to be this terrifying, destroying an arm of the restricted region lord with a raise of a hand. If this matures, then it would be even more terrifying. Lin Fei sized up the special life form. When I return, I must take it away. I can't let God Emperor First Dream take it away. Just now, in the darkness, Lin Fei had clearly seen First Dream God Sovereign's lust flash. Even though First Dream God Sovereign hid it well, Lin Fei had seen it all. This guy also wanted a special life form. Lin Fei really wanted to take it away now. It would be troublesome to suppress it later. In order not to alert the enemy, he could only leave it for later. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei chased after him. A loud rumbling sound came from the starry sky ahead. In the resplendent starry sky, a war chariot moved through the air, taking action against the restricted region lord. Then, a sky-reaching great tree appeared, its leaves like blades. He swept his gaze across the crowd. In the starry sky, one weapon after another drilled out, carrying the edge of an unrivaled weapon, fiercely attacking everyone. The Lord of the restricted region and God Emperor Meng Yi were surrounded and attacked by the weapons. F***ck, this is the chaos caused by the weapons. Seeing the Lord of the restricted region being besieged, Lin Fei secretly frowned. The first weapons that appeared were all extremely powerful, and each of them had their own consciousness. He was not inferior to an adult. This is Demon Monarch Fei Yang's territory. How dare you intrude? My big saber is broken again. The weapon let out a cold sound, and the cold edge swept across the crowd. The restricted region lords were also quite formidable, continuously sending weapons flying. There were even some restricted region lords who chose to subdue weapons. This is the last place left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's called the Weapon Vault, which houses the supreme weapons of the vast world. As time goes by, they will accumulate spiritual value points and occupy the Weapon Vault. God Emperor Meng Yi attacked repeatedly. One of the long sabers was shattered on the spot, and the other long sword, seeing that the situation was not good, turned around and was also shattered on the spot. If you continue to cultivate for tens of thousands of years, you might really be able to become the strongest in the world. But now you can't. God Emperor Meng Yi charged in with a towering aura, sending all the weapons flying. No one could get close to God Emperor Meng Yi, suppressing all the weapons in the sky. Progenitor, this guy is very strong, we won't be able to kill him. Progenitor! The weapons were constantly being pushed back. Among the weapons, many of them were monarch weapons. Each of them possessed an extraordinary power. Any of them would be highly sought after in the outside world. Meanwhile, they were just a collection here. Bang bang bang. Deep in the starry sky, 3 terrifying auras could be felt. A black spear turned into a ray of light and appeared out of nowhere, coiling around God Emperor Meng Yi's body. At the same time, a giant black axe descended from the sky. The axe landed on God Emperor Meng Yi's head. Following this, a golden arrow was fired at God Emperor Meng Yi's chest with a flicker, leaving a hole the size of a fist. His sturdy body was severely injured by the arrow. At that instant, everyone felt their scalp going numb. The restricted region lords who were wary of God Emperor Meng Yi suspected that they were seeing things. God Emperor Meng Yi was severely injured? The combination of attacks was too powerful. First was the encirclement, then the attack of the giant axe, and most importantly, the golden arrow came out of nowhere, containing the space door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An arrow penetrated God Emperor Meng Yi's body. The golden arrows continued to attack, penetrating God Emperor Meng Yi's body one after another, riddling it with holes in an instant. God Emperor Meng Yi's body shattered. What a good impression of the weapons! Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. This was a perfect combination. It was almost impossible to block. The attack of the golden arrows was even more terrifying. God Emperor Meng Yi is so strong, he won't be killed on the spot. In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy had an extraordinary background, he would not be killed by the 3 weapons. As expected of the top-tier weapons that Demon Monarch Fei Yang found in the ancient ruins, they can kill all attacks from ascended God Emperors and even invincible God Emperors. All of a sudden, God Emperor Meng Yi's body was reconstructed, unaffected by the previous attacks, perfectly recovering. The 3 weapons turned into 3 figures in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. They were all shocked. To be able to withstand our combined attacks, you're impressive. The one who spoke was the one who fired the arrows. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand our attacks. The black giant axe turned into a bulky man, glaring at God Emperor Meng Yi fiercely. "Big brother, why are you wasting time with him? Tie him up." God Emperor Meng Yi said calmly, "Just now, I wanted to see your attacks, so I allowed you to attack. However, if you take the initiative to retreat, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying your true forms." The bulky man harumphed and returned to his true form, slashing across the sky. "Come at me if you dare." The slash was extremely terrifying. Everyone only had eyes for the axe. Although the slash was not earth-shattering, it was still terrifying. "You're courting death." God Emperor Meng Yi's eyes flickered as he took out an item. It was a broken saber tip, black in color, with runes on its surface. As soon as the item was taken out, the bulky man's expression changed greatly, as if he had encountered the most terrifying existence in his life. Slash! The saber tip struck out. The black axe was split in half. It let out a cry. Chapter 2009. The tip of the saber was filled with a dreadful aura. The black great axe was the first to receive heavy damage. The restricted zone lords were shocked as they stared at the shard in Meng Yi God Emperor's hand. Among them, there were a few knowledgeable people who revealed expressions of disbelief. A weapon of destiny. The number of weapons of destiny left behind by the God Emperors could be counted on one hand. Even if one managed to obtain a fragment of a weapon, the might of the fragment would be extremely frightening, surpassing that of an imperial armament. Everything in the world could be cut down. Now that God King Meng Yi had a fragment of the Heaven's Will weapon, it was equivalent to holding a great terror in his hands. The lord of the restricted region who was previously unconvinced was now convinced. Even the divine princes wouldn't be able to compete with Emperor Meng Yi for a while. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the blade fragment again. The spear and bow were fatally attacked. The shards at the tip of the saber were extremely terrifying. Just one of the shards was enough to suppress the bow and the black spear, forcing them to retreat. This emperor still lacks a few powerful emperor weapons. If you don't want to be smashed into pieces, then follow this emperor. God Emperor Meng Yi stopped, the tip of his blade hovering above his head. The bow, the black axe, and the spear were all injured. He clasped his fist and said, "Losing to the weapon of Heaven's Will is something we accept wholeheartedly. Do you know the name of this weapon?" God Emperor Meng Yi laughed. "There's no harm in telling you. This is the 5th generation God Emperor's Devil Essence Slash. I believe your master should have heard of it." The 3 weapons were shocked, but they were once again convinced. This guy is really cunning. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. Those 3 weapons are so cowardly. Can't they see that God King Meng Yi is just bluffing? He doesn't have the strength to activate the Destiny weapon fragment. Others couldn't see through God Emperor Dream One's background. Lin Fei saw it clearly. Others were wary of God King Meng Yi, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to his details, especially after he took out the weapon fragment. No. We can't let God Emperor Meng Yi pick up a huge bargain for nothing. Lin Fei did not want the 3 monarch weapons to fall into the hands of God Emperor Meng. This place was filled with weapons, all of which were the spoils of demon monarch Fei Yang. If the 3 strongest monarch weapons ended up in Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's hands, the strength of God Emperor Meng Yi's faction would definitely increase greatly. He had to destroy God Emperor Meng Yi's dream. Lin Fei transmitted his divine sense over. Among the 3 emperor weapons, the longbow was the strongest. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the great imperial bow. "You're one of the strongest imperial weapons, yet you're already frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment. I have no choice but to look down on you." The great bow monarch weapon was indeed stunned. The strongest sovereign weapon was still a sovereign weapon. The heavenly mandate weapons were of a higher grade. They were not on the same level at all. Suddenly he heard the sound. The great bow imperial weapon was quite surprised. Even someone as powerful as he was unable to detect the other party's tracks. The great bow reacted quickly. "You're saying that they're trying to scare us?" "That's right, I'm just scaring you." Lin Fei said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want you to be controlled by others, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. You're an insult to the existence of an emperor armament." The great bow imperial weapon felt wronged. He was the Destiny's armament fragment and was naturally countered. His combat strength was affected. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to numb them and then attack together to catch them off guard. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to you. God Emperor Meng Yi kept the Destiny's armament fragment. God Emperor Meng Yi was satisfied that he would be able to use the 3 Emperor weapons. To be able to become the strongest 3 out of all the weapons. At the same time, they would have the ability to rally supporters. Subduing these 3 Emperor weapons was the same as subduing all the weapons here. Such a huge temptation was something that even God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't resist. Now, he just had to wait for them to open their origins. Allowing him to leave a mark was equivalent to controlling 3 Emperor weapons. I'm willing to worship you as my master. The Great Bao Imperial weapon opened its origin. The Black Spear and Black Axe also opened their origin gates. God Emperor Meng Yi was prepared to leave a mark to prevent any accidents from happening. The moment God Emperor Meng Yi relaxed, the 3 peak-grade monarch weapons attacked again, catching God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. His body was pierced once more. The Destiny's armament fragment was taken out. The 3 Emperor weapons didn't retreat and attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi's expression instantly became ugly. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, they actually tricked me." "Ha, you aren't a Destiny God Emperor, how many times can you use the Destiny's armament fragment?" The Great Bao Imperial weapon attacked again and again. The 3 Emperor weapons attacked fiercely. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't gain the upper hand and revealed a tired expression. The Destiny's armament wasn't something that he could continuously use as it consumed too much energy. He was prepared to scare the 3 Emperor weapons. As long as he left a mark, even if they reacted, it would be useless. He could control their life and death. But no matter how good God Emperor Meng Yi's temper was, he had to curse. Everything was fine, so how did it change? God Emperor Meng Yi saw it clearly. They were frightened by the Destiny's armament fragment, especially the fame of the Demon Essence Slash. In the blink of an eye, they chose to counterattack. Demon Essence slash the world. God Emperor Meng Yi activated the Demon Essence Slash again. Groans could be heard as the 3 Emperor weapons retreated into the rift. "I still can't injure them." God Emperor Meng Yi shook his head and kept the Demon Essence Slash. His heart was bleeding. The Lord of the Forbidden Area was overjoyed. They were not willing to see God Emperor Meng Yi looting the monarch weapons left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang, as it would greatly improve his strength. Even though he had no idea what happened, the Lord of the Forbidden Area was happy to see it happen. Following this, the group didn't have the time to relax. They were constantly being attacked by the monarch weapons. It was quite troublesome. The 3 monarch weapons would attack in the dark and no longer confront God Emperor Meng Yi to stop the group from advancing. Both God Emperor Meng Yi and the Lord of the Forbidden Area were powerful presences. Therefore, after a few days, they finally made it through the weapon vault. "It's right ahead." God Emperor Meng Yi's gaze landed on the starry sky ahead. A platform appeared in the starry sky with a box on it. On top of the box was a black item without any aura. However, when everyone's gaze landed on the item, their eyes were filled with greed. Fragment of the Destiny's armament. Could the Destiny stone be inside the box? Damn, it really is the fragment of the Destiny weapon. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the box too. Lin Fei had witnessed the power of the fragment of the Destiny weapon. It was terrifying, far more terrifying than the monarch weapons. The 3 monarch weapons were powerful, but they were still no match against the fragment. Chapter 2010. It was personally confirmed by God Emperor Meng Yi. The restricted region lord was very excited. Both the Destiny Stone and the Shard of the Heavenly Fate weapon were top-tier items. If they were not the rulers of the Forbidden Areas, they would not be able to reach the end of the Demon Monarch Fei Yang's vault. Ordinary God Emperors would not be able to handle the waves of tyrannical existences outside. Daoist Mengwan, didn't you say that the Shard of the Destiny weapon doesn't exist in this world? Are you sure this is the Shard of the Destiny weapon? The Void King suppressed his excitement. God Emperor Meng Yi flicked his finger towards the item on the box. Before the finger could reach the object, The seemingly ordinary object on the box bounced up and shattered the power of the finger. It really is a shard of the weapon of destiny. The Void Emperor saw it clearly. Only the fragment of the destiny weapon could produce such a fluctuation. Thinking about how powerful Demon Monarch Fei Yang was in the past, it was not impossible for him to get his hands on one or two pieces of destiny weapons. Didn't Celestial Emperor Meng Yi manage to get his hands on one? Celestial Emperor Star Destruction stared at the things in the distance. Daoist Meng Yi, this place doesn't seem to be as dangerous as you said. The fragments of the Heavenly Mandate weapon are all here. Why don't you go and take them so that we can have a look? Even if it was just a fragment, the Lord of the Forbidden Region still cared a lot about it. For people like them who had lived for a long time, only a top item like the Destiny weapon fragment could move them. Everything else was beneath their notice. Although he could not snatch it from Divine Emperor Meng Yi, Divine Emperor Star Destruction did not intend to make a move easily. God Emperor Meng Yi scolded them for not knowing their place. If I could easily subdue the fragment, why would I need to bring you guys in? My men would be able to take away the Destiny Stone and the fragment, so there would be no need to go through so much trouble. You may not know this, but don't be fooled by the box on the platform. In reality, it's not as simple as you think. God Emperor Meng Yi explained, there are 10 statues left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang around the platform. Each of them possesses a strength that is extremely close to the undefeatable God Emperor realm. Furthermore, they won't rest until they die in this place, making them extremely difficult to kill. This time, the restricted region lord was visibly moved. They would not rest until they were dead and were extremely difficult to kill. No one dared to underestimate him just because of these words. The most important thing was the temporary palace of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. For him to leave behind something to guard, it must be extraordinary. Fellow Daoist Meng Yi, you have a good plan. The Surreal Emperor said coldly, 10 statues that are infinitely close to becoming invincible godly emperors, and they won't stop until one of them dies. We won't be able to hold them off forever. We can only hold them off for the time it takes for an incense to burn. Once the time is up, we will leave. Also, you are not allowed to interfere with the treasures in Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The Lord of the Restricted Region did not dare to lower his guard in front of this kind of statue either. All right, no problem. 10 statues infinitely close to invincible divine emperors? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Now, he had 3 invincible divine emperors by his side, even though he had only maintained 70% of his original strength. In the outside world, he was an existence that could sweep through everything. Now, another 10 statues that were infinitely close to the level of an invincible deity emperor had indeed tempted Lin Fei. Demon Monarch Fei Yang did leave a lot of good stuff behind. I wonder if there's a chance to snatch 1 or 2 of them. My invincible palace is still lacking experts like him. Lin Fei was not worried about divinity or divine emperor at all. This kind of expert was what he lacked the most. Those lords of the restricted regions are not good people either. With the Destiny Stone and the Destiny Weapon Shard, they might just make a move. Lin Fei decided to wait and make his move at the right time. 10 statues soon appeared. As soon as they entered the range, the 10 armored statues charged out. They're attacking the formation together. As soon as the 10 statues appeared, their murderous intent soared into the sky. The boundless murderous intent turned into a sea of blood. It was evident that these 10 statues were famous experts when they were alive. After their joint attack, their strength skyrocketed. One of them had broken through to the level of an invincible deity emperor. It turned into a black dragon and attacked them back and forth, suppressing the lords of the restricted regions for a while. However, the lords of the restricted regions were also very powerful. Each of them was at the level of an invincible deity emperor, or even stronger. Under their joint attack, they broke through the joint attack of the statues and killed 1 or 2 of them. Not good, they're resurrected again, and they're even stronger than before. Before the lords of the restricted regions could heave a sigh of relief. The statues that were killed before were resurrected again, and their strength was even stronger than before, causing the lords of the restricted regions to turn pale. At this time, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi also made his move. He pounced straight at the box on the platform. Buzz. The item on the box seemed to have grown eyes, shooting at Celestial Emperor Meng. At the same time, a black wind swept over. Celestial Emperor Meng didn't dare to underestimate it. Devil Essence flew out and collided with the other's item. Boom! A gust of wind swept across the area. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's aura surged. His fist technique was like the heavens as he blasted at the shard of the Weapon of Destiny. The shard of the Weapon of Destiny was truly very strong, even stronger than the one left behind by the 5th-generation God Emperor. The box on the platform was not damaged in the slightest during the exchange of blows. It remained stable throughout. Good stuff. A shard of the Weapon of Destiny could block Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's attack and even vaguely gain the upper hand. Lin Fei liked it at first glance. He had no choice but to like it. It's very difficult to suppress this shard of the Weapon of Destiny. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling very unwilling. This was even stronger than an invincible deity emperor. After all, the previous invincible deity emperor only had 30% of his strength. He relied on a huge amount of divinity points to easily suppress it. Now, a shard of the Weapon of Destiny had far more than 30% of his strength. If he quietly suppressed it, Lin Fei would definitely bleed. Once the divinity points were used to suppress it, the invincible defense would be problematic. Lin Fei had to be careful. The Lord of the Restricted Area and the 10 statues were locked in battle. The statues were more difficult to deal with. After killing them, their strength increased, and the Lord of the Restricted Area found it very difficult to deal with them. On the other side, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi couldn't suppress the shard of the Weapon of Destiny for a while. The box on the platform seemed to be unguarded. The Stone of Destiny is mine. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Star Destruction, the Lord of the Restricted Area, took advantage of the moment when he killed a statue to grab the box on the platform. At this time, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi had no chance to stop him. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction had the best chance to make a move. Lin Fei was actually waiting for someone to snatch the box. I hope it's the same as what I'm thinking. Just as Celestial Emperor Star Destruction grabbed the box and was about to put it away, a saber light slashed through the void. His entire arm was chopped off, dripping with blood. Upon a closer look, it was actually a shard of the Weapon of Destiny. Chapter 2011. The slash was incredibly domineering. No one knew there was another fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon hidden near the box. He was waiting for someone to take the bait. Emperor Star Destruction's arm was severed by the slash, and the second slash came, splitting his body into two. Luckily, the Lords of the Forbidden Zones were almost immortal. However, when Emperor Star Destruction was trying to recover his strength, this area had been sealed off by someone. Demon Monarch Fei Yang seemed to have expected it. Celestial Emperor Star Destruction was going to be in trouble. No! The fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon slashed again, slashing Emperor Star Destruction's body into pieces once again. This time, the pieces could not reassemble and floated around. Although Emperor Star Destruction was not dead, his body was scattered and could not reassemble. It was a complete tragedy. Humph! How dare you take something that belongs to this emperor? Emperor Meng Yi smirked as if he had expected it, but he still let out a relieved sigh in his heart. The records in the secret records are true. Demon Monarch Fei Yang did set up another trump card to prevent the Destiny Stone from being taken away. I can only say that Emperor Star Destruction is an idiot. Even I didn't go and capture it, yet he insisted on doing so. The fragment of the Heavenly Mandate weapon shot out thousands of thin threads that entangled Emperor Star Destruction tightly and dragged him into the rift. It was so fast that the Illusionary Emperor and the others could not stop it in time. Meanwhile, the Illusionary Emperor was enraged. After all, the Lords of the Forbidden Zones were still relatively friendly to the outsiders. Emperor Meng Yi's actions showed that he was looking down on the Lords of the Forbidden Zones. Emperor Meng Yi, what do you mean by this? The Illusionary Emperor punched the statue away and snapped at Emperor Meng Yi, insisting on an explanation. Emperor Star Destruction was suppressed. Even with the help of the Forbidden Zones, he was destined to be killed now that the Forbidden Zone was sealed. Emperor Meng Yi was powerful, but he dared not underestimate the lords of the Forbidden Zones. I didn't know there was a seal here either. Emperor Meng Yi smirked. As for Emperor Star Destruction, I will only treat it as his own matter. This emperor will only treat it as his own matter and will not associate it with any of you. The promise I made previously will remain as before and will not change because of this. Emperor Meng Yi groaned in his heart. Even though he had used Emperor Star Destruction, it seemed like he had offended all the lords of the Forbidden Zones, and he still needed them to hold back the 10 statues for him. The lord of the restricted region was not a simple person. The Void Emperor was even more difficult to deal with. He blasted the statue away with a single punch and shot out explosively. The other lords of the restricted area also followed the lead of the Void Emperor and left the battlefield. This was something they had long since understood during their previous battles. As long as they left the area, the statue wouldn't take the initiative to attack, and they would be safe. For others, this was not a good thing. Once the Void Emperor left, the 10 statues attacked together once again. The hidden weapon of heavens fell into the hands of the statues and unleashed a domineering attack. God Emperor Meng Yi was caught off guard. Boom boom boom. God King Meng Yi spat out blood as his body was broken by another Heaven's Will weapon. It's finally dog eat dog. Lin Fei was glad that he did not make a move. One shard of the Weapon of Destiny was already amazing, and now there was another one. Anyone who didn't know what was going on would fall for it. It should be my chance later. The Weapon of Destiny shard was very powerful, and Lin Fei didn't want to spend too many divinity points. He could only attack the Heaven's Will stone. It seemed that the Heaven's Will stone contained Heaven's Will power. Even if it was just a trace, it would be of great help to Lin Fei. He could feel out how strong the Heaven's Will power was. God Emperor Meng Yi was ambushed by the Void Emperor and was attacked by 2 shards of the Weapon of Destiny. When God Emperor Meng Yi was attacked, Void Emperor personally made a move. He didn't speak to God Emperor Meng Yi. He waved his hand and formed a huge hand, grabbing towards the box on the platform. With the previous example, Void Emperor didn't dare to use his flesh and blood arm to grab the box. What if it happened again? An arm formed from God power was different. Void Emperor, you are so shameless to actually ambush me. The Void Emperor grabbed the box in his hand. No shard of the Weapon of Destiny appeared, which made him feel more at ease. He said to God Emperor Meng Yi, Dao friend Meng Yi can scheme against us and let us restrain the statues. Why can't I scheme against you? Moreover, you forgot that we, the lords of the restricted area, are one. God Emperor Meng Yi had indeed neglected this point. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Don't even think about getting my things. The shard of the Weapon of Destiny attacked and shattered the box. A milky white stone the size of a fist fell out. Around the stone, there was even a trace of power surrounding it. Once the Heaven's Will stone appeared from the box, the trace of Heaven's Will power shattered the void and went in, showing its terrifying side. Void Emperor watched as the Heaven's Will stone entered the void. Hee, I forgot to tell you that the Heaven's Will stone can only be controlled by the person with Heaven's Will. Once it enters the void, it will keep moving. None of you will be able to get it. God Emperor Meng Yi revealed a trace of disdain. He forced back the attacks of the 10 statues and retreated. Void Emperor's expression turned even uglier. They didn't have any trace of Heaven's Will on them. This undoubtedly told them that the Heaven's Will stone would belong to God Emperor Meng Yi sooner or later. They could only watch. So cunning! When the Heaven's Will stone left, Lin Fei chased after it. The system locked onto the Heaven's Will stone. Damn, this trace of Heaven's Will power is really terrifying. It's just charging around. Weapon Depository. A few weapons were smashed by the Heaven's Will stone. The other weapons were so frightened that they hid outside. Even the 3 strongest weapons hid to the side and didn't dare to come into contact with the Heaven's Will stone. Lin Fei had already come out of the space. The great success of the space bloodline showed its extraordinary benefits. After all, the Heaven's Will stone had to be suppressed in the system space. So, Lin Fei had to come out. Once he came out, he activated his invincible defense. When he got close to the Heaven's Will stone, traces of Heaven's Will power counterattacked. It was really terrifying. Come in. Time engulfed it. The heavens will stone was really strong. But it was also hindered for a moment. This was Lin Fei's chance. The system locked onto the heavens will stone. At the same time, he was within its range. The system's boundless power attacked and it was about to absorb the heavens will stone into the system. Peng ping ping. The heavens will stone was terrifyingly strong. It continuously shattered the surrounding space and the suppression brought by the system space. Lin Fei had expected this. He increased the output of his divinity points. At the same time, he used time to suppress the heavens will stone's power. Then, he used space power to reduce the range of movement. Chapter 2012. A massive amount of divinity points were instantly burned away. It was still very powerful. The destiny stone was completely suppressed. They're here. Lin Fei did not forget to use the system to monitor the surroundings. When God Emperor Meng Yi caught up, he already knew. Come in. If God Emperor First Dream came, given his strength, it would not be easy for him to quickly collect the Destiny Stone. He had to collect it now. God Emperor Meng Yi threw away the Heavens Will weapon fragment and used a strand of Heavens Will power to catch up. A bunch of old things, the Destiny Stone isn't something you can have. God Emperor Meng Yi let out a smile. Demon Monarch Fei Yong had set up the seal to target the Master of the Forbidden Zone and the Destiny Stone, preventing it from leaving the treasure vault. Even though the Destiny Stone has regained its freedom temporarily, it will eventually belong to me. God Emperor Meng Wan was the fastest. The only thing that annoyed him was that the statues were chasing after him and attacking him relentlessly. Following the feeling of the mandate of heaven's power, God Emperor First Dream caught up. But when he saw a scene not far away, he couldn't help but frown. Someone was collecting the Destiny Stone. Put down the Destiny Stone. An Emperor weapon appeared in God Emperor Meng Yi's hand. His blade turned into a current that crushed over. He would kill him first as he couldn't let him snatch the Heaven's Mandate Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi, attacking from behind is not something to be proud of. This attack was definitely capable of heavily injuring the other party. However, the other party sent a message instead. It's you! God Emperor Meng Yi saw everything clearly and was in disbelief. Why are you here? From the start, God Emperor Meng Yi followed them in. He had some understanding of Di Tian, but he didn't pay much attention to him. He didn't expect him to appear here. Lin Fei smiled. Why can't I be here? You're the only one who can fight for the Destiny Stone, and I can't interfere? Hearing this, God Emperor Meng Yi was furious. At this moment, the Void Emperor and the others caught up. They were not willing to let Celestial Emperor Meng Yi take the Destiny Stone. When they caught up, they saw a familiar person. It was Di Tian, who had been exiled. He had not expected the other party to still be here. Weren't you teleported out? The Void Emperor exclaimed. The lords of the restricted regions found it hard to imagine. Wasn't Di Tian sent out? How could he have returned? Could it be that he had always been here? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. If this was true, then Di Tian was too terrifying. He seemed to have planned this from the start, causing them to be happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Only you are allowed to plot against me, but I am not allowed to plot against you. However, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for your plot, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to get the Destiny Stone quietly. God Emperor Meng Yi suddenly attacked again. Brat, you're stalling for time. Originally, God Emperor Meng Yi had planned to attack, but he was caught off guard by Di Tian's words. In addition to the appearance of the Lord of the Restricted Region, he momentarily forgot to attack. When he regained his senses, he was enraged. At that moment, Lin Fei stored the Destiny Stone in the system storage. Bang bang bang. God Emperor Meng Yi continued to attack. Lin Fei didn't even bother to look at him. He went straight ahead. The Destiny Stone is mine. You don't have to chase after me. Ha! In just a few sentences, Lin Fei's voice spread in all directions. The Destiny Stone is this Emperor's. God Emperor Meng Yi chased after him in a rage. It wasn't easy for him to enter. Not only did he fall out with the Lord of the Restricted Region. Now that the Destiny Stone was snatched away, how could God Emperor Meng Yi take this lying down? Void Emperor, what do we do now? A Lord of the Restricted Region asked. Void Emperor pondered for a moment. Don't bother about them. We have all been tricked by Tion. This fellow is too cunning. Now, we have given it to Tion for nothing. The lords of the restricted region were very unhappy. After all, the person who plotted against them had reappeared and blocked God Emperor Meng Yi's attack. Their efforts were in vain. Let them struggle on their own. We will plunder the treasures. Void Emperor quickly made a decision. Lin Fei continued to advance. Inside the system storage, the Destiny Stone was constantly attacking the system storage. Lin Fei was worried that the Destiny Stone would break it. Fortunately, the system storage didn't disappoint and withstood the Destiny Stone's attack. However, it couldn't be refined for a while. The power of my divinity points is still not strong enough. Each time, it is disintegrated by the Destiny Stone's power. Lin Fei had been observing the Destiny Stone. The Destiny Stone was indeed amazing. Each time it released its power, it could shatter the divine power gathered by the divinity points. God Emperor Meng Yi is really unyielding. Lin Fei unleashed the power of space to the extreme and kept moving back and forth. At this time, Lin Fei didn't want to fight with God Emperor Meng Yi. It was meaningless. He was still thinking about the good things in the treasury. For example, the ultimate existence in the Saint rank divine range. Deedon, hand over the Destiny Stone to this emperor. God Emperor Meng Yi was able to capture Lin Fei's traces every time. However, the other party didn't attack him. The distance between the two of them kept increasing. This made God Emperor Meng Yi feel very helpless. This emperor spent so much effort. The Destiny Stone definitely can't fall into this fellow's hands. As long as I keep following him, he won't have the chance to refine the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi was also very surprised. Tion was more complicated than he imagined. I heard that he grasped a kind of heavenly Dao defense power. It seems like it's true. He's really hard to deal with. God Emperor Meng Yi thought of something and finally understood why Tion could block his attack. Not good, he's going for the Saint rank divine range. Suddenly, God Emperor Meng Yi cursed inwardly. Lin Fei needed a large amount of divine power. This divine power required a large amount of divine range. When Lin Fei came, he had already left a spatial point in the treasury. With a thought, he came to the place where the Saint rank divine range took form. The Saint rank divine range here was moving. Its huge body was mighty and majestic, emitting a terrifying aura. Come in. Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Saint rank divine range. The system space opened, taking in the Saint rank divine range. The divine range was burned one by one, suppressing the Saint rank divine range. However, Lin Fei still underestimated the power of the Saint rank divine range that took form. If it was a normal time, Lin Fei would definitely have a headache. He needed a large amount of divine power to suppress the Saint rank divine range. But at this time, with the existence of the Destiny Stone, it was like a boss, suppressing the Saint rank divine range until it couldn't move at all. It obediently hid at the side. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei smiled. This was really a blessing in disguise. Even if he needed to suppress the Destiny Stone, he didn't need to worry about the Saint rank divine range. He just needed to take it in, which solved one problem. Collect again. Lin Fei madly grabbed the Saint rank divine range. At this time, the Lord of the Restricted Area also arrived. Chapter 2013. Even though the Lord of the Forbidden Area was wealthy, he was still greedy for the treasures left behind by demon monarch Fei Yang. For example, these divine veins that had taken human form. Every single one of them was priceless. It could be used to maintain the Forbidden Zone for a long time. In front of such temptation, no one could resist it. They didn't ask for the shard. It was too powerful and not easy to deal with. Even if they tried to suppress it, they wouldn't be worried if there was only one shard. But now they had two shards. They didn't want to go against it even though they wanted it. Before being able to obtain the weapon of Destiny Fragment, the Lord of the Forbidden Region would pay attention to the Saint rank divine veins. I'll take this first. The only thing they didn't expect to see was Tion. He was doing his best to plunder Saint-ranked divine veins one after another without any obstruction. Everyone couldn't help being dumbfounded. Wasn't Tion sent out? Why is he still here? Although they were not as strong as the heavenly mandate weapon shard, they were not far from the invincible God Emperor realm. But now it had been easily suppressed. What a joke! Wasn't he worried that the sacred rank divine ranges would retaliate? Lin Fei completely ignored them. He kept searching for saint-ranked divine veins, collecting as many as he could. If I were you, I'd rather hurry up and collect the divine veins than waste time here. Isn't that right, everyone? As Lin Fei laughed, he suppressed another divine meridian. At this time, Lin Fei was glad that he accepted the Destiny Stone. Although the Destiny Stone wasn't being honest right now, it could at least help him suppress the Saint Divine range. Where else could he find such a good thing? The Void Emperor felt that he couldn't see through Tion anymore. They had clearly been tricked, but now, they had come out to snatch the Saint-ranked Divine Pulse. It was even easier than they had imagined. There was no backlash at all. Even if it were them, they might not be able to do the same. Tion could do it easily. Was this the difference between them? Let's hurry up and collect the Saint-ranked Divine Veins. The Void Emperor was even more certain that Tion was not easy to deal with. Since he couldn't deal with Tion, he might as well collect the items first. After all, he couldn't let Tion take advantage of him. In fact, everyone had the same thought. Deal with Tion? The Lord of the Restricted Region didn't want to waste energy, who didn't know that Tion's defense was a complete mess. Even they couldn't blast their way in. Everyone agreed with what the Void Emperor said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone flew over and started to attack the sacred rank divine ranges. Compared to Tion's efficiency, they were far inferior. Several lords of the restricted regions had to go and suppress the sacred level divine ranges, which was far from the speed at which Tion arrived. Although they were unwilling, they had personally witnessed Tion's defenses. Dean, hand over the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng 1 caught up. The fist technique was divine, and it blasted towards Tion. Heaven and earth darkened, showing the terror of the first Dream God King fist technique. The Void Emperor and the other lords of the restricted zone finally revealed a smile. They couldn't snatch the weapon of Destiny Shard, God King Meng also couldn't snatch it. Everyone was about the same. At this moment, everyone was happy to see it. Of course. They hoped that God Emperor Meng Yi would be able to hold Tion back so that they could collect the sacred-ranked divine ranges. Lin Fei moved back and forth, activating his invincible defense. No matter how fierce the fist technique was, he didn't care. If you want the Destiny Stone, come get it yourself. You want me to hand it over? That's impossible. I think you should worry about the 10 statues. Behind God Emperor Meng 1, the 10 statues charged over. Their target was naturally God Emperor Meng 1. God Emperor Meng Yi was not lightly angered. The originally good plan was ruined. He didn't get the Destiny Stone and instead got into trouble. Not to mention the attack of the shard, the 10 statues were a headache. They couldn't be killed. They were like bugs that couldn't be avoided. God Emperor Meng 1 blamed everything on Tion. If Tion didn't appear. If Tion didn't snatch the Destiny Stone. If there were too many ifs. If God Emperor Meng 1 didn't kill Tion, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. His plan was ruined just like that. God Emperor Meng 1 attacked. If not for the shard being held back, he would have used it to kill Tion. Even so, frightening attacks continued to lock onto Lin Fei. God Emperor Meng 1's attacks could pass through space and easily find Lin Fei's location. Hua hua hua! Lin Fei felt his god power being consumed. It was unprecedented. Lin Fei felt his heart ache. He cursed in his heart, God Emperor Meng 1, this bastard, doesn't he know that my god power isn't easy to come by? Lin Fei had to suppress the Destiny Stone on one hand and resist God Emperor Meng Yi's attack on the other. He had never thought that his divinity points would be consumed so quickly. In less than a moment, almost 10% of his divinity points had been consumed. Lin Fei pushed his movement speed to the limit, but God Emperor Meng 1's attacks were still everywhere. Tion, you are indeed the big dark horse of the younger generation. You are the first to be able to block my attacks. However, I don't believe that you can keep blocking my attacks. God Emperor Meng 1 sneered. Although he couldn't catch up, God Emperor Meng 1 had already locked onto Di Tian's location. Lin Fei had a headache. It's not impossible to hand over the Destiny Stone as long as you give me the shard. It's a fair trade. Anyway, the Destiny Stone is useless to me. Lin Fei caught up to a saint-rank divine range and sent it flying with a punch. He quickly kept the system space. Dream on. God Emperor Meng 1 sneered. As long as I have the time, I will definitely kill you on the spot. Then I'll do as you wish. Lin Fei laughed loudly and pounced on the next one, not caring if the other party would be angry or not. Hence, Lin Fei kept collecting saint-rank divine ranges. God Emperor Meng 1 kept attacking from behind. The storm-like attacks kept drowning Lin Fei in it. With the invincible defense, Lin Fei was fine. He just consumed a large amount of god power, which was a little painful. However, the harvest was also great. The Lord of the Restricted Region intervened, but it was far from as fast as Lin Fei plundering. When he collected more than 50 divine ranges, the Lord of the Restricted Region and the others only had a dozen or so, and this was with everyone working together. It was not as fast as him alone. After collecting the strongest saint-rank divine range, I will leave this place. At that time, no matter how amazing God Emperor Meng 1 is, it will be hard for him to catch up. Lin Fei quickly relaxed. The space controller was not as simple as he imagined. The strongest Saint Emperor divine range appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this time, Void Emperor and the others also arrived. Roar! The giant dragon of the Saint Emperor divine range swept its sharp light, and its huge body moved. Everyone saw a shadow flash by. Whether it was Lin Fei or the Lord of the Restricted Region, they were all swept away. Too strong. With just this attack, Lin Fei consumed 5% of his god power. It was much stronger than God Emperor Meng 1. Chapter 2014. The Sacred Emperor Divine Range was overbearing. The first attack sent them flying. A person with a weak body would most likely be smashed into pieces by this strike, never to exist again. In other words, it was an instant kill. After the ultimate form of the Sacred Emperor Divine Range, it raised its claw again and slashed at them. This time, everyone learned their lesson and avoided the Sacred Emperor Divine Range's attack. It's not easy to suppress. Lin Fei was bleeding in his heart. The consumption was too great. The Sacred Emperor Divine Range was indeed powerful. As expected of an ultimate existence, its body was like an insurmountable mountain. Lin Fei was shocked. Where did Demon Monarch Fei Yang get it from? It was even more domineering than the Sacred Level Divine Range. The Sacred Level Divine Range was like a lackey now. This divine range could easily sweep them away. Its strength was even more terrifying than an invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei completely believed that even the 3 invincible God Emperors he had refined might not be a match for him. At the very least, they might not be able to suppress him. Rumble! The Sacred Emperor Divine Range attacked again. The entire area was shaking. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone didn't dare to approach. The opponent was too powerful, to the extent that they couldn't handle it. God Emperor Meng Yi caught up and sneered. This Sacred Emperor Divine Range grew by devouring the Divine Range here. It's hard to suppress it. Lin Fei was shocked. He liked this Sacred Emperor Divine Range more and more. The rewards would be unimaginable after suppressing it. It was just a waste of divinity points. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. If he didn't suppress it now, when would he wait? Lin Fei saw the 10 statues charging at him with murderous intent. It would be troublesome if they found out that the Destiny Stone was in his hands. Go! The 3 invincible God Emperors charged forward with monarch weapons. Lin Fei instantly appeared above the Sacred Emperor Divine Range. The Destiny Stone's aura was drawn out and suppressed the Sacred Emperor Divine Range. The Sacred Emperor Divine Range was amazing. The attacks of the invincible God Emperors couldn't harm the Sacred Emperor Divine Range at all. The Destiny Stone's aura was as expected. The Sacred Emperor Divine Range quietened down. This was the result Lin Fei wanted. Return. The Destiny Stone's pressure lasted for a while. The Holy Emperor's divine pulse's attack then fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense blocked it twice and consumed 10% of his divinity points. The moment Divine Emperor Meng Yi detected the Heaven's Mandate Stone's aura, he knew that things were bad. He hadn't expected Di Tian to be so cunning as to use the Destiny Stone's pressure to suppress the Sacred Emperor's divine meridians. Di Tian, don't even think about snatching the Sacred Emperor divine pulse from me. God Emperor Meng Yi's aura surged and a trace of Heaven's willpower shot out. Lin Fei felt his eyebrows twitch. The most terrifying danger in the world had appeared. He couldn't leave at this time, or else all his efforts in collecting the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse would be for naught. Pooh! Lin Fei took the attack head-on. The mandate of Heaven's power was very impressive. With a single strike, it made Lin Fei's qi and blood churn, causing a trace of blood to flow out. At the same time, it instantly consumed 20% of his divinity points. That's right, 20% of divinity points. It was absolutely terrifying. No wonder it could explode the god's son Tianlong into pieces with a single strike. The mandate of Heaven's power was even more terrifying than divine force. The mandate of Heaven's power is only SOSO. Lin Fei laughed and instantly refined the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse to replenish his losses. More than half of the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse's body had been absorbed, and just a little more time would be enough. God Emperor Meng Yi definitely didn't want to use the mandate of Heaven's power unless it was a crucial moment. It was very difficult to cultivate it back, and it would take a long time. Di Tian was really too troublesome, and he had to use the mandate of Heaven's power. He didn't expect the mandate of Heaven's power to be unable to break through that layer of power. However, God Emperor Meng Yi could feel it. The mandate of Heaven's power was blocked by a mysterious existence. Although Di Tian was injured, it was only a light injury. Since God Emperor Meng Yi made his move, he used the second attack. He didn't give Di Tian a chance to breathe. This was his only hope. However, God Emperor Meng Yi underestimated the invincible defense. Lin Fei blocked it again, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. God Emperor Meng Yi, in order to deal with me, you used the mandate of Heaven's power. Let's see how you block their attacks. Lin Fei took the opportunity to put the Sacred Emperor Divine Pulse into the system space, and the three invincible God Emperors turned to attack God Emperor Meng. Now I'll play with you. Lin Fei was very unhappy after being attacked by God Emperor Meng Yi twice. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of God Emperor Meng. Time and time surged out. Hua hua hua! Time flowed on God Emperor Meng Yi's body. A huge fist smashed over, and a combination fist technique was used to catch God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. In fact, after God Emperor Meng used the mandate of Heaven's power twice, he knew that it was very likely that the other party cultivated the absolute defense of the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why he could block the mandate of Heaven's power. When the three invincible God Emperors charged over with their monarch weapons, the pressure suddenly increased, and it was troublesome to deal with them. His strongest weapon, the shard of the mandate of Heaven's weapon, was not with him. Lin Fei's punches were like lightning, and the direction kept changing, making it difficult for God Emperor Meng Yi to block. The three invincible God Emperors were not to be trifled with, and the attacks from their monarch weapons constantly landed on God Emperor Meng Yi. Didan, you are indeed capable. God Emperor Meng Yi was injured, but it was not serious. A powerful existence like him could not be heavily injured, and even with the three invincible God Emperors, they could not suppress God Emperor Meng Yi. However, it was difficult for God Emperor Meng Yi to defeat the three invincible God Emperors, not to mention there was also Lin Fei, who came and went like a shadow. What made God Emperor Meng Yi vomit blood was that the 10 statues caught up, and if he was entangled, it would be even more troublesome. Mandate of Heaven's strike. Suddenly, a black shadow landed on God Emperor Meng Yi's hand, and the terrifying mandate of heaven was released, blasting at the three invincible God Emperors. The invincible God Emperors with 70% of their combat power were heavily injured by this strike. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the three invincible God Emperors. God Emperor Meng Yi, enjoy this gift slowly. Swoosh! The power of space was activated, and the area where God Emperor Meng Yi was located was like a muddy swamp. God Emperor Meng Yi was firmly trapped within. In a few breaths, the 10 statues caught up, and at the same time, 2 shards of the Mandate of Heaven's weapon came out, blasting at God Emperor Meng. Din, this emperor will not let you go. God Emperor Meng Yi was really at a disadvantage. Lin Fei found a coordinate outside, and using spatial movement, he left the palace regardless of the expression of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei was not interested in other things at the moment. 3 invincible God Emperors, 70% of their combat power, and an ultimate existence like the sacred Emperor Divine Bloodline, Lin Fei was satisfied, and he did not care about other things. Chapter 2015. God Emperor Meng Yi watched as Di Tian left and was powerless to stop him. He was very strong and even grasped a bit of Heaven's Mandate power. God Emperors could be killed just like that, even if it was a respected existence like God's Son. However, this was the first time he lost to Di Tian. An inexplicably strong defensive ability, Dream God Emperor felt like his fist was punching cotton. The Heaven's Mandate stone is lost. No matter what, I have to get a Heaven's Mandate weapon shard. Void Emperor and the others chose to leave. God Emperor Meng had suffered a small loss at Di Tian's hands, and he might even vent his anger on them. It was better to leave now. Before leaving, they didn't forget to collect some good stuff. They couldn't come here for nothing. Being annoyed was one thing. The Lord of the Restricted Area still obtained many good things. When they came out of the palace treasury, the group was in a space. This time, they suffered a loss. After scheming, they ended up benefiting Di Tian in the end. Spread the news about the Heaven's Mandate stone. Void Emperor said with a solemn face. If we can't get it, then Di Tian can forget about getting it. Anyway, God Emperor Meng Yi will find trouble with Di Tian. We are just helping God Emperor Meng Yi in advance. The Lord of the Restricted Area didn't have any objections. Lin Fei didn't know what the Lord of the Restricted Area was planning. After leaving the palace, Lin Fei appeared under a starry sky at a rather remote location. After observing for a while, Lin Fei moved once more. At the same time, he cleared the traces he left behind. In the end, he came to a dangerous place and laid down layers of restrictions. His body was hidden in the space. God Emperor Meng Yi, that fellow definitely isn't willing to give up on the Heaven's Mandate stone. Others might come after hearing about it. Lin Fei's mind was very clear. This thing was precious and everyone would rush over. I have to figure out the secrets of the Heaven's Mandate stone as soon as possible. Before understanding the Heaven's Mandate stone, Lin Fei refined the Saint God range. He maintained his divinity points at around 80%. In the system space, the Heaven's Mandate stone spun. Traces of power were released. In the system space, the Heaven's Mandate stone suppressed the Saint God range. Even the Saint Emperor Divine range was obedient. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had this thing to help suppress it. He had saved himself a lot of trouble, and most importantly, he had saved himself the consumption of divinity points. In order to suppress this thing, a large number of divinity points were consumed at every moment. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to suppress it even if they went all out. God Emperor Dream One was probably an exception. He had a trace of Heaven's willpower. Lin Fei believed that it would be much easier for the other party to suppress him. Lin Fei forcibly used his divinity points to suppress it. Lin Fei activated the system analysis function, scanning and analyzing the mandate of Heaven's power. Lin Fei didn't care about the divinity points consumed during this period. As long as he could figure out the mysteries of the Destiny Stone, it would be another matter whether he wanted it or not. The prelude was analyzed. Soon, the system began its calculations. A large number of divinity points were consumed at every moment. Lin Fei waited quietly. The system's calculations took 5 days. Almost every day, it consumed 30% of divinity points. In addition to the 30% of divinity points needed to suppress the Destiny Stone, 60% of divinity points would be consumed in a day. It was the first time that Lin Fei had such a huge consumption. Fortunately, this consumption, Lin Fei had sufficient reserves and wasn't afraid of consumption, especially with the Saint-rank Divine Pulse on hand. It was very convenient to replenish it. It's been 5 days. Lin Fei was a little anxious. He originally thought that 1 or 2 days would be enough. Now it seemed that it might take 10 days. That was a huge amount of divinity points. To be able to withstand God Emperor Dream One's willpower attacks for more than a dozen times. Now that it was used in the calculations, it could barely deduce 50% of the mysteries. It might take another 7 or 8 days to deduce 100%. I hope that God Emperor Dream One won't find me so soon. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of God Emperor Dream One, but if he found him, it would be more troublesome. The consumption of divinity points would become even greater. This was something that Lin Fei couldn't accept for the time being. On the other side, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 4 lords of the restricted area gathered together. Illusory Emperor and the rest are really useless. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. We fought against Demon Emperor Fei Yang's corpse god, but he had it easy. He didn't even know he was being followed. Now he still has the cheek to say that Di Tian is wrong. The other 4 lords of the restricted area didn't look too good either. Their godsons had all been invited. God Emperor Dream One's attack had injured his strength. He would still need some time to recover. You can't say it like that. I feel that Illusory Emperor is right. Di Tian is strong. Why didn't he help? This is the reason why everyone was defeated. God Emperor 6 Darkness sneered. The Supreme Demon Emperor gave him a cold glance. Regardless of right or wrong, we have put in so much effort, we can't let God Emperor Dream One reap the benefits. Now that the news has spread, even the old antiques will take action. We have to find Di Tian immediately. We can't let God Emperor Dream One snatch the Destiny Stone. Needless to say, everyone should know the significance of the Destiny Stone falling into God Emperor Dream One's hands. The lords of the restricted area were indeed unhappy about the Destiny Stone falling into Di Tian's hands. They didn't see eye to eye with God Emperor Dream One. Since the beginning, God Emperor Dream One's faction never had a good impression of the restricted areas. If God Emperor Dream One became a destiny god, the restricted areas of the realm of divinity would cease to exist. They must help Di Tian now. The Supreme Demon Emperor attacked the restricted areas. It wasn't a secret at all. It caused quite a commotion. Soon, the news about Demon Emperor Fei Yang's Destiny Stone falling into Di Tian's hands spread like wildfire. Now, as long as anything was related to the mandate of heaven, it would not be a small matter. The experts on the Destiny ranking were all looking for Di Tian. The Destiny Stone. It was one of the most precious items left behind by every God Emperor. The other was the shard of the Destiny weapon. Not every God Emperor could leave behind a Destiny weapon. Demon Emperor Fei Yang was one of the strongest God Emperors. In a faraway space, on a majestic mountain peak, a man stood on a huge boulder with his hands behind his back, pointing at the mountains. A gust of wind blew past him. The Destiny Stone is finally here. Then, in the next second, he stepped forward, and with every step he took, he left behind an afterimage. Bang bang bang. In another perilous situation, a unique life form comparable to a God Emperor was smashed into pieces by a bulky man with a single punch. The Destiny Stone left behind by Demon Emperor Fei Yang, who would have thought the first one to appear would be Demon Emperor Fei Yang's. The bulky man revealed his white teeth and threw a punch to the left, landing on the beast that appeared from the rift. Even God Emperor Dream One went? Di Tian took advantage of him? How interesting. Chapter 2016. It's already the 9th day. Lin Fei was very puzzled. The amount of divinity points consumed in 9 days was a terrifying number. He had gotten rid of quite a few Saint God ranges. As for the degree of divination of the mandate of heaven's power, it had increased from 50% to 80%. He was still 20% away from a perfect divination. However, this 20% seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm. The speed was abnormally slow. Lin Fei realized how profound the mandate of heaven's power was. Usually, it wasn't difficult to divine anything. This time was the most difficult. Lin Fei had no choice but to continue waiting. At this moment, a message came from his communication bracelet. He opened it and saw that it was from God Emperor Creation. The content was actually very simple. He became famous once again. Now, The outside world knew that the first mandate of Heaven's Stone had fallen into his hands. Lin Fei cursed. What was going on? Bastard! Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that apart from God Emperor Dream One, the Lord of the restricted region could release the news. Among them, the latter was more suspicious. God Emperor Dream One definitely wouldn't release the news for the mandate of Heaven's Stone. No one was foolish enough to make a few more enemies for themselves. The Lord of the restricted region was different. They had reached the end. They wouldn't be able to fight for the mandate of heaven and become a supreme existence in this lifetime unless they were willing to reincarnate and cultivate from the beginning. However, that would be very difficult. Perhaps he would be killed in the middle of his cultivation. Normally, unless it was a last resort, no one would be willing to reincarnate. Moreover, after reincarnating, they only had one chance to fight for it. If they didn't succeed, it would be almost impossible to open another restricted region. Their foundation was too weak. Lin Fei was sure that it was the Lord of the restricted region who released the news. Once I grasp the mandate of Heaven's Stone, I will flatten the restricted regions one by one. As for whether or not he could become a God Emperor, Lin Fei didn't care at all. He had the system. For example, the mandate of Heaven's Stone. It might be the most precious existence in the eyes of others. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as the system deduced that he could grasp the mandate of Heaven's Stone, then there wouldn't be anything special about it. A God world expert. He was quite capable. Don't make it difficult to find someone. That was the view of the weak. In front of the Divine Emperor, it was not difficult to find people, and it was also extremely easy to find them. Gradually, quite a few people began to appear in the area where Lin Fei was. Because this area was very big, it would take some time to find it. However, everyone set Di Tian's position in this region. He was very confident. Mengwan, don't worry. Di Tian stole the Destiny Stone, so don't even think about refining it. I think he's hiding somewhere in this area to suppress the Destiny Stone. In this region of space. He looked at a few figures. The leader was God Emperor Meng Yi, and there was a hint of fatigue between his brows. This was brought by Di Tian. In order to escape the attacks of the 10 statues and the weapon fragment, God King Meng used his treasure to escape. He was very unwilling to give up. As soon as he came out, he was shocked by another piece of news. The news of the Destiny Stone spread. Everyone knew that it had fallen into Di Tian's hands. God Emperor Meng Yi was enraged. The lords of the restricted area were really a bunch of bastards. There was a moment when he wanted to go and destroy the restricted area. I have to be anxious. God Emperor Meng Yi sighed. Those damn lords of the restricted area spread the news of the Destiny Stone. You also know the importance of the Destiny Stone. All heaven, abyss, and the others will all come after hearing the news. It will be even more difficult to snatch the Destiny Stone. After all, each of them has great potential. This was also one of the reasons why God Emperor Meng Yi was worried. If it was possible, he really didn't want the news to spread to the entire world. Every time he thought of this, his resentment towards the Lord of the restricted area would increase. Damn Lord of the restricted area, I will flatten them sooner or later. God Emperor Meng Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. It should be in this area. In the void, a silver-armored middle-aged man appeared. After scanning the area, he said to the person beside him, Daoist all heaven, as long as it is confirmed that it is in this area, things will be easy. The person beside him took out a treasure. I will have to trouble you to transfer a bit of destiny's power. The silver-armored man was God Emperor All Heaven who had climbed to first place on the destiny list. God Emperor All Heaven transferred a bit of destiny's power. The treasure immediately flickered. A faint path appeared in the void. That Di Tian really passed through this area. The treasure was activated and flew forward. God Emperor All Heaven chased after it. Now, any piece of Destiny Stone was extremely precious. In order to increase the Destiny's power, God Emperor All Heaven had to go all out. This time, he had to thank the Lord of the restricted area. Without them, the news would not have spread. All Heaven, after finding Di Tian, what do you plan to do? I heard that even God Emperor Meng Yi suffered a loss in his hands. God Emperor All Heaven said confidently, Actually, there is nothing to worry about. Tion has no use for the Destiny Stone. The power inside will not be used by him. As long as Tion is tactful and hands it over, I will not kill him. In fact, God Emperor All Heaven knew in his heart. Even God Emperor Meng Yi could not kill Tion, let alone him. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. As long as the Destiny Stone was in his hands, God Emperor All Heaven was not worried about anything else. The only thing he was worried about now was whether he could find Tion first. After all, he was not the only one looking for Tion. Almost all the powerhouses on the Destiny list were here. Finally 90%. Another 3 days passed. Lin Fei stared at the progress. It had finally reached 90%. He was only 10% away from being able to calculate everything, and this 10% would take at least 2 to 3 days. The further he went, the harder it was to calculate. Although Lin Fei had no choice, he could only wait. But since a few days ago, red dots appeared in the system. The sensors that Lin Fei had set up in the space were all triggered. There were people in every direction. This was the best way to alert people in the space. Lin Fei had set up more deeply, so the God Emperor would not know even if he bumped into them. Lin Fei knew that his position was about to be exposed. Just this last 10%. If it was just one person, Lin Fei might not be so worried. But now, there was more than one person. If they all grasped the Destiny's power, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei could totally imagine that when the time came, the divinity points would be consumed like drinking water. And it would be the kind where he would not feel anything. Lin Fei was completely unhappy. Why didn't they give him a few more days? Now, he was in a dilemma. So, Lin Fei adjusted his emotions. It was just a battle. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 2017. In the region where Lin Fei was, streams of divine senses were searching. No matter where it was, it would be scanned several times by the divine senses. Even a fly couldn't hide. The experts in this region weren't idle. Everyone was looking for Tion. No one was willing to fall behind. They didn't give up on any place. Soon, many people realized Tion's location. In the danger zone of this region. So. Numerous figures broke through the air and arrived. They appeared above the danger zone. Daoist Meng Yi, how have you been? Just as Meng Yi arrived, an old acquaintance appeared from the void, All Heaven Divine Emperor. This emperor really doesn't want to see you, Meng Yi said with a very unfriendly tone. Back then, All Heaven Divine Emperor had fought with Meng Yi and lost a few moves. The difference in strength wasn't huge. I heard that you suffered a loss in the hands of Tion. What a pity. A good destiny stone. All Heaven Divine Emperor purposely said, however, you don't have to worry. This emperor is here and will definitely help you get back at him. A junior dares to climb above us. When Meng Yi came, he knew that he would definitely meet an old acquaintance on the destiny board. He didn't expect to meet so soon. All Heaven Divine Emperor was one of the more powerful ones on the destiny board. He also had a trace of destiny force. On the path of destiny, if one didn't cultivate destiny force, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Once they cultivated destiny force, they would be on the same level. Meng Yi sneered, no need to trouble Daoist All Heaven. This emperor can deal with a mere Tion. If All Heaven Divine Emperor really caught Tion, then Meng Yi would lose all his face. Thus, Meng Yi naturally wouldn't let All Heaven Divine Emperor act. After saying that, Meng Yi entered the celestial realm. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Meng Yi swept through this danger zone. All Heaven Divine Emperor didn't care and revealed a smile. Since I'm here, the Destiny Stone won't fall into your hands. They're here. In a place at the center of the danger zone. Lin Fei felt the movement from outside. As expected of an expert on the Destiny board. I found it so quickly, but it's a pity that I still need a few more days to complete the deduction. In the system scan, red dots appeared one after another. These red dots that appeared in the system were actually very strong. It was threatening. Those who didn't appear were naturally not a threat to Lin Fei. Lin Fei got over it. Since they were already here, there was nothing to be concerned about. It would be best if he could stall for time. Under normal circumstances, leaving was the best option. Lin Fei did not intend to leave. Although his current battle prowess was slightly weaker than theirs, it wouldn't be easy for them to take him down. Even if he grasped the power of heaven's will, the result would be the same. Lin Fei didn't like being hunted down. Dean, I know you're inside. First Dream God Emperor pushed forward. Wherever it passed, the earth would shatter. It no longer existed. An expert like God Emperor Meng Yi was simply too strong. A mere danger zone posed no threat to him at all. He crushed the rocks along the way and stepped through the air. Di Tian was hiding here. First Dream God Emperor used violent methods to destroy his hiding place, forcing Di Tian to show himself. Even 10 of such danger zones couldn't stop First Dream God Emperor's attack. You don't need to hide. There's nothing to hide in front of me. If you know what's good for you, you should come out. First Dream God Emperor destroyed 1/3 of the danger zone. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, there was a rumbling sound from the depths. It was Lin Fei's voice. Daoist Meng, you really know how to joke. Why should I hide? You couldn't kill me last time, so I'm very curious. I just wanted to find a place to relax, but you called it a hiding place. This makes me feel really bad. Lin Fei's voice rumbled out. First Dream God Emperor's face fell. What a bastard! Thinking about what happened that day, First Dream God Emperor was filled with rage. Now you still have the cheek to say it. The Destiny Realm experts searching outside the danger zone. When they heard the voice, they all chased in. They weren't afraid of anything. Even the strongest expert like First Dream God Emperor didn't need to be afraid. Everyone knew the importance of a piece of Destiny Stone. First Dream God Emperor's chance of getting it was very small. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Soon they came to the depths. They saw a mountain peak that had been cut in half, forming a small platform. Someone stood on it with his hands behind his back. The person who came immediately recognized him. This was the Di Tian they were looking for. Everyone in the entire divine world knew about him. He was the person who made First Dream God Emperor suffer a loss. Most importantly, Di Tian had the Destiny Stone that they wanted the most. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, watching the figures appear. Especially First Dream God Emperor, who was at the front. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. A cold light shone on Lin Fei. This bastard is too cunning. In a moment, First Dream God Emperor's advantage was gone. Everyone knew that Di Tian was here. What made First Dream God Emperor feel the most helpless was that it wasn't that easy to capture Di Tian. First Dream God Emperor wasn't confident that he could snatch the Destiny Stone from Di Tian before they arrived. Moreover, there were 3 invincible God Emperors standing in front of Di Tian, each holding a sovereign weapon. Their battle prowess was terrifying. This made First Dream God Emperor feel very helpless as he watched his opponents appear one after another. The chance of getting the Destiny Stone was even slimmer. I've long heard that Daoist Di Tian is young and promising. Seeing you today, you live up to your reputation. All Heaven God Emperor said to Lin Fei with a smile. He didn't sense any killing intent from his body. So it's All Heaven God Emperor. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Fei said with a cupped fist salute. Then, several more Destiny Realm experts appeared. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. The 3 invincible God Emperors weren't just for show. Whoever was the first to make a move would have to resist the attacks of the 3 invincible God Emperors. They weren't very willing to do such a good deed. Everyone wanted to know what Di Tian was doing and what he was up to. Lin Fei only greeted All Heaven God Emperor, but the others weren't so polite. Who asked him to only remember one All Heaven God Emperor. Soon, Destiny Realm experts appeared around the platform one after another. Everyone's eyes were locked on Lin Fei. It seems that everyone is here. Lin Fei looked around and said with a smile. Chapter 2018. Meng didn't like Di Tian at all. He was young but very scheming. If he hadn't underestimated Di Tian and allowed him to ambush them, Di Tian wouldn't have stolen the Destiny Stone and wasted the power of destiny. Thinking about it, Meng Yi wanted to cough up blood. Now that they saw how Di Tian could still laugh in this situation, it was clear that he didn't treat them as anything. All of them were rankers on the heavenly fate rankings and had more or less grasped the mandate of heaven's will. Even if they fought against an invincible God Emperor, they would still be able to suppress them. If Di Tian looked like he was begging for mercy, Meng Yi would be happy. Di Tian was like this. Meng Yi didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, this isn't a troublesome matter. I'm not interested in fighting for destiny. The destiny stone is useless in my hands. As long as I hand it over to one of you, I'm sure no one will find trouble with me. See, isn't this easy to deal with? Divine Emperor Meng Yi was dumbfounded. He's actually planning to hand it over. This was different from what Meng Yi had imagined. The difference was too big. According to Meng Yi's expectations, Di Tian would definitely hide the destiny stone and not hand it over. But now, Meng Yi actually heard Di Tian say that he was going to hand it over. This was what Meng Yi couldn't accept the most. Didn't he know the importance of the destiny stone? After so much effort, he still had to hand it over. Meng Yi wanted to cry. If that was the case, why did you snatch it back then? To everyone, Lin Fei's words were something they were very happy to accept. If Di Tian could take the initiative to hand over the destiny stone, that would be the best thing. It would save them a lot of trouble. The destiny experts present actually didn't have much confidence. How could someone who could subdue 3 invincible God Emperors be so easy to deal with? If it wasn't for the power of destiny, they really wouldn't dare to come here. This was the only existence that could make Di Tian wary. Meng Yi didn't want to give others a preconceived impression. He felt that this was definitely a trap. He sneered. Di Tian, you really know how to joke. In order to snatch the destiny stone, you spent so much effort just to hand it over. Do you really think we're all fools? I think you're just stalling for time and waiting for your companions to support you. Don't think that this emperor can't tell. Lin Fei laughed and said, No, this is not a joke, it is true. The destiny stone is useless to me, and suppressing it is a difficult thing. I think it is better to hand it over. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor clapped his hands and said, I feel that Daoist Di Tian is being very sincere. If you take the initiative to hand over the Heaven's Mandate Stone, I will definitely not cause trouble for you. You will also be able to leave completely. Everyone, don't you think so? He had to admit that the influence of the All-Heaven Divine Emperor was not small. Everyone was tempted. What they were most afraid of was that the Destiny Stone would be refined, and Di Tian would be able to successfully control the Destiny power. That would really be a wasted trip. If it was possible, they really hoped that Di Tian would voluntarily hand it over. God Emperor Meng Yi glared at God Emperor All-Heaven. You make it sound nice, but our fellow Daoist Di Tian might have already refined the Destiny Stone. In the end, everyone's efforts would be in vain. First Dream God Emperor sneered. Why don't we all attack together? Even if Di Tian's defense is impressive, let me ask you, how many times can he withstand? God Emperor Meng Yi had studied the attack on Di Tian previously. He wanted to break through Di Tian's defense. He could only attack with all his strength. When his strength surpassed the limits of defense, he would naturally be able to break through Di Tian's defense. As long as he did that, God Emperor Meng Yi was absolutely confident that Di Tian would be heavily injured. What God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to do now was to unite the Destiny experts and give Di Tian a fatal blow. He had a feeling that Di Tian did not leave directly. There was definitely a problem, but he could not think of what it was. Yes, I feel that Daoist Meng Yi's words are very reasonable. The Destiny Stone has been in Di Tian's hands for so many days. What if he has refined it? A Destiny expert stared at Lin Fei and said, We can't come here for nothing. Lin Fei had to admit that God Emperor Meng Yi was very good at hindering people. Every word he said hit the bottom of everyone's hearts. He was thinking that God Emperor Meng Yi must have studied him. If one Destiny expert was not enough, what if several Destiny experts attacked together? Even Lin Fei's invincible defense might not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei laughed and asked, Isn't it just the Destiny Stone? Take a look for yourselves. Hua! The Destiny Stone appeared in front of everyone. Traces of Destiny's power burst out, and the surrounding mountains were shattered by a trace of Destiny's power. How is it? Does everyone feel that it has been refined? Lin Fei took it back. Outside, Lin Fei would not be able to suppress it for too long. Lin Fei believed that they would be able to see through it. If they couldn't even see through it, how could they be considered Heaven's Mandate experts and fight for the Supreme Heaven's Mandate? It hasn't been refined. That's great. The Destiny experts could see that the Destiny Stone had not been refined yet, and the Destiny's power inside was in an ownerless state. Now, everyone was at ease. God Emperor Meng Yi's face turned ashen. In fact, God Emperor Meng did not believe that Di Tian could refine the Destiny Stone, especially in such a short time. Lin Fei had never thought of refining Destiny's power. He might as well use the system to create his own Destiny's power. As for becoming a God Emperor, Lin Fei was not interested. Dao friend Di Tian, what will make you hand over the Destiny Stone? God Emperor Luo Tian went straight to the point. Everyone wanted to know. Lin Fei laughed. I like to study and admire some curious things, and the Destiny Stone is something I'm quite curious about. However, I haven't finished studying it yet. If you don't mind, you can wait here for 3 days. After 3 days, the Destiny Stone will be yours. The prerequisite is that I want you to help me chase away God Emperor Meng Yi. I don't like him appearing in front of me. God Emperor Meng Yi laughed. Ditun, you are playing tricks. You might be able to refine the Destiny Stone in 3 days. Don't fall for it. Lin Fei had expected this and threw out a sentence. If everyone is worried that I will refine the Destiny Stone, then don't worry. When the time comes, everyone will act together and suppress the Destiny Stone. Do you still think that I will refine the Destiny Stone? Lin Fei smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. So. Their gazes landed on God Emperor Meng Yi. Should they chase God Emperor Meng Yi away now? This guy was the strongest, and if he stayed, everyone would have a headache. What do you want to do? God Emperor Meng Yi had a bad feeling. Don't fall for Di Tian's trick. This guy is definitely plotting something. Chapter 2019. Everyone agreed with the All-Heaven Divine Emperor's words. God Emperor Meng Yi gave everyone a lot of pressure. If they chased God Emperor Meng Yi away now, it would be much easier to fight for the Destiny's Stone when the time came. God Emperor Meng Yi was stamping with rage. Di Tian, this fellow was too evil, simply evil to the point of being inhumane. Before God Emperor Meng Yi could speak, God Emperor All-Heaven shamelessly took out an imperial weapon and attacked God Emperor Meng. At the same time, this attack contained the power of the heavenly will. Divine Emperor of all heaven, how dare you? The All-Heaven Divine Emperor was the first to make a move. He had thought about it before he decided to make a move. With you here, everyone is under a lot of pressure, so I can only ask you to leave. God Emperor First Dream did not dare to underestimate All-Heaven God Emperor's attack. With the All-Heaven Divine Emperor taking action, the rest of the Heavenly Mandate Realm powerhouses also made their moves. He would deal with God Emperor Meng Yi first. Waves of aura surged into the sky and locked onto God Emperor Meng. God Emperor Meng Yi was instantly besieged. Everyone used their strongest killer moves the moment they attacked, blasting a broken void behind God Emperor Meng 1. God Emperor First Dream, get lost. We don't welcome you. No matter how powerful God King Meng was, he couldn't fight against so many Heaven's Mandate Realm experts. Very soon, wounds were left on his body. Di Tian and All-Heaven Divine Emperor, this emperor will remember you. God Emperor Meng Yi was forced to retreat. He threw down a sentence and fled. There was no helping it. It was too strenuous. If he met 1 or 2, God Emperor Dream 1 wouldn't be careless and could easily suppress them. As he fled, God King First Meng regretted suppressing Di Tian back then. Now, he had come here for nothing. At the same time, he cursed All Heaven's God Emperor for being a bastard. How could he have fallen for a few words? God Emperor Meng Yi left sadly. Lin Fei didn't leave. He just stood there and watched. He had to admit that Heavenly Mandate Realm experts were indeed powerful. Almost all of them had a sovereign weapon, not an emperor artifact. Even someone as powerful as God Emperor Meng Yi was easily chased away. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The first step was completed. All that was left was time. The All-Heaven Divine Emperor had been staring at Di Tian. Although he was not afraid of Di Tian leaving right under his nose, he was not afraid of Di Tian. However, he still had to be on guard, as the other party had the Destiny Stone. If it was someone else, they might not care. With their strength, they could easily defeat them. It wouldn't work on Di Tian now. Who didn't know that this guy had grasped the large success spatial force? If he really wanted to escape, everyone could only watch helplessly. He just kept chasing after her. They admired Di Tian's courage to take responsibility for his actions. Very few dared to do so. I've really broadened my horizons. Divine Emperor Meng Yi is very impressive. I didn't expect that in front of everyone, he was chased away in 2 or 3 moves. Divine Emperor Meng Yi will probably want to cry but have no tears. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that we've chased him away, Daoist Di Tian, when do you plan to hand over the Destiny Stone? Everyone was very concerned about these words. As for Di Tian's words, no one paid much attention to him. Study for a few more days? What if it was refined and mastered? This matter was quite worrying. The best way was to hand over the Destiny Stone. There was no better way. Lin Fei could tell that this divine emperor was quite cunning. He didn't trust him. Everyone is just worried that I'll refine the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei chuckled. That's simple. I'll take out the Destiny Stone, and everyone will use their divine power to suppress it. Are you still worried that I'll refine the Destiny Stone? At that time, my every move will be in everyone's eyes. Of course, if everyone wants me to willingly hand over the Destiny Stone, this is the best way. If we use force, I can guarantee that everyone will be out of luck. Everyone felt that it made sense. They didn't deny the latter half of the sentence. In order to slap Divine Emperor Meng Yi's face, the Lord of the Restricted Regions spread the details of the situation in the palace. Everyone knew that Di Tian's defense was a mess. One could imagine how covetous the 3 invincible God Emperors were. It would be very strenuous to deal with them. Divine Emperor Luo Tian cursed. He originally planned to use everyone's strength to chase Divine Emperor Meng Yi away, then make a move on Di Tian. Now that Di Tian said this, who was willing to make a move? With this time, everyone would probably fight for control of the Destiny Stone. Di Tian was too cunning. What made Divine Emperor Luo Tian even more puzzled was that Di Tian took the Destiny Stone just to study it. No one in the world would be so bored. Divine Emperor Luo Tian couldn't guess. This emperor agrees with this method. Dao friend Di Tian's method is very good. The Destiny Stone experts agreed. There wasn't much difference between 1 day more and 1 day less. It was fine as long as the Destiny Stone was intact. No one would be willing to give the Destiny Stone to anyone here. Everyone agreed with this method. They wouldn't think about why Di Tian wanted to study it. Now Di Tian gave them a chance. When they used their divine power to suppress the Destiny Stone, they could refine a portion of the Destiny Stone and fight for control. Divine Emperor Luo Tian sighed inwardly. He admired Di Tian. Di Tian easily resolved the storm. First, he chased Divine Emperor Meng Yi away. Now, he wanted everyone to suppress the Destiny Stone together. Lin Fei had actually found something in common between them. No one wanted the Destiny Stone to be taken away. Before this, Lin Fei's strength had undoubtedly moved them. Without strength, there was no need for them to speak. On the count of 1, 2, 3. Everyone use your divine power to suppress it. Lin Fei began to count. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, the Destiny Stone appeared. Divine power was suppressed and landed on the Destiny Stone. The Destiny Stone was fixed. Everyone's divine power suppressed a portion of each other. When the divine power landed on it, everyone realized that it was just as Di Tian said. The Destiny Stone hadn't been touched. Everyone was completely relieved. Di Tian was still a man of his word. Divine Emperor Luo Tian was even more puzzled. What is Di Tian doing? The Destiny Stone was intact. This was puzzling. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and used his divine power to suppress it. In reality, he was speeding up the calculation of the Destiny Stone. He laughed in his heart. I can finally save some divinity points this time. Everyone suppressed it together. Lin Fei's burden was reduced. If he didn't use this free labor now, when would he use it? Everyone maintained a rare silence. They focused on the Destiny Stone and refined a portion of it. At the same time, they left a portion to guard their surroundings. Especially Divine Emperor Meng Yi, who had left. They didn't believe that Divine Emperor Meng Yi would leave willingly. The system was calculating the Destiny Stone. 91%. 92%. They were getting closer and closer to their goal. Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. If he wanted to calculate 100%, the Destiny Stone would be cracked. Chapter 2020. Lin Fei was very disappointed. In the next 3 days, the heaven's willpower was calculated. When it reached 99%, just a little bit more and it actually stopped moving. This time, Lin Fei was speechless. Can you not torture me like this? Just a little bit more. Once the calculation is done, I can leave and not be involved in the next dispute. The system did not let Lin Fei get what he wanted. It was stuck. Lin Fei could only smile bitterly. Was the heavens' willpower torturing him? As the time approached, someone who shouldn't have appeared. God Emperor Meng Yi returned on the last day. This time, God Emperor Meng Yi did not return alone. He brought a group of people with him and they were all filled with killing intent. In all heaven, God Emperor, this emperor said that I would return. God Emperor Meng Yi was chased away. This time he invited some helpers. They were not far from the invincible God Emperor level. His power increased greatly. Lin Fei smiled. Daoist Meng Yi is really persistent. For a piece of heaven's will stone, you are really willing to pay the price. Aren't you afraid of being chased away a second time? God Emperor Meng Yi smiled. Previously, I suffered a little from you. However, this time, don't even think about chasing this emperor away. Instead, this emperor will chase all of you out one by one. The heavens will stone belongs to this emperor. No one can take it away. At this time, the heavens will powerhouses had consumed a lot of God power to suppress the heavens will stone. Even though this consumption was nothing, now it was at the crucial moment. This was the most troublesome thing. They were not willing to give up so easily. They didn't expect God Emperor Meng Yi to have the guts to return. Most importantly, he chose such a good time to come before they grasped the heavens will stone. The people that God Emperor Meng Yi brought surrounded them. Kill them all for this emperor. The people he brought were all invincible God Emperors. They were not far from the invincible God Emperor realm. Their first move was a domineering attack. Clean and decisive. With this attack, everyone retreated. The heavens will stone almost broke free. Fortunately, Lin Fei suppressed it again. In his heart, he cursed God Emperor Meng Yi 100 times. He was going to waste his divinity points again. God Emperor Meng Yi directly rushed towards Dtion. He lifted his hand and pointed with a finger. Not again. Lin Fei had experienced the power of heaven's will once, but he didn't expect First Dream God Emperor to use such a move right away. Invincible defense. The defenses were immediately activated. His divinity points burned. He channeled a large amount of divinity points to support the invincible defense. The Destiny Stone showed a trace of loosening. God Emperor Meng Yi saw it and laughed out loud. This emperor has finally seen your weakness. Your divine power can't be supplied to both sides. Although your defense is very strong and can block this emperor's attacks, your divine power consumption is too great. No wonder you have been working on the divine pulse. It is built on a large amount of divine power. God Emperor Meng Wan's attacks became even faster. One finger after another. For a moment, Lin Fei's divinity points couldn't keep up. The mandate of heaven's attack was too powerful. Originally, he had 100% of his divinity points, but under Shenhuang Meng's attack and suppressing the Destiny Stone, he had consumed about 60% of his divinity points. More than half of the divinity points on the 7th floor had been consumed. When invincible defense was activated, Lin Fei had almost no weaknesses. The current situation was a little special, and there was a trace of a flaw. At least for now, Lin Fei was in big trouble. God Emperor Meng Yi had finally found a flaw. As long as Dtion's divine power couldn't keep up, be it defense or suppressing the Destiny Stone, there would be unforeseen events. God Emperor Meng Yi was very happy to see that at that time, Dtion would still fall into his hands. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei contacted the system. It wouldn't be good if this continued. He had to think of a way. Actually, Master, you can give up on the Destiny Stone. The little devil's cold voice came. Lin Fei was stunned. I can give up? But the divination hasn't succeeded yet. The little devil said in disdain, Master, you are really too stupid. The system's divination is 99%. You don't need the Destiny Stone as a specimen. The system can automatically calculate the remaining bit. Lin Fei was just short of giving the little devil the middle finger. Why didn't you say so earlier? Thinking of the divinity points he had just wasted, Lin Fei had the urge to beat someone up. You didn't ask. The little devil said lazily, looking like he was asking for a beating. Yet, Lin Fei was helpless against the little devil. God Emperor Meng Yi launched another wave of attacks. God Emperor All Heaven, I don't want the Destiny Stone anymore. Lin Fei suddenly shouted at God Emperor All Heaven and removed the suppressing power. The Destiny Stone turned into a stream of light and flew away. This scene came too abruptly. God Emperor All Heaven was the fastest to react. He cursed in his heart and immediately chased after Di Tian. He didn't fight with anyone as he couldn't understand why Di Tian would give up. You actually gave up the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi was enraged again. He had taken all kinds of precautions, but he didn't expect that Di Tian, this bastard, would choose to give up the suppression and let the Destiny Stone leave. According to God Emperor Meng Yi's thoughts, it should be impossible for Di Tian to give up the Destiny Stone. This move caught God Emperor Meng Yi off guard. Anyway, this thing is useless to me. Lin Fei closed in and punched God Emperor Meng Yi's face. Then why should I keep it? After not needing to suppress the Destiny Stone, Lin Fei regained his freedom. He naturally had to vent the anger that he held back previously. God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to cry. Then why did you ask for the Destiny Stone back then? Aren't you playing with me? I'm curious. Lin Fei attacked from the side. Everyone says that the Destiny Stone is a good thing. I've never seen it in my life, so I naturally want to study it. God Emperor Meng Yi wanted to say, then you can ask me to borrow it. It's not like I won't lend it to you. If it were at that time, God Emperor Meng Yi definitely wouldn't lend it to him. Who knew whether Di Tian was speaking the truth or not? In front of the Destiny Stone, everything became extremely important. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. Invincible defense protected him, and he ignored God Emperor Meng Yi's attacks. God Emperor Meng Yi punched left and right. He was in a sorry state, but he just couldn't defeat Di Tian. On the contrary, those people started to leave and chase after the Destiny Stone. God Emperor Meng Yi punched Di Tian away. Wait for me to return, then I'll settle the score with you. Since All Heaven God Emperor had gone, God Emperor Meng didn't want to waste any more time. If he was a breath late, there would be more variables. Daoist Meng Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good chat. Lin Fei froze the space. This created a huge obstacle for God Emperor Meng Yi to leave. At the same time, time enveloped him. God Emperor Meng Yi finally saw how shameless Di Tian was. Even with the Destiny Stone, he had used up quite a bit of it. What are you trying to do? God Emperor Meng Yi turned around. Chapter 2021. God Emperor Meng Yi almost vomited blood. You're a shameless fellow. Now that the Destiny Stone had left. This was the most annoying thing. God Emperor Meng Yi was entangled by Di Tian. It was impossible for him to catch up to the Destiny Stone. What made him feel helpless was that he couldn't defeat Di Tian. Without the Destiny Stone's restraint, Di Tian was like a fish in water. God Emperor Meng Yi couldn't defend against him. He failed again and again. God Emperor Meng Yi was anxious to catch up to the Destiny Stone. He didn't want to be entangled with Di Tian. Previously, he wanted to find trouble with Di Tian. Now, he didn't have such thoughts. Who asked All Heaven God Emperor to be among the people chasing after the Destiny Stone? All Heaven God Emperor wasn't any weaker than him. God Emperor Meng Yi cursed when he heard dozens of sacred divine veins. That's impossible. Lin Fei smiled and pounced forward again. Space and time came crashing down on him. God Emperor Meng Yi was entangled by Lin Fei again. After a few rounds, God Emperor Meng Yi had a headache. He really couldn't stop Di Tian. In a short time, God Emperor Meng Yi was 1,000,000 miles away. God Emperor Meng Yi became even more anxious. His hatred for Di Tian deepened. 30 sacred divine veins. God Emperor Meng Yi gave in. God Emperor Meng Yi was at his wit's end, especially when 3 invincible God Emperors joined the fray. Not enough, I want 80. Lin Fei demanded an exorbitant price. You're a tycoon. If I don't rip you off, who should I rip off? God Emperor Meng Yi knew that he was fated to be extorted by Di Tian today. He couldn't leave without giving enough sacred divine veins. Compared to the Destiny Stone, sacred divine veins couldn't compare to it. 35, 80. Lin Fei didn't stop and continued. Didan, don't go overboard. God Emperor Meng Yi was furious. 35, this emperor is giving you face. Lin Fei smiled. I think the importance of the Destiny Stone isn't limited to just 35 sacred divine veins. If you don't agree, I'm afraid the All-Heaven Divine Emperor will snatch the Heaven's Mandate Stone. You win. One sentence caused Dream 1 God Emperor to feel uneasy. You want me to take out 80 Saint-grade God veins? That's impossible. God Emperor First Dream said. 50 Saint-rank divine veins at most. This is my limit. For the Destiny Stone. Now, God Emperor Meng Yi could only hand over the Saint-rank divine range. His heart still ached. It had taken him a long time to accumulate his wealth. If he had known, Di Tian would not have acted according to the rules. God Emperor Dream 1 could not help but feel depressed. Although Lin Fei was demanding an exorbitant price, he had been paying attention to God Emperor Dream 1. Actually, I'm a very nice person. I also think that 80 pieces is too much. Let's call it a fixed price, 60 pieces. God Emperor Meng Yi glared at Di Tian. Next time, you won't be so lucky. God Emperor Meng Yi took out 60 sacred grade divine veins. Without so much as a glance, he turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. Hee, this time, God Emperor Meng Yi really remembers me. Lin Fei chuckled. 60 Saint-rank divine veins, it's not a bad harvest. At least I didn't make a huge loss. Lin Fei did not care whose hands the Destiny Stone ended up in. I need to find a place first. Lin Fei passed through space after space. In the end, he found a safer place, which was also in the opposite direction of the Destiny Stone. Lin Fei did not want to be noticed once more. When the Destiny Stone landed on a Destiny expert, like God Emperor Meng Yi or all Heaven God Emperor's people, they would definitely hate him. Now, he had to deduce the Destiny power. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the last bit of progress took a full 6 days. Success. Along with the system notification. Lin Fei smiled. Damn, isn't it just the Destiny power? After so many days, let me see what's so special about this mandate of Heaven's power. During the battle with God Emperor Meng, Lin Fei had experienced how terrifying the Destiny power was. This was a destructive power. In front of the Destiny power, God power was weaker by a level. It would be easily crushed by the Destiny power. Fortunately, he had an invincible defense, which was perfect and could block the attack of the Destiny power. If it was anyone else facing the Destiny power, they could only die in the underworld. If they were lucky, they could still escape. No matter what, they would have to pay a price. Hua hua hua. A 3-dimensional space appeared in front of Lin Fei. A ball of energy appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is the Destiny power. Lin Fei's eyes widened. He was very familiar with the aura of this power. It was the Destiny power. The system actually simulated it. Yes, this is the Destiny power. Little evil demon appeared. It's the real deal, not something simulated by your imagination. Really? Lin Fei was even more moved. The Destiny power that others had been fighting for had appeared in front of him just like that? Lin Fei found it hard to believe. How could the system research the Destiny power? Wasn't it researching the deduction? Yes, it's real. It's definitely real. Little evil demon smiled. In this world, there is no other power. Its grade is far above God power. Lin Fei already knew about this. A strand of the Destiny power could break through the defense of the God body. Even if one was wearing armor, it would still be the same. Now that the real destiny power had appeared in front of him, Lin Fei was very excited. In the beginning, Lin Fei could only study the destiny power. If he could study it a little, it might be of great help to his strength. The only thing he didn't expect was that the system was so amazing. It could completely study the mysteries of the destiny power and create it. The simple ball of energy in front of him was very terrifying. Then how can I control the destiny power? The destiny experts were starting to control the destiny power. No matter what, he had to follow the rhythm. Moreover, Lin Fei was also very afraid of the gods' children, who asked them to have a backer, the heavenly law supporting them. Maybe, after a period of time, their strength would increase by another level. Lin Fei had to be careful. Right now, Lin Fei was very eager to know if he could control the destiny power. You can. Little evil demon smiled. However, you will need to pay a lot of divinity points. Using divinity points to convert the divinity points into the destiny power, but the ratio is very big. You have to be mentally prepared. Big ratio? Lin Fei really didn't care. With this strand of destiny power, it would be a trump card at the crucial moment. Even God Emperor Dream could give him a killing move, causing him to be dumbfounded. It's good that you can exchange for it. Lin Fei was very direct. I think it's normal for the ratio to be big. After all, this is the destiny power, right? Little evil demon nodded. My master needs to have this mentality because you are the master of the invincible system. Lin Fei loved to hear these words. Now that he was in the God Emperor realm, he was able to make a destiny expert like God Emperor Dream helpless. In the same generation, no one could be compared to him. Chapter 2022. The power of destiny could appear in 3 dimensions. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Divine power was 1 level lower than the power of destiny. This had always been Lin Fei's weakness. If the energy could be raised to another level, such as reaching the level of the power of destiny, Lin Fei's combat power would undoubtedly increase to a whole new level. Ordinary deity emperors were stronger than hierarch deities, and controllers were even stronger than deity emperors. After that was apotheosized deity emperors, then invincible deity emperors and destiny powerhouses. In general, destiny powerhouses were stronger than invincible deity emperors. After all, invincible deity emperors mastered divine power and at the same time integrated the power of the heavenly way. Without seeing the confrontation between the power of the heavenly way and the power of destiny, Lin Fei had a judgment in his heart. Now that Lin Fei wanted to master the power of destiny, he believed that when the time came, everyone would be shocked and completely scared out of their wits. In the future struggle for the power of destiny, he would be truly independent. Now that he had the opportunity to exchange for the power of destiny, Lin Fei didn't care about being a God Emperor. What was the use of that empty title? Lin Fei didn't care who became the God Emperor, as long as they didn't provoke him. The power of destiny was a guarantee. The exchange rate is 100 million divinity points for 1 point of the power of destiny. The little devil grinned. At the same time, Master System will activate the advanced use mode. Lin Fei was dumbfounded that there was such a function. He then patted his head. I almost forgot, the current invincible system is different from what I imagined. It was normal for the invincible system to have an advanced use mode. Lin Fei soon felt relieved. 100 million divinity points for 1 point. Lin Fei quickly accepted. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that 10 billion could be exchanged for 1 point. After all, this was advanced energy. Lin Fei even suspected that the confrontation between the power of destiny and the power of the heavenly way should be at about the same level. To be called the power of the heavenly way, it naturally wouldn't have an undeserved reputation. Lin Fei himself also mastered the power of the heavenly way. Comparing the two, Lin Fei could still see some clues. How much power of destiny are you going to exchange for? Lin Fei asked the system to analyze it. Help me analyze how many divinity points and destiny points I need to preserve. I want to reach the most perfect state. The imp snapped her fingers. It's nothing. Lin Fei really wanted to exchange all of it for destiny points. However, If he were to exchange all of them for destiny points, the price would be a little too high. There were many areas where he still wanted to use divinity points, such as invincible defense. For the time being, divinity points were still better. If they were exchanged for destiny points, Lin Fei was afraid that using his destiny points to support it would consume too much energy. At the same time, it was a waste. Soon he got his answer. The system has analyzed that it's best for Master to maintain 90% divinity points and 10% destiny points? Lin Fei frowned. So little? The little devil explained. Perhaps Master doesn't know, but the exchange of destiny points requires a certain amount of time, and at the same time, there's a huge consumption. For example, exchanging 100 million divinity points for 1 point of destiny force would consume 30 million divinity points. Lin Fei was convinced. There would also be losses when exchanging. What a scam system. Then start exchanging for me. Lin Fei continued. Let's try exchanging for a bit first. Feel the destiny force. 10% of his destiny points was also quite terrifying. Soon, a bit of destiny force appeared. Opening the system page, next to the original God power, there was an additional power called destiny force. At this time, it was displayed as 1 point. Let me use it immediately. Lin Fei couldn't wait to give it a try. 1 point of destiny force has been successfully consumed. Following the system's notification, the God power on Lin Fei's body disappeared completely, replaced by an unprecedented power, and a powerful aura rose from his body. Is this the destiny force? It's really different. Feeling the destiny force flowing in his body, Lin Fei was not surprised that so many people were chasing after this power. It was indeed a power that people couldn't refuse. What a wonderful feeling! Lin Fei slowly felt the destiny force flowing in his body. Go! A trace of destiny force entered the void. Hua hua hua! The void collapsed, wave after wave, reaching hundreds of millions of miles away. Within this range, everything could become a target of attack. It's really terrifying. A trace of destiny force blasted out, and Lin Fei's body became empty. Then God power filled his body, and that wonderful feeling disappeared. Do you have any good advice about destiny force? Now that he had destiny force, Lin Fei felt that his understanding of destiny force was too simple. Master is really smart. As long as Master pays a bit of destiny point, I can help Master analyze it. If Master is willing to spend 10,000 destiny points, you can activate the advanced mode. Little devil tempted. You're really black-hearted. Lin Fei said with a smile, but I like it very much. 10,000 destiny points, you're just consuming divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about consuming divinity points. Right now, he didn't have a deep understanding of destiny force. If possible, it would be best to activate the advanced mode. 1 day later, successfully activated the advanced mode. The consumption was also huge. Lin Fei didn't care about it. He had a large number of saint-rank divine veins, and each one could be exchanged for a large number of divinity points. 10,000 destiny points were taken away. The system quickly activated the advanced mode. Do you want to know why destiny force is so valued by the strong? Lin Fei really didn't know much about this. Isn't it to fight for destiny force and become a god emperor with destiny force? Lin Fei said in confusion. Little devil smiled. That might not be the case. Do you know that in this world, destiny force is the highest level of power, but it's very inconceivable. This kind of destiny force is very rare and almost non-existent. Don't you think it's very strange? Lin Fei was very surprised. You said that there's no destiny force in this world. Could it be that after becoming a god emperor, one can't absorb destiny force from heaven and earth? According to my calculations, there really isn't any heavens will energy floating around. However, ever since the heavens will road and the heavens will board appeared, traces of heavens will energy have appeared in the world. However, the amount of heavens will energy is too little. Only a limited group of heavens will experts can absorb it. When the heavens will emperor appears, there will be no more heavens will energy in the world. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization and seemed to understand some things. 10,000 destiny points really wasn't spent in vain. There was actually such a secret. No wonder there's only one God Emperor in every era. It's rare for there to be two God Emperors. Other than God Emperors, the remaining experts don't have the strength to reach the peak. Their strength also stops at the invincible God Emperor realm. God Emperor Meng Yi has been chasing after the Destiny Stone. After all, there's only so much in the world. Chapter 2024. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would find out such a huge secret under such circumstances. Yes, a big secret. Lin Fei had always thought that the Heaven's Will energy was a relatively deep existence that was difficult for outsiders to obtain. Who would have thought that the power of Heaven's Will didn't exist in this world? He finally understood the true meaning of being a candidate for the mandate of Heaven's Will. Without walking on the Heaven's Will path, it would be hard to obtain the power of Heaven's Will. If this news were to spread outside, Lin Fei was sure that it would cause a huge commotion. Many people would vomit 3 liters of blood because of this. The dream of a lifetime. In the end, it was an unreachable dream. It was no wonder that God King Meng Yi was willing to pay a sizable amount of sacred grade divine veins in order to escape and snatch the Destiny Stone. Without the Destiny Stone, they would at most remain as invincible God Emperor experts. Once a God Emperor appeared, the Heaven's Will power couldn't be held back and would be completely used up. The previous Heaven's Will expert would fall from the peak and turn into an invincible God King. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead as a thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean that the 3 invincible God Emperors I've refined would immediately become Heavenly Mandate Realm experts if their God Force is replaced with Heaven's Mandate energy? A Heaven's Mandate expert was a great temptation to Lin Fei. Even though the invincible God Emperor had a monarch weapon and controlled 70% of his battle prowess, there was still a clear gap between him and God Emperor Meng Yi. The most obvious difference was his lack of defense and offensive power. Smart thinking of this so quickly. The little devil smiled. You want to raise 3 God Emperors to Heavenly Mandate? That's easy. You only need to pay 10,000 points to transform one of them. That's 30,000 points. Lin Fei said bitterly, I'll die if I'm not ruthless. It's already very cheap. In order to reform the invincible God Emperor, Lin Fei endured the pain and decided to fork out 30,000 destiny points. With 3 Heaven's Mandate Realm experts, the expenditure was even greater. However, his safety was more guaranteed. If First Dream God Huang came to look for trouble again, he would definitely die. Lin Fei would definitely make them suffer a huge setback. Lin Fei put this matter aside for the time being. Then he learned some secrets about the mandate of Heaven's power from Little Fiend. Many of them were deduced. For example, the Heaven's Will contained in the Heaven's Will stone was equivalent to about 1,000,000 Heaven's Will points. This made Lin Fei's eyes red with greed. He couldn't wait to join. In the end, Lin Fei still held back. The Lord of the Restricted Region spread the news. The forces in the dark all moved upon hearing the news, and the competition became even more intense. Deity Emperor All Heaven, Deity Emperor Meng Yi, and some others might not be able to get their hands on it. There was no need for Lin Fei to get involved. It was better for him to exchange for the power of Heaven's Will. In order to reform, Lin Fei stayed for a few days. It was only when the 3 invincible God Kings swapped out their divine power and replaced it with the power of Heaven's Will that their aura became even more majestic. No one dared to look at them directly, and they became even more terrifying. This is a true Heaven's Mandate. Now, the 3 invincible God Emperors each had 100,000 destiny points. It took him a long time to redeem it. Only the system could do it. He's really a gold standard fighter now. The more Lin Fei looked, the more satisfied he was. Every invincible God Emperor had Heaven's Will points, enough for them to be awe-inspiring for a long time. Their combat power would increase greatly, and even the most ordinary attack would contain terrifying destructive power. I just don't know how Heaven's Mandate is divided. 100,000 destiny points shouldn't be a low level, they shouldn't be at the bottom. Lin Fei didn't continue to think about it. He brought the 3 invincible God Emperors out. Lin Fei didn't return to the Invincible Palace. That would be too boring. Through the system, he began to track the whereabouts of the Heaven's Will stone. Now that the system had thoroughly studied the power of Heaven's will, it could naturally track the Heaven's Will stone. Soon there was a result. The Heaven's Will stone appeared in an area far away. Lin Fei didn't stop and chased after it. So fast. He tried to use the power of Heaven's Will to activate his space bloodline. The heaven-defying speed was off the charts. Lin Fei almost couldn't believe it. In a short time, the distance was shortened by 1/10. In just a few rounds, Lin Fei felt that he could reach that place. This feels great. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei used the power of Heaven's Will extravagantly. In less than half a day, he crossed a long distance. He appeared in the sky above an unfamiliar continent. This was a very unfamiliar continent. Lin Fei didn't even know what the name of this continent was. Quite a lot of people went in. The power of Heaven's Will was enhanced by the power of space, increasing its power by 100 times. Just like that, people entered from the starry sky, but they didn't find any trace of Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled crookedly. Scan the entire continent for me. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. It was too obvious. Master, it's best to use the advanced mode and use 100 destiny points at a time. At that time, no one will be able to detect that we're scanning the entire continent. Lin Fei experienced the benefits of the power of Heaven's Will. 100 is 100, I'll accept it. The system scanned the entire continent. The whole process lasted for a long time. Master, do I need to use 500 destiny points to check the situation of the continent? Lin Fei's eyes widened. What a scam. I feel that it's best for Master to use the 3D mode. Words are too useless. Master is a tycoon, he won't care about 500 destiny points. Lin Fei wanted to curse. Am I a tycoon? Just the 3 invincible god emperors were things that burned money. Once they fought, they would burn money. No matter how rich a tycoon was, he would still become a pauper. In the end, Lin Fei chose to activate the 3D mode. The system shot out a 3D mode. As the 3D mode advanced, it gathered at a certain place on the continent. A group of people were fighting, and the battle was earth-shattering. In the surrounding void, there were many tyrannical existences. All Heaven God Emperor, Dream God Emperor, the Lord of the restricted region. Lin Fei quickly recognized a few familiar people. For example, Dream God Emperor, who was currently in a sorry state. All Heaven, who came earlier, wasn't any better than Dream God Emperor. The lords of the restricted region were the Supreme Devil Emperor and the others that Lin Fei knew. They didn't make a move, but the terrifying power of the restricted region was glaring at them. Those few also seemed to be Heaven's Will experts. Lin Fei noticed the 3 Heaven's Will experts not far away. Their bodies were filled with the aura of Heaven's Will. They were naturally superior to others, and he could tell at a glance. This was like if you were an outstanding person, you would be very conspicuous in the crowd. This was what Heaven's Will experts meant. Where's the Destiny Stone? Chapter 2025. With the help of the 3D model, the Destiny Stone was nowhere to be found. Lin Fei was a bit surprised. Wasn't it there? Someone else couldn't have taken it, right? Lin Fei checked for a while and found nothing. It was as if the Destiny Stone had disappeared into thin air, but there was one thing that made him feel relieved. The people present didn't notice that someone had secretly scanned the entire starland. That was the only thing that made Lin Fei happy. It felt like everything was under his nose, which was very satisfying. Although he didn't find the Destiny Stone, the system had brought him here. The Destiny Stone couldn't be found for the time being. Maybe someone had it. Lin Fei observed for a while and finally found something. Mengyi, you came all the way here for the Destiny Stone. Now that the Destiny Stone isn't in my hands, do we still have to fight? All Heaven Divine Emperor blocked Meng Yi's attack. God Emperor Meng Yi was in a sorry state, even a bit deranged. Impossible, the Heaven's Mandate Stone was clearly taken by you, unless you are willing to let this Emperor search through your storage ring. You're so stubborn. All Heaven Divine Emperor yelled. If I had the Destiny Stone, why wouldn't I take it out? The Destiny Stone disappeared when I arrived. The Destiny Overlords on the mountain far away frowned. They were all there for the Destiny Stone. Unfortunately, they were too late. The Destiny Stone seemed to have disappeared when they arrived. Everyone would be upset if the Destiny Stone was gone in such a big place. Since All Heaven was the first to arrive, everyone suspected that All Heaven Divine Emperor had taken the Destiny Stone. Supreme, what do you think? Divine Emperor Lu Meng nudged the Supreme Demon Emperor next to him. The Supreme Demon Emperor was calm. We can't refine the Destiny Stone. I'm just here to watch. Divine Emperor Lu Meng wasn't satisfied, but he couldn't say anything. I don't care if it's with All Heaven Divine Emperor or not. We'll just take it. Emperor Tatian said. Even if we don't do anything, someone else will. The Abyss Divine Emperor said. I also agree. All Heaven Divine Emperor won't be able to get away with it. The Supreme Devil Emperor still didn't say anything, but he frowned slightly as he looked at the void in a daze. Everything was calm again. If you want to fight, then do it. Don't drag me into it. The Supreme Devil Emperor said, I'm not interested in the Destiny Stone. If those old things were messing around, the Destiny Stone wouldn't even appear here. Everyone could tell that the Supreme Devil Emperor was very displeased with the actions of those restricted zone lords. After all, the matter of the temporary imperial residence could not be kept a secret. The Lord of the restricted regions spread the news, causing the Supreme Devil Emperor to be extremely angered. He had high hopes for Tian, yet his good plans were spoiled by others. If they had joined forces, even if God Emperor Meng Yi was powerful, he wouldn't have had any advantage. The Destiny Stone, which belonged to Demon Monarch Fei Yang, was destroyed just like that. It would be strange if the Supreme Demon Monarch was in cahoots with them. Divine Emperor All Heaven and Divine Emperor Meng Yi's strength were about the same. No one could take down the other. Indeed, both of them were in a sorry state. There were injuries everywhere. With Deity Emperor Meng Yi restraining him, All Heaven Deity Emperor couldn't leave for a while. He cursed the people who stole the Destiny Stone 100 times over. The Destiny Stone had been taken away. Luo Tian Divine Emperor did not know who did it. In any case, the Destiny Stone had been taken away. Tell me now. No one would believe it. Opening the storage ring for everyone to check, Luo Tian Divine Emperor would never agree to it. If he did that, he would lose all his face in the future. Who would still treat him, a Heaven's Mandate expert, seriously? Meng Yi, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If this continues, I guarantee that none of us will have an easy time. Luo Tian Divine Emperor dodged Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's punch. Don't force me to use the Heaven's Mandate art. Let's fight to the death. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi was fearful. Humph, I don't believe that you have mastered the Heaven's Mandate art. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi could not back down. He had paid a great price for the Destiny Stone. His hatred toward Tian deepened when he thought of this. Luo Tian Divine Emperor was helpless against Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's stubbornness. None of the Heaven's Mandate experts were easy to deal with. You forced me to do this. Luo Tian Divine Emperor's aura rose, causing the entire star land to tremble. Heaven's Mandate strike. And the Heaven's Mandate art. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Even from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura coming from the star land. This was more terrifying than any attack. Lin Fei continued to move, distancing himself from this area. The 3D star land erupted with a bright light from within. Then, the entire star land collapsed in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The star land is gone. Even though Lin Fei had moved far away, he was still shocked. If it had landed on me and activated my invincible defense, it would probably have consumed 30% of my divinity points. It might even reach a terrifying 40%. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. The Heaven's Mandate art is truly terrifying. If Celestial Emperor Meng Yi had used the Heaven's Mandate art right from the start, Lin Fei probably wouldn't have dared to face it head-on. In the 3D star land, figures were sent flying and appeared in the starry sky. Lin Fei was sure that Luo Tian Divine Emperor was about to die. Meng Yi, I will settle this debt with you sooner or later. In the distance, Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's voice came and disappeared without a trace. Then, half of Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's body separated and quickly left the scene. Celestial Emperor Meng Yi's attack made Celestial Emperor Meng Yi suffer a big loss. Although he wasn't killed, he wasn't feeling good. Lin Fei saw some people chasing after him. Obviously, they didn't want to miss an opportunity to kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. Hey, the Heaven's Mandate stone is still here. Lin Fei was in the space. No one noticed him, but everyone's every move was in his eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor went to chase after Celestial Emperor Meng. The rest were mostly going after Celestial Emperor Meng. The Starland had turned into dust, and the system still indicated that the Heaven's Mandate stone was nearby. Lin Fei was very surprised, but he remained calm and continued to stay here. 3 days passed in a row. No one appeared. Lin Fei was quite patient. Let's compete in patience. Until the 5th day. A figure in silver armor came out of the space. He wasn't young and looked more like an old man. His smile was even more wretched. A bunch of fools. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good fella, it actually hid in the space. Why didn't I see it?